shootings on the part of local NKVD groups. We have many of these documents now, and no doubt there are many more of them. The Central Party leadership began to investigate. On C. Furr, Khrushchev lied. 45 FF, 282-2BB_. On January 29, 1939, Beria, Andreev, and Malenkov signed a report about the massive abuses during Azhov's tenure. It begins as follows. We consider it essential to report to you the conclusions about the situation of cases in the NKVD USSR. 1. During the period of time that Com. Azhov headed the Narkomnudel have been occupied by enemies of the people, conspirators, and spies. 2. Enemies of the people who penetrated the organs of the NKVD have consciously distorted the punitive policy of Soviet power, have carried out massive, unfounded arrests of completely innocent persons, while at the same time covering up real enemies of the people. 3. The methods of conducting investigations have been perverted in the most brutal manner. They had recourse to beatings of prisoners on a massive level in order to force them into false confessions and admissions. The quantity of admissions that each investigator was supposed to obtain from prisoners in the course of 24 hours has been decided upon in advance. In addition, the quotas have often reached several dozen admissions. Investigators have widely made use of the practice of fully informing one another concerning the Kon Nikita Petrov, Mark Jansen, Stalinsky Nikolai Azhov, Moscow, Rospin, 200b, pages at http://istmat.info/node/24582 English at http://msuwcb 2939 UIS HTML Chapter 6. The Azovshchina, the Polish operation, what really happened. 287 of the confessions they obtained. This gave the investigators the ability, during interrogators of their prisoners, to suggest to them by one means or another facts, circumstances, and names of persons about whom confessions had earlier been given by other prisoners. As a result, this kind of investigation very often led to organized false slanders against persons who were completely innocent. In order to obtain a greater number of admissions, a number of organs of the NKVD had recourse to direct provocation. They convinced prisoners to give confessions about supposed espionage work for foreign intelligence services by explaining that these kinds of fabricated confessions were needed by the party and government in order to discredit foreign states. They also promised the prisoners that they would be liberated after they gave such admissions. The leadership of the NKVD in the person of Com. Azhov not only did not put a stop to this kind of arbitrariness and extremism in arrests and in the conduct of investigations, but sometimes itself abetted it. The slightest attempts by Chekist party members to oppose this arbitrariness were stifled. Com. Azhov concealed in every way from the Central Committee of the ACP the situation of the work in the NKVD organs. Besides that, he hid from the CCACP materials that compromised leading NKVD workers. In addition, we believe it essential to note that all the above disgraceful actions, distortions, and excesses in the matter of arrests and the conduct of blood lies investigation were carried out with the sanction and knowledge of the organs of the Procuracy of the USSR. Assistant Procurer of the USSR Roginsky has been especially zealous in this matter. Roginsky practice of work raises serious doubts about this political honesty and reliability. The report continues in this vein. Reports and investigations of NKVD abuses continued rapidly. In April, Mikhail Frenovsky, Azhov's Zam, or Deputy Commissar, and Azhov himself were arrested. They immediately began to confess. All the confessions published so far are now available online in both the Russian original and in English translation. 12 These confessions revealed the broad outlines of Azhov's conspiracy against and deception of the Soviet leadership and of Stalin. During the next few years, up to the beginning of the war, further investigations and prosecutions of guilty NKVD men proceeded. Over 100,000 persons were released from camps and prisons after reviews of their cases. 13 The Polish operation of the NKVD was enabled by NKVD Order No. 00485 of August 11, 1937. It has been published many times in Russian and is also online. Point 14 We have now made it available in English translation for the first time. And 5 The following are the major scholarly works on the Polish operation. The second and fourth are cited by Snyder. See additional bibliography documents * at the bottom of RHE following page, edu/s search 710. HTML and Roginski of the MEMMEL Society, both highly anti-communist and Stalin estimate about 110,000 persons accused of counter-evolutionary crimes were freed during 1939 as a result of Beria's investigation of NKVD under SOV, Tragedia Derevny T5, 2, p. 571 Site is at Chapter 6. The Azovshchina are the Polish operation, what really happened 289 * James Morris. The Polish Terror. Spy Mania and Ethnic Cleansing in the Great Terror. Europasia Studies 56, 5, 751-766. *ALE. Guryanov, Obzorsovetskich Repressivnik Kampanii I Protiv Poliakov I Polskich Grażdan, in A. V. Lipatov and I.O. Shaitanov, EDS Poliaki I Ruska, V. Zamoponimani I V. Zamon Panimanye, Moscow, Indrike, 2000, 199-207. *A. E. Gufyanov, Obzorsovetskich Repressivnik Kampanii I Protiv Poliakov I Polskich Grażdan, in Masovi Repress/Protiv Poliakov. Memorial Society. At http://www.memo.ru/history/policy/vved/index.htm. It least of all was the massive nature of the repression along Polish lines the result of some kind of special personal hatred by Stalin of Poles. It was not a matter of Poles as such, but of Poland. Their nationality was not a criterion of criminal guilt. Many of those arrested and either executed or imprisoned were not Poles or of Polish background at all. Blood lies. These numbers show that many of the victims were not ethnic Poles. Petrov and Roginski stress repeatedly that nationality itself was not a criterion for arrest or execution. The Central NKVD did not keep records of the nationality of those arrested. Zhov confessed that he and his men had arrested people who were not Poles on the pretext that they were Poles. As a result of this pressure, the practice of repressions without any incriminating evidence whatsoever on the sole basis of one criterion alone, that the person repressed belonged to such and such a nationality, was broadly expanded. However, that was not enough. The practice of including Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Atal. In the category of Poles, Finns, Germans, etc., became a rather mass phenomenon, especially in certain oblasts. Of those who especially distinguished themselves in this manner were the People's Commissars of Internal Affairs of such republics as the Ukraine, Belorussia, Turkmenia, and the heads of the UNKVDs of such oblasts as the Sverdlovsk, Leningrad, and Moscow. So for example Dmitriev, former head of the NKVD of the Sverdlovsk Oblast, included a great many Ukrainians, Belarusians, and even Russians under the category of repressed Polish refugees. In any case, for every arrested Pole there were no fewer than 10 Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. There were many cases in which Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians generally were made into Poles with falsified documents. Chapter 6. The Azovshchina and the Polish operation, what really happened 291. The practice in Leningrad was the same. Instead of Finns, Zhukovsky arrested many native inhabitants of the USSR Karelians, and transformed them into Finns. Uspensky, under the pretense of their being Poles, arrested many Ukrainian uniats, that is, selected them not on the basis of national origin but according to their religion. I could multiply many times examples of this kind. They are characteristic for the majority of oblasts. There were few guidelines from Stalin and the Politburo if, indeed, there were any at all. The whole operation was run by Zhov and his men, who themselves gave little specific guidance to the local NKVD men. Through neglect of his responsibilities, Soviet prosecutor Vyshinsky was partly responsible for the fact that Ezhov and his men were able to get away with these immense crimes. In his 1939 confessions, Ezhov claimed that the prosecutor's office failed to conduct the oversight it was supposed to, and Ezhov and his men could shoot and imprison people with virtually no hindrance from Vyshinsky's office. This passage from Ezhov's interrogation of August 4, 1939 illustrates this negligence of Vyshinsky's office. Question: confess in what manner you managed to deceive the organs of prosecutorial oversight in implementing this clear, obvious, and criminal practice of repression? Answer: I can't say that we had any special thought-out plan to consciously deceive the organs of the procuracy. This was published for the time in Nikita Petrov, Mark Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets Rosp En, 2008, pages 367 to 379. Russian original online at Nikola IMW. http://English translation //web. Montclair for RGI blood lies the prosecutors of oblasts, krayas, and republics, and also the procuracy of the USSR could not have been unaware of such a blatant criminal practice of mass provocational arrests and falsification of investigative facts, since they bore responsibility, together with the NKVD, for the review of such cases. This inactivity of prosecutorial supervision can only be explained by the fact that in charge of the procuracy in many oblasts, krayas, and republics were members of various anti-Soviet organizations who often practiced even more widespread provocational repressions among the population. Another group of the prosecutors, those who were not involved in participation in anti-Soviet groupings, simply feared to argue with the heads of the UNKVDs on these questions, all the more so since they did not have any directives on these matters from the center, where all the falsified investigative reports that had been mechanically signed by themselves, i.e. the prosecutors, went through without any kind of restraint or remarks. Question: you are talking about the local organs of the procuracy. But didn't they see these criminal machinations in the procuracy of the USSR? Answer: the procuracy of the USSR could not, of course, have failed to notice all these perversions. I explain the behavior of the procuracy of the USSR and, in particular, of prosecutor of the USSR Vyshinsky by that same fear of quarreling with the NKVD and by to prove themselves no less revolutionary in the sense of conducting mass repressions. I have come to this conclusion also because Vyshinsky often spoke to me personally about the tens of thousands of complaints coming into the procuracy and to which he was paying no attention. Likewise, Chapter 6, the Azovshchina and the Polish operation, what really happened 293 during the whole period of the conduct of the operations. I do not recall a single instance of a protest by Vyshinsky concerning the mass operations, while there were instances when he insisted on more severe sentences in relation to some persons or other. This is the only way I can explain the virtual absence of any prosecutorial supervision at all during the mass operations and the absence of any protests from them to the government against the acts of the NKVD. I repeat, we the conspirators and specifically, I myself did not have any kind of thought-out plans. The first document issued after Ezhov had been induced to resign from office stressed the lack of prosecutorial oversight. In 1939 Vyshinsky was replaced as prosecutor. It seems likely that this was because he had failed to do his duty during the Azovshchina. The notion that the Azovshchina and the Polish operation of which it was a part were undertaken to forestall a potential fifth column is false. This theory was evidently first stated by Oleg Klevniuk in 199,617 and has been uncritically repeated ever since, including by Snyder. Bukharin, not Stalin, was to blame for the massive repressions. One interesting fact that emerges from the primary sources now and, we note, available during the time Snyder was available is that Nikolai Bukharin, leading name writing bloodlands among the rightists and one of its leaders, knew about the Azovshchina as it was happening, and praised it in a letter to Stalin that he wrote from prison. Note 14 in Petrov and Roginsky states this a fact. Klevniuk's only evidence is an off-the-be an aged Molotov to his Felix Joef, Blood lies. Bukharin knew that Ezhov was a member of the rightist conspiracy, as he himself was. No doubt that is why he welcomed Ezhov's appointment as head of the NKVD, a view recorded by his widow in her memoirs. 18 In his first confession, in his now famous letter to Stalin of December 10, 1937, and at his trial in March 1938, Bukharin claimed he had completely disarmed and had told everything he knew. But now we can prove that this was a lie. Bukharin knew that Ezhov was a leading member of the rightist conspiracy but did not inform on him. According to Mikhail Frenovsky, Ezhov's right-hand man, Ezhov probably promised to see that he would not be executed if he did not mention his own, Ezhov's, participation. This is documented in Mikhail Frenovsky's confession of April 11, 1939. Frenovsky was Ezhovuro's second in command. An active participant in investigations generally, Ezhov kept himself aloof from the preparation of this trial. Before the trial, the face-to-face confrontations of the suspects, interrogations, and refining, in which Ezhov did not participate. He spoke for a long time with Yagoda, and that talk concerned, in the main, of assuring Yagoda that he would not be shot. Ezhov had conversations several times with Bukharin and Rykov, and also, in order to calm them, assured them that under no circumstances would they be shot. 19 If Bukharin had told the truth, if he had, in fact, informed on Ezhov's mass murders could have been stopped in their tracks. The lives of hundreds of thousands of innocent people could have been saved. But Bukharin remained true to his fellow conspirators. He went to execution, an execution that Bukharin himself swore in his Apilarina, Nizabivimo. Is Dataless Myapn, 1989, 269-70. See the English translation at http://rnsuweb. On t-clay/r/ferg/rs search/Frenovskyang. HTML the %20 preparation %e %2 atrial %%%200. There's chapter 6. The Azovshchina and the Polish operation, what really happened. 295 appeal for clemency that he deserved 10 times over without revealing Ezhov's participation in the conspiracy. This point cannot be stressed too much. The blood of the hundreds of thousands of innocent persons slaughtered by Ezhov and his men during 1937 to 1938, is on Bukharin's hands. Bukharin's 2 appeals for clemency, both dated March 13, 1938, were reprinted in Izvestia on September 2, 1992. They were rejected, and Bukharin was executed on March 15, 1938. I have translated them and put them online in English. 2d Ezhov's confessions. All ideologically anti-communist accounts suppress the evidence of Ezhov's conspiracy against the Soviet government. None of them refer to the confessions of Ezhov and his men, though these confessions were all available to them. The apparent reason for the failure to discuss Ezhovuro's conspiracy is the desire on the part of ideologically anti-communist researchers to falsely accuse the Soviet leadership, Stalin most of all, of having ordered all the huge number of executions carried out by Ezhov. However, Ezhov explicitly states many times that his repressions and executions were carried out in pursuit of his own private conspiratorial goals and that he had deceived the Soviet government. Thus Ezhov's own confessions are evidence that Stalin and the Central Soviet leadership were not responsible for his massive executions. Ezhov's confessions that he deceived the government for his conspiratorial purposes are not contradicted by any other evidence. In addition, we now have the judgment of Kostov, an anti-communist researcher himself, who concludes on the basis of massive evidence at his disposal that Stalin believed the false reports Ezhov was sending to him. Thus, the only conclusion supported by the evidence contradicts the anti-Stalin ideological aims of these anti-communist researchers. It is important to them that Stalin and the Soviet leader at http://rnsaweb.montclair.cdu/ferg/research/bukharinappeals.html blood lies ship be guilty of mass murders. By omitting evidence that tends to disprove this conclusion, Ezhov's confessions, their assertions may be accepted by their readers. All of the confessions of Ezhov that the Russian government has seen fit to make public to date, plus one of Ezhov's ZAM or Deputy Commissar Mikhail Frenovsky, are available online in both Russian and English. 21 In his confession of August 4, 1939, Ezhov specifically states that he deceived the Soviet government about the extent and nature of espionage. Question: did you succeed in obtaining a government decision to prolong the mass operations? Answer: yes. We did obtain the decision of the government to prolong the mass operation and to increase the number of those to be repressed. Question: what did you do, deceive the government? Answer: it was unquestionably essential for us to prolong the mass operation and increase the number of persons repressed. However, it was necessary to extend the time period for these measures and to set up a real and accurate account so that once we had prepared all selves, we could strike our blow directly on the most dangerous part, the organizational leadership of the counter-revolutionary elements. The government, understandably, had no conception of our conspiratorial plans and in the present case proceeded solely on the basis of the necessity to prolong the operation without going into the essence of how it was carried out. And see the following web additional bibliograph documents, http://insaweb.montclair.edu/furrg/oa_upditio 710h Chapter 6. The Azovshchina, the Polish operation. What really happened? 297 In this sense, of course, we were deceiving the government in the most blatant manner. Was Ezhov a Polish spy? Of the sources on the Polish operation, only Morris mentions this fact. Ironically, Ezhov was accused of being a Polish spy when he was arrested a short time later. Morris cites no evidence or source at all here. He may well have taken it from Jansen and Petrov, where it is briefly stated as one of the charges against Ezhov at trial on February 1, 1940. But we now know somewhat more about this. Pavlyukov had access to some of Ezhov's confessions, including those of April 1820, 1939, shortly after his arrest. After a brief verbatim quote, Lyukov summarizes thus. Ezhov related that he was drawn into espionage work by his friend F.M. Konar, who had long been a Polish agent. Konar learned political news from Ezhov and gave them to his bosses in Poland, and on one occasion told Ezhov about this and proposed that he volunteer to begin working for the Poles. Since Ezhov had in fact already become an informant of Polish intelligence, since he had transmitted to them via Konar many significant party and state secrets, he supposedly had no other choice than to agree with this proposal. The Poles supposedly shared a part of the intelligence received from Ezhov with their allies the Germans, and so after a time an offer of collaboration from the latter was also made. According to Ezhov, Marshal Al. Igorov, first Assistant Commissar for Defense, acted as the middleman between Ezhov and the Germans. He met with Ezhov in the summer of 1937 and told him that he knew about the Latte's ties with the Poles, blood lies that he himself was a German spy who on orders from the German authorities had organized a group of conspirators in the Red Army, and that he had been given a directive to establish close working contact between his group and Ezhov. Ezhov agreed with this proposal and promised to protect EGRW's men from arrest. This corresponds generally to other evidence we have about the military conspiracies and the charges against Igorov. Objectivity and evidence. I agree with historian Jeffrey Roberts when he says, in the last 15 years or so an enormous amount of new material on Stalin has become available from Russian archives. I should make clear that as a historian I have a strong orientation to telling the truth about the past, no matter how uncomfortable or unpalatable the conclusions may be. I don't think there is a dilemma. You just tell the truth as you see. The conclusions about the Azovshchina outlined here will be unacceptable to persons motivated not by the pursuit of the objective truth, out of any desire to apologize for the policies of Stalin or the Soviet government, but because they are the only objective conclusions possible based on the available evidence. ZZ Stalin's WAM. February 12.2007. At http://hn.ws/roundup/entries/35305.html Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, What Really Happened. 1 Introduction. Did the Soviet Union invade Poland on September 17, 1939? Why ask? We all know this invasion occurred. You can look it up. Almost all contemporary authoritative accounts agree that this historical event happened. Here is how Snyder puts the matter in an article in the New York Review of Books, because the film The Public Broadcasting System's documentary Behind Closed Doors describes the invasion as an unproblematic fact. After invading Poland in September 1939, the Nazis and the Soviets divided the country as they had agreed to do in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. To the Wikipedia article, Soviet invasion of Poland, undoubtedly composed by Polish nationalists like virtually all Wikipedia material on Poland and the USSR. For this, the Non-Aggression Pact between the USSR and the F, it is often called the Pact or TED after the two foreign ministers when signed it. Anti-communists call it the Titler*Tallinn in Furov, the goal of associating the ISR to Nazi Germany and Stalin to Hitler. And earlier of this ESY at http://www.tinyurl.com/fur-mlg09 at http:// Blood lies. On September 17, the Red Army invaded Poland from the east. 3. The Soviet Union did not invade Poland in September 1939. The truth is that the USSR did not invade Poland in September 1939. However, so completely has this non-event passed into historiography as true that I have yet to find a recent history book from the West that actually gets this correct. And, of course, the USSR had never been an ally of Nazi Germany. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a non-aggression pact, not an alliance of any kind. The claim that the USSR and Hitler's Germany were allies is simply stated over and over again but is never backed up with any evidence. The present chapter and the one preceding it present a great deal of evidence in support of this statement. There is a great deal more evidence to support what I say, much more than I can present here, and no doubt much more that I have not yet identified or located. Furthermore, at the time it was widely acknowledged that no such invasion occurred. The Soviet Union and Hitler's Germany were never allies. Strictly speaking, it is impossible to prove a negative in this case, that no alliance existed. The burden of proof is on those who use the terms alliance, allies, and ally with respect to the USSR, Germany, and the MR Pact. The complete text of the pact is online at the Modern History Sourcebook. It is short. Anyone who reads it can see that there is no alliance of any kind. The truth about these matters is another victim of the post-World War II Cold War, when a great many falsehoods about Soviet history were invented and popularized. The truth about this and many other at http://ert.wikipedia.org/wiki/%Wyatt_invasion_of_Poland 4 at http://1939pete.html Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, what really happened? Questions concerning the history of the first socialist state has simply become politically incorrect. In respectable academia it is taboo. 5. I use the word advisedly. It is not too strong. The demonizing history of the communist movement and anything to do with Stalin has become de rigueur, a shibboleth of respectability. And not only among avowed champions of capitalism but also among those on the left and opponents of capitalism generally, including many Marxists, the natural constituency of a movement for communism. The Non-Aggression Treaty between Germany and the USSR of August 19,396. Before examining the question of the invasion that did not take place, the reader needs to become familiar with some misconceptions about the Non-Aggression Treaty and why they are false. These two are based on anti-communist propaganda that is widely, if naively, believed. The most common, and most false, of these is stated above in the PBS series Behind Closed Doors. The Nazis and the Soviets divided the country as they had agreed to do in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. This is completely false, as any reading of the text of the MR Pact itself will reveal. Mailing list tweaked me for supposedly to some time a colleague fending Stalin, he wrote. I'll make a crack defenses of Stalin to do with a sensible materialism, but that would be beneath me. My colleague thinks he about Stalin and USSR during Stalin's he doesn't. But you can't blame him too much, since almost none of do. Precisely, We know a lot of things about the Soviet and Stalin, and almost all of those things just not true. We've been swallowing lies for the truth our whole lives for a discussion of that led up to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939 and Lent account is still Bill Bland, German-Soviet Pact of 1939 11990, at http://marxism.halkcfesi.net/bill%20 bland/gertnan%20 soviet%20 payt.htnt. I have every citation in this article, most are available online now, it's very accurate, but more detailed than the account requires. Blood lies. The secret protocols to the MR Pact did not plan any partition of Poland. Up to at least September 7 Hitler was considering making peace with Poland if Poland sued for peace. General Franz Halder, Chief of the General Staff of the Army, wrote in his war diary Halder F. Kriegstagebuch. Talik Aufzeichnungen des Chefs de Generalstabs des Heers 1939–1942. Stuttgart, W. Kohlhammer Verlag, 1962–1964. I have used Band L. Vom Polenfeldzug bis zum Ende der Westeoffensive. 0b beim Führer, 3 Möglichkeiten. September 7, 1939. The High Command with the Führer, 3 different ways the situation may develop. 1. The Poles offer to begin negotiations. Hitler, GFI is ready for negotiations on the following conditions: slow, break with England and France. A part of Poland will be Narew to Warsaw, to Poland. The industrial region to us. Krakow to Poland. The northern region of the Beskido Mountains to us. Selbstständigkeit der West Ukraine. Bring to the attention of the Supreme Command, b. the independence of the Western Ukraine. September 10, Warlamont, a. Offer West Ukraine kommt. Warlamont, a call to the Western Ukraine is imminent. Col. Walter Warlamont was deputy head of operations at the German High Command. A note in the annotated text of Halder's diary reads, Namlich für die Errichtung ein selbstständiges Staats aus der polnischen Ukraine. Translated, blood lies, that is, for the setting up of an independent state out of Polish Ukraine. Under September 11 Halder noted that, Grenzübertritt polnischer aktiver Soldaten nach Rumänien hat begonnen. Translated, the flight of active Polish soldiers combat troops low into Romania has begun. On September 12 Halder noted, talks between the High Command and the Führer and said, Obdh Führer, Rus will wahrscheinlich nicht antreten. Rusj halt Friedenswunsch Polens für möglich. Translated, the Russian apparently does not want to come in. He Russian, believes it possible that Poland wants to conclude a peace with Germany. This is further proof that the Germans had no agreement with the USSR to partition Poland. It is also evidence that the USSR expected that a negotiated settlement would leave a rump Polish state in existence between Germany and the Soviet border. Halder also noted, Rumänien will polnische Regierung nicht aufnehmen, translated, Romania does not wish to accept. Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, what really happened? Halder, translated, he ordered Admiral Canaris to activate units of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists on Polish territory with the aim of forming an independent Polish and Galician Ukraine. This was to be accompanied by a general massacre of Poles and Jews. During post-war interrogation by Soviet authorities, General Major Erwin von Lahausen of the Abwehr confirmed this. Oberst Amen, was, when überhaupt etwas, wurde Fiber in möglich Zusammenarbeit mit einer ukrainischen Gruppe gesagt. Lahausen, J.A. Es wurde UNDs war vom damaligen Chef OKWALS weitergabe eine Richtlinie, die offenbar von Ribbentrop empfangen hat, weil sich in Zusammenhang mit dem politischen Vorhaben der Reichsaußenministers Ribbentrop wurde Canaris auf Bekanntgeben hat getragen, in der Galizischen Ukraine auf Bloodliestandsbewegung hervorzurufen, die Ausrottung der Juden und Polen zum Ziel haben sollt. Nach den Eintragungen im Tagebuch von Canaris fand SIEM 12. September 1939 Stat. Der Sinn dieses Befehls oder der Anweisung, die von Ribbentrop ausging, von Keitel und Canaris Widerspän war und dann in kurzer Unterredung nochmals von Ribbentrop Canaris gegenüber aufgesiegt wurde, war folgend, die Organisationen nationaler Ukrainer, mit dienen das Amt Ausland/Abwehr im militarischen Sinn, also im Sinn militarisker Operationen zusammenarbeitet, sollten in Polen eine Aufstandsbewegung hervorrufen in Polen mit den Ukrainern. Die Aufstandsbewegung sollte den Zweck haben, Polen und Juden, also vor allem Element oder Kreis, die es sich bei diesen Besprechungen immer wieder dreht, auszurotten.7 translated, Colonel Amen, what, if anything, was said about possible collaboration with a Ukrainian group? Lahausen, yes, and it was given by the then Chief of Staff of the Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht with which the Office Ausland/Abwehr was collaborating in a military sense, that is in the sense of military operations, should produce an insurgency in Poland, with the Ukrainians. The insurgency should have the purpose of exterminating Poles and Jews, that is, in particular the elements or circles that were repeatedly the subjects of these meetings. 307. The Soviets wanted to protect the USSR and, therefore to preserve independent Poland. It is conventionally stated as fact that the MR Pact was an agreement to partition Poland, divide it up. This is completely false. I've prepared a page with much fuller evidence. Be no doubt a big reason for this falsehood is the inconvenient fact that Britain and France did sign a non-aggression pact with Hitler that partitioned another state, Czechoslovakia. That was the Munich Agreement of September 30, 1938.9. Poland also took part in the partition of Czechoslovakia. Poland seized a part of the Teschen area of Czechoslovakia, even though only a minority of the population was Polish. This invasion and occupation was not part of the Munich Agreement. But neither France nor Britain did anything about it. Therefore, they consented to it. Later, in March 1939, Hitler seized the remaining part of Czechoslovakia. This had not been foreseen in the Munich Agreement either. Once again Britain, France, and Poland did nothing about it. SAEET protocols to the pact did not plan any partition of Poland at http://misaweb for a brief over see Munich Agreement at http://wikipedia.org/wiki/Munich Agreement blood lies. So the anti-communist allies Britain, France, and Poland really did participate in the partitioning of a powerless state. Perhaps this may explain, at least in part, why the anti-communist position today is that the USSR did likewise. But whatever the reason, it is the Soviet Union signed the non-aggression pact with Germany not to partition Poland like the Allies had partitioned Czechoslovakia, but in order to defend the USSR. The treaty included a line of Soviet interest within Poland beyond which German troops could not remain in the event that Germany routed the Polish army in a war. The point here was that, if the Polish army were beaten, it and the Polish government could retreat beyond the line of Soviet interest and so find shelter, since Hitler had agreed not to remain further into Poland than that line. From there they could make peace with Germany. The Polish state would still exist. The Soviet Stalin, to use a crude synecdoche, did not do this out of any love for a ferociously anti-communist and anti-Soviet Poland that was rapidly becoming fascist. The Soviets wanted a Polish government, any Polish government, as a buffer between the USSR and the Nazi armies. The betrayal by the Polish government of its own people frustrated this plan. In the event that, as all military experts expected, its army was smashed by the German army, the Polish government had two alternatives. It could stay inside the country, moving its capital to the east, away from the advancing German army into the Soviet sphere of influence. From there it could have sued for peace. Or the Polish government could have fled to either France or England, allied countries that were at war with Germany. But the Polish government did neither. Instead, the Polish government and general staff fled into neighboring Romania. Romania was neutral in the war. By crossing into neutral Romania, Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, what really happened? The Polish government became interned. Under internment it could not function as a government from Romania, or pass through Romania to a country at war with Germany like France. To permit the Polish government to do either would be a violation of Romania's own neutrality and a hostile act against Germany. The USSR did not invade Poland, and everybody knew it at the time. When Poland had no government, Poland was no longer a state. That meant that Hitler had nobody with whom to negotiate a ceasefire, or treaty. Furthermore, the MR Treaty's secret protocols were void, since they were an agreement about the state of Poland. But no state of Poland existed any longer. Unless the Red Army came in to prevent it, there was nothing to prevent the Nazis from coming right up to the Soviet border. Or as we now know, they were in fact preparing to do. Hitler could have formed one or more pro-Nazi states in what had until recently been Eastern Poland. That way Hitler could have had it both ways. He could claim to the Soviets that he was still adhering to the spheres of influence agreement of the MR Pact, while in fact setting up a pro-Nazi, highly militarized fascist Ukrainian nationalist state on the Soviet border. Once the Germans had told the Soviets that they, the German leadership, had decided that the Polish state no longer existed, then it did not make any difference whether the Soviets, or some hypothetical body of international jurists, agreed with them or not. In effect, the Nazis were telling the Soviets that they felt free to come right up to the Soviet border. Neither the USSR nor any state would have permitted such a thing. Nor did international law demand it. At the end of September, a new secret agreement was concluded. In it, the Soviet line of interest was to the east of the sphere of influence line decided upon a month earlier in the secret protocol and published in Izvestia and in the New York Times during September. INTET and the law on this question below. Blood Lies 1939.22. In this territory Poles were a minority, even after the Polonization campaign of settling Poles in the area during the 20s and 30s. 12. How do we know this interpretation of events is true? How do we know the USSR did not commit aggression against, or invade, Poland when it occupied eastern Poland beginning on September 17, 1939, after the Polish government had interned itself in Romania? Here are 9 pieces of evidence. 1. The Polish government did not declare war on USSR. The Polish government declared war on Germany when Germany invaded on September 1, 1939. It did not declare war on the USSR. 2. The Polish Supreme Commander Rydz Smigly ordered Polish soldiers not to fight the Soviets, though he ordered Polish forces to continue to fight the Germans. 3. The Polish President Ignaz Masicki, interned in Romania since September 17, tacitly admitted that Poland no longer had a government. 4. The Romanian government tacitly admitted that Poland no longer had a government. 14. The Romanian position recognized the fact that Masicki was lying when he claimed he had legally resigned on September 30. So the Romanian government fabricated a story according to which Masicki had already resigned back on September 15, just before entering Romania and being interned. But even Masicki himself did not make this claim. Romania needed this legal fiction to try to sidestep the following issue: once Masicki had been interned in Romania, that is, from see the map http://udclair.edu/rrg/rarch1mg.html. A map that show NVS ethnic and linguistic poln_lation is here. http://misaweb.edu/ferg/r/9html. See the at page http webedu9/thtml. See the evidence at http://msuwebmontelair.edu/fuh/m1809/_WrestleNation H. Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, What Really Happened? September 17, 1939 on. He could not function as President of Poland. Since resignation is an official act, Masicki could not resign once he was in Romania. For our present purposes, here's the significant point: both the Polish leaders and the Romanian government recognized that Poland was bereft of a government once the Polish government crossed the border into Romania and were interned there. Both Masicki and Romania wanted a legal basis, a fig leaf, for such a government, but they disagreed completely about this fig leaf, which exposes it as what it was: a fiction. 5. Romania had a military treaty with Poland aimed against the USSR. Yet Romania did not declare war on the USSR. The Polish government later claimed that it had released Romania from its obligations under this military treaty in return for safe haven in Romania. But there is no evidence for this statement. It is highly unlikely that Romania would have ever promised safe haven for Poland, since that would have been an act of hostility against Nazi Germany. Romania was neutral in the war and, as discussed below, insisted upon interning the Polish government and disarming the Polish force once they had crossed the border into Romania. The real reason for Romania's failure to declare war on the USSR is probably the one given in a New York Times article of September 19, 1939. The Romanian viewpoint concerning the Romanian-Polish anti-Soviet agreement is that it would be operative only if a Russian attack came as an isolated event and not as a consequence of other wars. Romania anxious, watches frontier. NYT September 19, 1939, p.8. That means Romania recognized that the Red Army was not allied with Germany in its war with Poland. 6. France did not declare war on the USSR, though it had a mutual defense treaty with Poland. See this page. 5. For the reconstructed http://misawebonchair.edu/ferg/research/mlg09/mrpactmel. 312. Blood Lies. Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, What Really Happened. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the Union of South Africa, 19. 313. Text of the secret military protocol of this treaty, which has been lost, which probably means that the French government still keeps its text secret. 7. England never demanded that the USSR withdraw its troops from western Belorussia and western Ukraine, the parts of the former Polish state occupied by the Red Army after September 17, 1939. On the contrary, the British government concluded that these territories should not be a part of a future Polish state. Even the Polish government in exile agreed. 16. 8. The League of Nations did not determine the USSR had invaded a member state. Article 16 of the League of Nations Covenant required members to take trade and economic sanctions against any member who resorted to war. 17. But no country took any sanctions against the USSR. No country broke diplomatic relations with the USSR over this action. However, when the USSR attacked Finland in 1939, the League did vote to expel the USSR, and several countries broke diplomatic relations with it. This very different response tells us that the League viewed the Soviet action in the case of Poland as qualitatively different, as not a resort to war. 1b. 9. All countries accepted the USSR's declaration of neutrality. All, including the belligerent Polish allies France and England, agreed that the USSR was not a belligerent power, was not participating in the war. In effect, they accepted the USSR's claim that it was neutral in the conflict. Here is President Franklin Roosevelt's proclamation 2374 on neutrality, November 4, 1939. A state of war unhappily exists between Germany and France, Poland, and the United Kingdom, India. See the texts produced here.
http://misaweb.montclair.edu/finrg/maskey_101739_score102173.ht/rnic/http/avalon.law_yale.edu/20th/art16 The League of Nations resolution is reproduced here. http ibiblio.org/policy/1939/391214 at Mel FDR's statement on combat areas of November 4, 1939, defines belligerent ports, British, French, and German, in Europe or Africa. 20. The Soviet Union is not listed among the belligerent states. That means the United States government did not consider the USSR to be at war with Poland. For more detail on the Soviet Union's claim of neutrality, see the texts reproduced here. 21. Naturally, a country cannot invade another country and yet credibly claim that it is neutral with respect to the war involving that country. But no country, not the United States, or Britain, or France,
or any country in the world declared the USSR a belligerent. Even the Polish government in exile, at first in Paris, did not declare war on the Soviet Union. In 1958 UCLA professor George Ginsbergs published an article examining the Soviet Union's claim of neutrality in the German-Polish War. With reference to international law and the statements of the parties at the time, Ginsbergs concluded that the USSR was indeed neutral and that this neutrality was internationally recognized. In spite of the doubtful legality of its action, the Soviet government succeeded in not losing its status as a neutral. Even after the invasion of eastern Poland by the Red Army, the USSR continued to be treated as a neutral both by the belligerents and by third parties. No municipal neutrality laws were applied to the Soviet-Polish hostilities. The major reason for the Narkomindl's success lies, of course, in the political decision of France and Great Britain for the Union's claim of neutrality. http://mseb.mo/Soviet_neutrality.hrni blood lies who found it politically inexpedient to challenge the Soviet action. Questions of law apart, Soviet neutrality was confirmed simply because the belligerents thought it impractical to question it. It emerges quite clearly that the main preoccupation of the Soviets was to act so as not to jeopardize Soviet neutrality, or, in Molotov's words, to act so as not to injure our cause and promote unity among our opponents. Thus the march of the Red Army was held up until Warsaw had fallen, until the military disintegration of Poland was far advanced and its total collapse was clearly imminent. In these circumstances, the action of the USSR, buttressed by not unreasonable legal arguments, took upon itself less and less of the appearance of a full-fledged military intervention on the side of Germany. To many, Poland's doom already appeared sealed by September 17, 1939, and, by and large, it was thought that in the East the war had already come to an end with Poland's defeat. For all these various reasons, the Soviet move did not assume the proportions of a flagrant violation of its duties as a neutral, and the USSR succeeded in maintaining the legal status quo. From 1939 to 1941 it seems to have been in the interests of the USSR to pursue a more or less scrupulous policy of neutrality and to have this policy recognized by the world at large de jure and de facto. 22. The collapse of the Polish state by September 17, 1939. When Soviet troops crossed the border, the Polish government had ceased to function. The fact that Poland no longer had a government meant that Poland was no longer a state. On September 17, when Molotov met with Polish ambassador to the USSR Grzybowski, the latter told Molotov that he did not. Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. What really happened? Know where his government was, but had been informed that he should contact it through Bucharest. Z3. The last elements of the Polish government crossed the border into Romania and so into internment during the day of September 17, according to a United Press dispatch published on page 4 of the New York Times on September 18 with a dateline of Cernati, Romania. 24. Without a government, Poland as a state had ceased to exist under international law. This fact is denied more often, simply ignored by Polish nationalists, for whom it is highly inconvenient, and by anti-communists generally. We take a closer look at this issue in the next section below. But a moment's reflection will reveal the logic of this position. The Polish government was interned in Romania government and had not appointed a successor before interning itself. There was no Polish body to claim sovereignty over those parts of Poland not yet occupied by Germany, no one to negotiate with, no body to which the police, local governments, and the military were responsible. Polish ambassadors to foreign countries no longer represented their government, because there was no government. See the page Polish state collapsed cited in a previous footnote, and especially the NYT article of October 2, 1939 quoted there. 25. Germany no longer recognized the existence of the state of Poland by September 15. German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop was writing to Friedrich Werner von der Schulenburg, Gefährmann ambassador to Moscow, that if the USSR did not enter eastern Poland militarily there would be a political vacuum in which new states might form. See the documents at this page. Blood Lies. Chapter 7.
The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, what really happened? Germany felt it was now free either to occupy what had been eastern Poland right up to the Soviet border, or as we now know, Hitler was planning to form one or more pro-Nazi, anti-Soviet puppet states there. The USSR simply could not permit either of these outcomes. German General Kurt von Tippelskirch, in his Geschichte des Zweiten Weltkriegs wrote, when the Polish government realized that the end was near on September, it fled from Warsaw to Lublin. From there it left on September 9 for Kremenets, and on September 13 for Zalszczniki, a town right on the Romanian border. The people and the army, which at that time was still involved in furious fighting, were cast to the whim of fate. 28 The question of the state in International Law 29 Every definition of the state recognizes the necessity of a government or organized political authority. Once the Polish government crossed the border into Romania, it was no longer a government. Even the Polish officials of the day recognized this by trying to create the impression that the government had never been interned since it had been handed over to somebody else before crossing into Romania. See the discussion concerning Masicki and his desire to resign on September 29, 1939, also cited above. 30 Everybody, Poles included, recognized that by interning itself in Romania the Polish government had created a situation whereby Poland was no longer a state. This is not just a reasonable interpretation, not just one logical deduction among several possible deductions. It was virtually everybody's interpretation at the time. Have used the Russian of Tippelskirch's passage in is online at see this page for more detail, htm://msuwebtclair/_international_law at http://misaweb.monsier.edu/ferg/regierch/gov/masicki_resignation.html. Also the question is disposed of in case a Russian intervention did not take place, of whether in the area lying to the east of the German zone of influence a political vacuum might not occur. Since we on our part have no intention of undertaking any political or administrative activities in these areas, apart from what is made necessary by military operations, without such an intervention on the part of the Soviet government there might be the possibility of the construction of new states there. 26 Ribbentrop no longer referred to Poland, only to the area lying to the east of the German zone of influence. This shows that he considered that the Polish government was no longer functioning and so no longer had sovereignty even in the east where there were no German forces and where the Soviets had not yet entered. Schulenberg reported this to Molotov and summarized Molotov's reply the next day, September 16. Molotov added that he would present my communication to his government, but he believed that a joint communiqué was no longer needed. The Soviet government intended to motivate its procedure as follows: the Polish state had collapsed and no longer existed, therefore all agreements concluded with Poland were void. THIRD-WORLDISM. Germinal might try to profit by the chaos which had arisen. 27 So even if the USSR had disagreed with the Germans and had held to the position that a Polish state still existed, the Soviets would have to deal with the fact that Germany no longer did. Germany considered that a Polish state no longer existed. Therefore the secret protocol about spheres of influence, agreed upon in the secret protocol to the MR Pact a few weeks earlier, was no longer in effect. At http://avalon.law.yale.ua/20th_century/ns072.asp. At blood lies every major power, plus the former Polish Prime Minister himself, shared it. Once this problem is squarely faced, everything else flows from it. The secret protocol to the MR Pact was no longer valid, in that it was about spheres of influence in the state of Poland. By September 15 at the latest Germany had taken the position that Poland no longer existed as a state. We have discussed this further at this page. 31 Once Poland ceased to exist as a state, the secret protocol did not apply any longer. If they wanted to, the Germans could march right up to the Soviet frontier. And this is what Hitler was in fact going to do. If the Soviet Union did not send in troops, they could facilitate the creation of puppet states, like a pro-Nazi Ukrainian nationalist state. In any case, once Hitler had taken the position that Poland no longer existed as a state and therefore that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact's agreement on spheres of influence in the state of Poland was no longer valid,
The Soviet Union had only two choices. It could send the Red Army into western Ukraine and western Belarus to establish sovereignty there. Or it could stand passively by and watch Hitler send the Nazi army right up to the Soviet border. Since the Polish state had ceased to exist, the Soviet-Polish Non-Aggression Pact was no longer in effect. The Red Army could cross the border without invading or committing aggression against Poland. By sending its troops across the border, the USSR was claiming sovereignty, so no one else could do so, e.g. a pro-Nazi Ukrainian nationalist state, or Nazi Germany itself. Legitimacy flows from the state, and there was no longer any Polish state. Therefore the Polish army was no longer a legitimate army, but a gang of armed men acting without any legitimacy. Having no legitimacy, the Polish army should have immediately laid http://misawebmontclair.edu/ferg/rasiri/tnlg09/chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, what really happened? Down its arms and surrendered. Of course it could keep fighting, but then it would no longer be fighting as a legitimate army but as partisans. Partisans have no rights at all except under the laws of the government that does claim sovereignty. Some Polish nationalists claim that the Soviets showed their perfidy by refusing, once they had sent troops across the Soviet frontier, to allow the Polish army cross the border into Romania. But this is all wrong. The USSR had diplomatic relations with Romania. The USSR could not permit thousands of armed men to cross the border from areas where it held sovereignty into Romania, a neighboring state. Imagine if, say, Mexico or Canada tried to permit thousands of armed men to cross the border into the USA. The Soviet position was valid under international law. In a 1958 article in the American Journal of International Law, UCLA professor Ginsburgs determined that the Soviet claim that the state of Poland no longer existed was basically a sound one. For all these various reasons, it may safely be concluded that on this particular point the Soviet argument was successful, and that the above considerations do not allow for any doubt that there did not exist a state of war between Poland and the USSR in September, 1939. In spite of scattered protests to the contrary, the consensus heavily sides with the Soviet view that by September 17, 1939, the Polish government was in panic and full flight, that it did not exercise any appreciable control over its armed forces or its remaining territory, and that the days of Poland were indeed numbered. De facto, then, one may well accept the view that the Polish government no longer functioned as an effective state power. In such a case, the Soviet claim that Eastern Galicia was in fact a terra null-bloodless may not be unjustified and could be sustained. 32 Renegotiation of Race of Influence, September 28, 1939. All this is referred to directly in telegram number 360 of September 15 to 16, 1939 from German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop to Graf Werner von Schulenburg, German ambassador to Moscow, with its reference to the possibility of the formation in this area of new states. 34. Note that Ribbentrop was very displeased with the idea that the Soviets would declare the threat to the Ukrainian and White Russian populations by Germany as a ground for Soviet action, and wants Schulenburg to get Molotov to give some other motive. He was unsuccessful. This was exactly the motive the Soviets gave, nor can it be demanded of the Soviet government that it remain indifferent to the fate of its blood brothers, the Ukrainians and Belarusians inhabiting Poland, who even formerly were without rights and who now have been abandoned entirely to their fate. The Soviet government deems it its sacred duty to extend a hand of assistance to its brother Ukrainians and brother Belarusians inhabiting Poland. 35s. A cage study in the Soviet use of international law, Eastern Poland in the American 52 at pp 72 and 73. The term terra is on Wikipedia as follows: terra nullius la. / terra nullius, a Latin deriving from Roman law, land belonging to no one. L11, which is used in international law, territory which has never been subject to the aid of any state, or over which any prior sovereign has expressly implicitly relinquished sovereignty.
For more and a map, see http://text of the telegram at http://avalonlaw.yale.edu/20th/ns072asp35 September 17.1939, quoted New York Times September 18.1939, 5, also Jane DeGraw, pages 374-375. Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, What Really Happened? Polish imperialism. We should try to understand the Soviet explanation regarding the reference to the fate of its blood brothers, the Ukrainians and Belarusians inhabiting Poland. At the Treaty of Riga signed in March 1921, the Russian Republic, exhausted by the civil war and foreign intervention, agreed to give half of Belarus and Ukraine to the Polish imperialists in return for a desperately needed peace. We use the words Polish imperialists advisedly, because Poles, native speakers of the Polish language, were in the minority in western Belarus and western Ukraine, the areas that passed to Poland in this treaty. The Polish regime then encouraged ethnic Poles to populate these areas to Polonize them. The Polish government put all kinds of restrictions on the use of the Belarusian and Ukrainian languages. Up till the beginning of 1939, when Hitler decided to turn against Poland before making war on the USSR, the Polish government was maneuvering to join Nazi Germany in a war on the USSR in order to seize more territory. As late as January 26, 1939, Polish Foreign Minister Beck was discussing this with Nazi Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop in Warsaw. Ribbentrop wrote, 2. I then spoke to M. Beck once more about the policy to be pursued by Poland and Germany towards the Soviet Union, and in this connection also spoke about the question of the Greater Ukraine and again proposed Polish-German collaboration in this field. M. Beck made no secret of the fact that Poland had aspirations directed toward the Soviet Ukraine and a connection with the Black original in Zur DTWT_sexy DBDVS. I English translation in Documents on German Foreign Policy, 19184945, Series D Volume V. The document in is No. 126, pages 167 to 168, this quotation on p16b. Also in God Kryzysa R1, 00K. Number 120. Blood Lies. Polish Foreign Minister Beck was telling Ribbentrop that Poland would like to seize all of the Ukraine from the USSR, for that was the only way Poland could have had a connection with the Black Sea. In occupying western Belarus and western Ukraine, the USSR was reuniting Belarusians and Ukrainians, east and west. This is what the Soviets meant by the claim that they were liberating these areas. The word liberation is conventionally used when an occupying imperialist power withdraws. That is what happened here. Ginsbergs wrote, theoretically the USSR still retains a better claim than Poland to the incorporated territories on the basis of the principle of national self-determination, if the ethnic composition of the area's population is taken into account. 4. Though the Soviet title rests on a plebiscite of doubtful validity, the Polish one derives from a direct act of force and military conquest, not even remotely claiming parentage with the concept of national self-determination. The Polish government in exile at the beginning of October 1939. The British and French governments recognized a Polish government in exile in France. This was an act of hostility against Germany, of course. But the UK and France were already at war with Germany. The US government wasn't sure what to do. After a time it took the position of refusing to recognize the conquest of Poland, but treated the Polish government in exile in Paris in an equivocal manner. The USSR could not recognize it for a number of reasons, recognizing it would be incompatible with the neutrality of the USSR in the war. It would be an act of hostility against Germany, with which the USSR had a non-aggression pact. Case study, 80. Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, What Really Happened? And a Desire to Avoid War. The Polish government in exile could not exercise sovereignty anywhere. Most important, if the USSR were to recognize the Polish government in exile, the USSR would have had to retreat back to its pre-September 1939 borders because the Polish government in exile would never recognize the Soviet occupation of Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. Then Germany would have simply marched up to the Soviet frontier. To permit that would have been a crime against the Soviet people as well as against all residents of these areas, including Poles, because they would have been abandoned to Hitler. And, as the British and French soon agreed, a blow against them, and a big boost to Hitler as well. 3b The Polish government was uniquely irresponsible. No other government during WW2 acted as the Polish government did. Many governments of countries conquered by the Axis formed governments in exile to continue the war. But only the Polish government interned itself in a neutral country, thereby stripping itself of the ability to function as a government and stripping their own people of their existence as a state. What should the Polish government leader have done, once they realized they were completely beaten militarily? The Polish government should have remained somewhere, if not in the capital, Warsaw, then in eastern Poland land. If its leaders had set up an alternative capital in the east, something the Soviets had prepared to do east of Moscow, in case the Nazis captured Moscow, then they could have preserved a rump Poland. There it should have capitulated as, for example, the French government did in July 1940. See the further discussion at http://misaweb.rundclair.edu/ferg/MLG09/should_the_USSR_have_permitted. 324. Blood Lies. Chapter 7. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, What Really Happened? The Western Allies and the USSR that the Soviets sought but UK and French leaders rejected. That would have greatly weakened Hitler, probably prevented much of the Jewish Holocaust, certainly prevented the conquest of France, Belgium, and the rest of Europe, certainly prevented the deaths of many millions of Soviet citizens. Poland could have emerged from WW2 as an independent state, perhaps a neutral one, like Finland, Sweden, or Austria. All this, if only the Polish government had remained in their and more country at least long enough to surrender, as every other government did. Or, it could have sued for peace, as the Finnish government did in March 1940. Then Poland, like Finland, would have remained as a state. It would certainly have lost a great deal of territory, but not all of it. Or, the Polish government could have fled to Great Britain or France, countries already at war with Germany. Polish government leaders could have fled by air any time. Or they could have gotten to the Polish port of Gdynia, which held out until September 14, and fled by boat. Why didn't they do either of these things? Did Polish government leaders think they might be killed? Well, so what? Tens of thousands of their fellow citizens and soldiers were being killed. Did they perhaps really believe that Romania would violate its neutrality with Germany and let them pass through to France? If they did believe this, they were remarkably stupid. There is no evidence that the Romanian government encouraged them to believe this. Did they believe Britain and France were going to save them? If so, that too was remarkably stupid. Even if the British and French really intended to field a large army to attack German forces in the West, the Polish army would have had to hold against the Wehrmacht for at least a month, perhaps longer. But the Polish army was in rapid retreat after the first day or two of the war. Perhaps they fled simply out of sheer cowardice. That is what their flight out of Warsaw, the Polish capital, suggests. Warsaw held out until early October, 1939. The Polish government could have simply remained there until the city capitulated. Everything that happened afterwards was a result of the Polish government being interned in Romania. Here's how the world might have been different if a rump Poland had remained after surrender to Hitler. A rump Poland might finally have agreed to make a mutual defense pact that included the USSR. That would have restarted collective security, the anti-Nazi alliance between Chapter 8.
Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in Bloodlands Ch4. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in Bloodlands Ch4. Snyder writes more often about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact than about any other single subject except the Soviet famine of 1932-33. These events, or, to be accurate, a fraudulent version of them, are foundational to contemporary right-wing anti-communist Polish and Ukrainian nationalism respectively. This cannot be mere coincidence. Snyder's articles and Bloodlands present this nationalist mythology to English readers with something the nationalists are not able to provide for themselves, the prestige of a Yale professor. Snyder does not cite any of the primary source evidence concerning the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and Soviet actions in September 1939. In fact, he shows no knowledge of it at all. Nor does he cite, much less refute, the accounts of Western, Soviet, or Russian historians. Perhaps this is because all except a few of the most right-wing of these scholars disagree with him completely. Joint invasion of Poland by Allies, the big lie at work. The notion that the Soviet Union and Hitler's Germany were allies from 1939 to 1941 is one of the central falsehoods in Snyder's book. This allegation is false and there is no evidence whatever to support it. But by the principle of the big lie, a falsehood repeated over and over again as if it were simply the obvious truth may eventually be assumed to be true by those who hear or read it enough times. This is especially so if the big lie emanates from a Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. 327 source thought to be authoritative, such as a full professor at Yale University. Therefore Snyder simply takes for granted his contention that the USSR and Nazi Germany had an alliance. Snyder refers to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact as an alliance 15 times in this book. He calls Germany and the USSR allies 8 times. He uses the term ally with reference to Germany and the USSR 8 times. He asserts 3 times that they were allied. Snyder uses the word joint or jointly 15 times to refer to the invasion and occupation of Poland. This is the big lie at work with a vengeance. The USSR did not invade Poland. As a practical matter, Poland as a state had ceased to exist when its government abandoned its governmental functions. It ceased to exist in a legal sense when its government interned itself in Romania without appointing a successor government, even one in exile. 2 As a legal as well as a practical matter, Poland ceased to exist as a state when Germany could no longer locate the Polish government to try to open negotiations with it. On September 15, 1939, German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop informed the Soviet Union that Poland no longer existed. 3 This implied that Germany no longer recognized the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, since that was an agreement about the Polish state. Despite German insistence that the USSR invade Poland, the Soviet leadership was slow to send any troops into eastern Poland. When the Red Army did cross the border, it was only to prevent German troops from coming right up to the Soviet frontier. No government would have permitted that to happen. Winston Churchill Recog Chapter 6 of Adolf Hitler's Main Ramp the classic source for the doctrine of the big C. http://misaweb.monci.ai.edu/ferg/mig09/sid_html_g. The blood lies is this. In a speech of October 1, 1939, we quoted his remarks in the previous chapter. The USSR was not an ally of Nazi Germany, as Snyder repeatedly claims. There was no alliance. The USSR declared its neutrality in the German-Polish War. This claim was accepted by all the powers at the time and by the League of Nations. 6 That the Soviet Union was not in any way allied militarily with Hitler's Germany can be shown by the facts. A good source of these facts is the book by Russian historian Oleg Vishlyaev, On the Eve of June 22, 1941. 7 Vishlyaev demonstrates in great detail that there is no evidence for any military collaboration, which is a fiction constructed by anti-communists. Publications that pursue the aim of exposing the Polish policy of the USSR in 1939 are distinguished by one remarkable trait: they fail to set forth any concrete examples of how the Russians and Germans fought against the Poles shoulder to shoulder. The difficulties of authors who write about the military cooperation of the USSR and Hitlerite Germany but who fail to cite any concrete evidence of such collaboration, may be easily accounted for. There is no such evidence, and there is no place to obtain any, since the Soviet Union never intended to take part in, and never did take part in Germany's war against Poland, and the Red Army Command did not work out with the Wehrmacht Command any operational plans aimed at Poland, did not plan any military operations against the Polish army together with the German armed forces, and did not carry out any such. Germany had its http://webit.edu/ferg/research/mlg09/Soviet_He22 2001 at http://miltara.lib.ru/research/vishlov/index.html Chapter 8. Snyde's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 329 War of Conquest, the USSR its campaign of liberation. Their actions were not synchronized, different in character, and were directed towards the attainment of different aims. B. Who destroyed the Polish state? There was no joint invasion of Poland. There was no Polish government, legitimate or otherwise, after some time in the middle of September of 1939. Neither the Soviets nor even the Germans destroyed the Polish state. The Polish government did that by interning itself in Romania and leaving no government behind. The Polish government was uniquely cowardly and unprincipled. Hitler himself was ready to negotiate with the Polish government and leave a shrunken Poland in existence. But there was no government had fled the country and endearment with which to negotiate its people. No other government on any side of the war did this. 9 There was no joint victory parade. Snyder twice refers to a supposed joint victory parade by German and Soviet troops. This is a falsehood. There was no such joint victory parade. Brest, on the border between the German and Soviet spheres of influence, was handed over to the Soviet Commander General Semyon M. Krivoshein by the German commander, Heinz Guderian. Both men wrote about this event in their memoirs. Krivoshein wrote that a parade had been stipulated in the agreement between the Soviet and German commands and therefore he was forced to agree to one, though unwillingly. But Krivoshein refused to have a joint parade since the German troops had been rested for a week while his own had just made a night march of 120 kilometers and would not have the spit and Polish appearance necessary for a parade. Vishlyav, CH4RM4, APM6A, KPOBBO, dot. At Zapakatib http://misaweb.montclail.edu/ferg/misaweb.montclail.t.edu/no_perded50n.html and in the Prechting chapter. Blood lies. The two commanders agreed that the German troops would march by while the Soviet troops, upon entering Brest, would stand on the side of the road and salute the German troops while the two orchestras played military marches. 10 Guderian called this a farewell parade and ceremony of changing of flags, after which the German troops withdrew from Brest. Een Abscheidsparade und Einflagenexel in Gegenwart de Generals Krivoshein bindet unsern Aufenthalt in Brest-Litovsk. Krivoshein described the great joy with which the Belarusian inhabitants of Brest greeted the Soviet forces as they approached the city. Translated. We drive to the outskirts, the streets clogged with people, congratulations, joy, tears. The tanks have stopped, it is impossible to pass. People are climbing right on the tanks, kissing, hugging children, giving us apples, watermelons, milk, well, in a word, everything. People with red banners and slogans. Down with bourgeois Poland. Long live the Soviet Union, the liberator of the Belarusian people from the yoke of the Polish Panzergentrill. From the windows balconies of many homes hang the whole lengths of red cloth. An old peasant in bast shoes and tattered peasant's overcoat climbed upon my tank. At length, in peasant fashion and in detail, he told me about the bitter lot of Belarusians in Poland of the Pans. Another speaker,
an old worker, said that in the Poland of the pans, to get a job it was not enough to have the qualifications of an expert mechanic. They also demanded a certificate of loyalty from the police, a priest's certification that you had taken confession, and a recommendation of the fascist organization Sagittarius. Then a student blood lies from the senior class climbed up on the tank and with tears in his eyes shouted that they would no longer allow Hems elves to be whipped with rods and beaten with rulers. A meeting like this is proof that people are glad to see us, that they consider us to be great friends, I said. It is very good. Now let us prepare the people for the transit of German units out of the city. Please locate the conductor of our orchestra and tell him that I command him to make no less noise than the Germans. Krivoshein and surprisingly Guderian agree that the Soviet forces prevented the Germans from driving off with trucks of booty looted from Brest. There is an article online, in Russian, that gives yet more evidence. 1 Zvishlyev's well-documented refutation of the joint parade fiction is strongly recommended. 13 The Soviets did not occupy or annex Poland or Polish territory. The areas of the former Polish state that the Red Army entered had been taken by Poland by conquest from the Russian Republic at the Treaty of Riga in 1921. They were east of the Curzon line, the line marking the area west of which speakers of Polish were in the majority and had only a minority of Polish inhabitants. Most of the inhabitants were Belarusians and Ukrainians, as well as a great many Jews, who were counted as a separate nationality. 14 Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine were in Poland solely due to the Polish imperialist conquest during the Russo-Polish War of 1920. The Polish leadership wanted Ukraine and Belorussia, or as much of both as they could conquer, because at its height in the 18th century the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had possessed Belorussia and most of Ukraine. T5 The map shows that it reached to the Black Sea. Readers should recall that in January 1939 Polish Foreign Minister Józef Beck told German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop that Poland still had aspirations to the Black Sea. Within a month representatives of the populations of Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine had voted to join the USSR. Whatever one thinks about this vote, we note that Poland had never permitted the inhabitants of these areas to hold any plebiscite about whether they preferred to be part of Poland. What legitimate Polish government? Snyder claims the Polish government in exile, first in Paris, then in London, was the legitimate government. This is the logical fallacy of petitio principii, assuming that which must be proved, in plain English, of begging the question. Who says the legitimate government of Poland was in London? The Polish government ceased to be a government when it interned itself in Romania without appointing a successor government. Great Britain and France recognized the Polish government in exile in Paris because they were at war with Germany and that government was anti-German. But by international law the former Polish government now in internment in Romania could not perform any political function, including appointing a successor government in Poland or in exile. And without a government Poland was no longer a state. The USSR only recognized the Polish government in exile, which had by that time having moved to London, once Germany had invaded and the USSR was at war with Germany. The USSR withdrew its recognition of the London Polish government when that government took Hitler's side on the Karen massacre issue despite its formal alliance with the USSR. The USSR severed relations with the London Polish government on April 25, 1943 and then recognized another, pro-Soviet Polish entity, the Union of Polish. See the of http://wikipedia.org/ulki/file Poland 1764 physical.jpg Blood Lies Patriots. After the war the UPP became the basis of the pro-Soviet socialist government of Poland. Why doesn't Snyder explain this issue for his readers? That is the responsibility of an historian. Instead, he simply assumes what is to be proven, that the London-based Polish government was the legitimate one. Great Britain and the United States withdrew recognition of the London Polish government on July 6, 1945, and recognized the pro-Soviet Polish government in Warsaw. Thereafter the self-proclaimed London-based Polish government remained in the U.K. recognized by no major country. Specific falsehoods in Bloodlands, Chapter 4 on page 120 Snyder states, without explanation, Poland fought alone.
Poland did indeed fight Germany alone because of the anti-communism and brinksmanship of its government. The Polish government refused any military alliance with the Soviet Union, the one force that could have had troops in Poland in time to fight the German army. The British had tried in vain to point out to the Poles the obvious, that only the Red Army could give them any real help in the event of a German invasion. The Poles were firm in rejecting any treaties with the USSR. This sealed their fate. On pages 120 to 121 Snyder outlines some German atrocities against the Poles. Snyder ignores alleged Polish atrocities against German civilians in Poland. For example, Polish nationalists have long denied the Nazi charges that Poles massacred German civilians in Bromberg/Bijazych when the war began. Kazimierz Jastrzębski, a professor at the Bijazych University who had specialized in studying this event, concluded in 2003 that there was no German provocation and that the German civilians were indeed massacred by Poles. Lbc http://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/kpajo_bock_ib_Jastrzębski tu kosig w myato pc doi imok journal rmf1 2003 at http://www.rmf24.pl/tylk/wywiadi/ncws% Lajamine to ko SIEID, 38894 Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 335 On page 122, Snyder states, Poland never surrendered, but hostilities came to an end on October 6, 1939. Once again Snyder fails to explain something important: why did Poland never surrender? The answer is simple: the Polish government could not surrender because there was no Polish government. Having interned itself in Romania, it could not exercise any governmental functions, including that of surrender, ceasefire, negotiation. Because the Polish government had failed to appoint a successor government outside the country, no one else could exercise those functions either. No doubt the reason Snyder does not state why Poland never surrendered but hostilities came to an end is that the true explanation would expose the bankruptcy of the Polish regime. The lie: the USSR entered the German-Polish War on Germany's side. Snyder states, Germany had all but won the war by the time the Soviets entered it on September 17. This statement is false. The USSR never entered the German-Polish War at all. The USSR declared its neutrality from the very outset. This neutrality was accepted by all parties, including the UK and France, who were, in a formal sense, at war with Germany. 17 Snyder begins to pay at least some lip service to the political reality of statelessness that the Polish government created. The Soviets claimed that their intervention was necessary because the Polish state had ceased to exist. Since Poland could no longer protect its own citizens, went the argument, the Red Army had to enter the country on a peacekeeping mission. Poland's large Ukrainian and Belarusian minorities, for the evidence see the *did Soviet Union. And the Soviet neutrality at http://uweb_mon/mlg09/Soviet_neutral-ity.htni. 336. Blood Lies. Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Pact 337. The lie that Stalin spoke of an alliance with Hitler. Snyder concludes, Soviet soldiers would meet German soldiers, demarcate the border, and, in one instance, stage a joint victory march. Stalin spoke of an alliance with Germany cemented in blood. It was mainly the blood of Polish soldiers, more than 60,000 of whom died in combat. 12 This paragraph is replete with evasions and falsehoods. The Soviet Union entered Poland because not to do so would have been to allow the German army to stand on the Russian border. Since there was no government any longer that claimed sovereignty in western Ukraine and western Belorussia, the Soviet Union claimed sovereignty. Germany had already informed the USSR that new states, most likely, a Ukrainian fascist state closely tied to Nazi Germany, would arise if the Soviets did not claim sovereignty. An essential aspect of sovereignty is the monopoly of force. The Red Army became the only legitimate military force. Since there was no Polish government anywhere, the Polish army has no legal status and was obliged to disarm. Some commanders did not know about this, and the Red Army had to engage them. Snyder writes that Stalin spoke of an alliance with Germany cemented in blood. He gives his source for it as follows. N12, quotation, Weinberg, World at Arms, 57. Snyder's statement is false. Weinberg notes that Stalin did not mention the term alliance at all. Instead, in response to von Ribbentrop's congratulations to him on his 60th birthday in December 1939, Stalin used the word friendship. Here is the full text of Stalin's reply telegram to Ribbentrop. When the Soviet propaganda were in particular need of rescue. True enough, but Snyder does not tell his readers the evidence for and against this position. Nor has he given his readers any of the explanation or context for these statements. He never explains why the Soviets claimed the Polish state had ceased to exist, i.e., what realities this claim was based on. He never outlines Polish oppression of the Belarusian and Ukrainian majorities. He fails to inform his readers about the anti-Polish uprisings that accompanied the outset of the Polish-German War. Snyder continues, yet despite the rhetoric, the Soviet officers and soldiers were prepared for war, and fought one. The Red Army disarmed Polish units, and engaged them wherever necessary. Snyder fails to explain to his readers why the Polish army had to be disarmed. It was no longer the army of the Polish state, which had disappeared when its government interned itself in Romania without appointing a successor. But some Polish units did not know their government had abandoned them. The Polish government had not informed them. So some Polish military units did oppose the Red Army and had to be fought. Whereupon Snyder writes, 500,000 men had crossed a frontier that was no longer defended, to fight an enemy that was all but defeated. This is false. The Red Army did not cross the border to fight with the Poles but to keep German troops away from its borders and to keep a fascist pro-German state, probably a Ukrainian nationalist state, from being formed there. Quotations from the relevant documents can be found in the preceding chapter and my online article. 18th/missaweb.montclair.edu/ferg/mlg09/no_partition.html blood lies bj1 aranamo bac, rockno ahhmhhcrp, 3an03 apabni hhh. Apex 5a hap 0 aob rep ma hhhhcobtc koro coma. CK pen HHKPOBB10, HMETBCEOCHOBAHH5B1TBAJ1WREJ1BH0 UN POC H02. HC-IHH19 translated, to the German Foreign Minister Mr. Joachim von Ribbentrop, Berlin. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your congratulations. Friendship between the peoples of Germany and the Soviet Union, cemented by blood, has every reason to be long and strong. J. Stalin. Weinberg uses the word friendship, as did Stalin. This means that Snyder deliberately deceived his readers when he used the word alliance. The USSR vigorously declared its neutrality in the Polish-German War. The term cemented in blood cannot refer to fighting the Polish army. As Vishlyaev points out, Stalin did not speak of friendship between the German and Soviet governments, but between the German and Soviet people. Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. 339 translated, Stalin spoke not of friendship between Bolshevism and Nazism, as we are falsely told today, but of the friendship of the peoples of the two countries. This friendship he could describe as cemented by blood. Let us remember that strong revolutionary traditions bound Germans and Russians, that the peoples of both countries had made great sacrifices on the altar of the common struggle for social progress, that German and Soviet internationalists fought shoulder to shoulder against fascism on the earth of Spain. Concerning Polish POWs taken by the Red Army, Snyder writes, the removal of these men, and all but one of them were men, was a kind of decapitation of Polish society. The Soviets took more than 100,000 prisoners of war, but released the men and kept only the officers.
More than two-thirds of these officers came from the reserves. Like Zapsky and his botanist companion, these reserve officers were educated professionals and intellectuals, not military men. Thousands of doctors, lawyers, scientists, professors, and politicians were thus removed from Poland. 15 sources, Recak 21 estimates 125,000 prisoners of war, Cianchala. The Soviets also kept about 15,000 people for hard labor in the mines and in road building, of whom some 2,000 died in 1941 during evacuations, see Hrysiuk, victims, 180. Hrysiuk does cite the figure of 125,000 POWs. The problem with all of Hrysiuk's other estimates is this is a misprint. Snyder obviously means Polish nationalist Krzysztof Hrysiuk. Blood lies that they come from the Polish Katyn volumes, which are based upon tendentious interpretations of Soviet archival materials. On the same page he gives the figure of approximately 2,000 killed during the 1941 evacuations. Here as elsewhere Hrysiuk's numbers do not add up. On page 180 he states that nearly 39,000 states that Polish historians figure about 10,000 Polish officers ended up in Soviet captivity. This figure too does not tally with the total number of officers supposedly killed in the Katyn massacre plus those remaining to join the Anders Army in 1941. Numerical problems like those of Hrykaks and Cianchalas contribute to the mystery of the Katyn massacres. We discuss this controversy further in Chapter 10 of the present work. Meanwhile, Snyder wants it both ways. If the officers were the head of Polish society, then the Polish army itself decapitated Poland by surrendering to the German forces and by fleeing to internment in Hungary, Romania, and the Baltic states. Meanwhile the Polish government and military high command decapitated Poland by interning themselves in Romania, thus leaving their country with no leadership. How many Poles did the NKVD arrest, and why? In the background, the NKVD entered the country, in force. In the 21 months to come it made more arrests in occupied eastern Poland than in the entire Soviet Union, seizing some 109,400 Polish citizens. The typical sentence was 8 years in the Gulag. About 8,513 people were sentenced to death. 17 sources, asterisk on the typical sentence, see Jasowicz Zaglata, 172. Chapter 8 Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 341 asterisk on the 109,400 people arrested and the 8,513 people sentenced to death, see Hrysiuk, 182. On the disproportion between arrest and imprisonment numbers, see Klevniuk, Gulag, 236, and Glowacki, Soisai, 292. Jasowicz, Zaglata, 172 states correctly that the maximum sentence was 8 years. The Osobosovshchany of the NKVD, essentially troikas operating like military courts and without appeal, was not empowered to impose sentences longer than 8 years. According to Jasowicz, 74% of the sentences of Polish residents of Western Belorussia who were put on trial were for the maximum 8 years. This was the Polish imperialist infrastructure, police, government officials, and the settlers sent to Polonize the conquered territories. 22 Hrysiuk, 182 does give the number 109,404 Polish citizens arrested, that is, including Belarusians and Ukrainians from Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. In reality, of course, all these people were former Polish citizens since the state of Poland no longer existed and Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia were now part of the USSR. These arrests were for all reasons. Hrysiuk notes that, among those imprisoned, an increasingly large group came from Polish conspiratorial organizations, which had begun to take shape in 1939 after the September defeat. They made up a considerable part of all Poles arrested in 1940 and 1941. In a good example of bias by omission, Snyder fails to mention this important fact. Naturally, the USSR was justified in arresting such people, as any government would do. No state would permit hostile conspiratorial groups to carry on their activities with impunity.
All Polish citizens in the USSR were freed. The fascist invasion of the USSR in Lune 194 land. The Treaty of Alliance. The Soviet. The Polish government in exile. Blood lies. Snyder also fails to note that on page 183 Hrysiuk includes 7,305 persons murdered in the Katyn massacres. That is, once again Hrysiuk rejects the numbers normally given for the Katyn killings of 14,000, 22,000 etc. Hrysiuk doesn't explain this. We discuss Katyn in a later chapter. Klevniuk says nothing at all about the disproportion between arrest and imprisonment numbers. In any case, Klevniuk's book is biased by many assertions that are not supported either by the documents Klevniuk cites or by any footnotes. Glowacki says nothing about any disproportion between arrest and imprisonment numbers either. The top half of the page is a list of political crimes and the sentences for them. This passage does occur. Ustalenie bezporadnij zalenoasi midzi wysokosik kari a narodowoasika fiari jest trudny. Zwiek sektakichi bonai istniel. Nwutpliwasuro wo iwimi aruspraidliwoasi miala w zaloiniojaasi odstrasajko wabekozist obi wadali. Establishing a direct relationship between the amount of the punishment. If this is the passage that Snyder had in mind when he referred to a disproportion between arrest and imprisonment numbers, then he has misunderstood the passage. The remainder of the page is a summary of the statistics of persons imprisoned and in exile in 1939 to 1941, published by the well-known article by the Russian scholar Viktor Anzemskov in 1991. Snyder writes, after the conquest of Poland was complete, the Germans and their Soviet allies met once again to reassess their relations. On September 28, 1939, the Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 343-day Warsaw fell to the Germans. The Allies signed their Treaty on Borders and Friendship. Poland had ceased to exist. This is all wrong. Germany and the USSR were never allies. No agreement between Germany and the USSR mentions any alliance. Like some other anti-communist writers, Snyder simply asserts that the Soviet Union and Hitler's Germany were allies. They do this repeatedly. Perhaps their aim is to create the impression in the reader's minds that this is common knowledge for which no evidence needs to be cited. Poland ceased to exist not on September 28, 1939, but from the time the Polish government ceased to exercise control over it. This was, at the latest, on September 17, when the Polish government crossed into Romanian internment. As a practical matter, it was some days before that, when the government was in flight towards the Romanian border and out of touch with its military command and its ambassadors. Snyder writes, on December 4, 1939, the Soviet Politburo ordered the NKVD to arrange the expulsion of certain groups of Polish citizens deemed to pose a danger to the new order: military veterans, foresters, civil servants, policemen, and their families. Then, on one evening in February 1940, in temperatures of about 40 below zero, the NKVD gathered them all, 139,794 people, taken from their homes at night at gunpoint, to unequipped freight trains bound for special settlements in distant Soviet Kazakhstan or Siberia. The special settlements, part of the Gulag system, were the forced labor zones to which the kulaks had been sent 10 years before. 24 sources, asterisk on the 139,794 people taken from their homes, see Hrysiuk, victims, 184. Blood lies, asterisk Glowacki records temperatures of -42 Celsius, which is -43 Fahrenheit, see Soisai, 328. Asterisk Jaluk, exile, 16. Hrysiuk does cite the number 139,794 while admitting that this count is approximate. The recent Russian account, Sovetskiye deportatsiy, states approximately 140,000. Glowacki states the following: Akya Wysiedleries Rozpachito OIC 10 IL 1940 R. MR6 Dokojalut Dinoit do -42. Translated, the resettlement began at dawn on February 10, 1940. The frost reached as low as -420 Celsius. What is the evidence that the temperature at the time of deportation was -420 Celsius? Taiki admits that he has no definite reference, much less any evidence, for this assertion. Jaluk, whom Snyder cites here, quotes an account from one of the deportees that mentions that freezing and gloomy day 10 February 1940. Freezing suggests at or below 00 C or 320 F, whereas -406 C equals -400 F, literally a killing temperature. It is unlikely that anyone would refer to a temperature of -400 C as freezing. To establish such facts is the job of historians. Snyder ignores this responsibility. It is interesting to note that Goeki does not claim anyone died from the cold. Some surely would have, if they had really been shipped off in -420 C temperatures. He states that he has taken his accounts of deportation from personal accounts. Translated. A very large body of literature, memoirs, reports, and primary source publications available today documents in detail the course of the deportations. At this point I will confine myself only to indicate the sample items. On the 40th day Mother sent us to Siberia. Poland and Russia 1939 to 1942. Selection and development by J.T. Gross, I. Grudzinska Gross. Introduction Lt. Gross, Memories of Siberians, LTL-19, Warsaw, 1989 to 1997. Though it's not our purpose here to delve deeply into this memoir literature, we note in passing that this very paragraph of Gwaki's, evidently a direct quotation from the memoir in his footnote, contains some important contextual information. For example, Duotazonik domo os6b pierzuagenik duzhulki zakomodali uzbrojeni funk janarias nkwd. Nyert sadko asistoli im sawil, pierzedstoasil lokalnik wiads. Translated. Armed NKVD officers were called to the surrounded homes or apartments of the persons proposed for exile. They were often assisted by civilians, representatives of the local authorities. And, Zasamirzali gospodarzem spis pasostayanego pierzesnich dobitku, KT6 remile by P6 inyej sperzidani, a uziskani pierzikt, pierzislani nazhni. Translated. Blood lies. Sometimes a list was handed to the owners of their property, which was to be later sold and the resulting money sent to them in exile. The local authorities and peasant committees were made up of the local peasants, Ukrainians or Belarusians who had been exploited by the Polish landowners imposed upon them after the conquest of western Ukraine and western Belorussia by Poland in 1920. This account confirms what is well known. Those exiled were the osadniki, settlers or colonists sent to Polonize these non-Polish areas. When Poland had conquered western Ukraine and western Belorussia in 1920, the Polish authorities had repressed Ukrainian and Belarusian communists, and then all the non-Polish ethnics. The Soviets could hardly have tolerated the presence of the Polish imperialist administration in what was now the Ukrainian and Belarusian republics of the USSR. The term forced labor * implies imprisonment. This is false. They were not imprisoned but sent to settlements where, of course, they had to work to support themselves. Did Soviet journalists and teachers keep saying Poland will never rise again? Snyder writes, as Soviet journalists kept writing and teachers kept saying, Poland had fallen and would never rise again. If this statement were true, Soviet journalists kept writing and teachers kept saying, there must be considerable written record of it. But Snyder does not give a single citation for this statement. Surely he would cite at least one if he could do so. In fact, this sounds like a quotation from one of Hitler's speeches after the Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 347 conquest of Poland, when he said, Poland of the Versailles Treaty will never rise again. Z3. In the following statement Snyder tells a part of the truth. When the Soviets said that they were entering eastern Poland to defend Ukrainians and Belarusians, this had at least a demographic plausibility. There were about 6 million such people in Poland. But Snyder fails to inform his readers that in western Belorussia and western Ukraine there were more Belarusians and Ukrainians than there were Poles. Nor does Snyder mention the Curzon Line, Polish imperialism, the Polish government's Polonization policy, or the official racism against non-Polish nationalities. Snyder describes the prisoner of war camps where the Polish officers were kept as follows: the three camps were a sort of laboratory for observing the behavior of the Polish-educated classes. Kozulsk, Ostashkov, and Starobilsk became Polish in appearance. Snyder has invented the laboratory fantasy. It has no basis in reality. It sounds sinister, as though the Soviets were planning to do something to the Polish-educated classes and wanted a laboratory to see how they behaved. No doubt this is the effect Snyder is trying to achieve. But what evidence is there that the Soviets used the camps for observing the behavior of the Polish-educated classes? None. Moreover, Snyder does not bother to argue that these prisoners were representative of the Polish-educated classes course. They were not. Snyder does not mention the fact that, even there as if the cat and smoking gun documents were genuine, they mention only 9,631 long been serious doubt about that Polish officers. All the rest mentioned in these documents are, das Polende Versale Vertragswort Antimals Wiederkriegen. Speech before the Reichstag. October 6, 1939. Die Deutsche Freiheitskampf Frieden Adolf Hitlers vom September 17 1939 is 10 Mars 1940 Munich, Franz A. VGL, 1940, p. 93. English at http://www.h. Auke/1939 Blood lies civil servants, landlords, policemen, intelligence agents, military policemen, immigrant settlers, and prison guards, 11,000 members of various counter-revolutionary organizations engaged in spying and sabotage, former landlords, manufacturers, former Polish officers, clerks and refugees. This is not a sample of the Polish-educated classes. Yet Snyder has to claim that they were because he wishes us to believe that the Soviets were decapitating Polish society, killing off its elite. The Nazis were indeed killing off the Polish elite in a special murder program called Abaction. Therefore, since Snyder wants to compare or equate the Soviets with the Nazis whenever he can, he has invented this fiction. Here as throughout Bloodland, Snyder is simply parroting the right-wing Polish nationalist historical line. We will discuss the Katyn massacre story, and Snyder's treatment of it, in Chapter 10. Snyder claims, at the same time, in March 1940, NKVD chief Beria had ordered a deportation of people who had declined to accept a Soviet passport. This meant a rejection of the Soviet system, and also a practical problem for Soviet bureaucrats. Polish citizens who refused to allow their identities to enter Soviet records could not be observed and punished with desirable efficiency. This is just anti-communist nonsense. The Soviets did not need a person's permission to enter their identities in Soviet records. Snyder wishes his readers to believe that the Soviets wanted to observe and punish everybody. Of course he has no evidence to support this statement, he has invented it. Historians are not supposed to make things up. As it happened, the vast majority of people who had rejected the Soviet passport were Jewish refugees from Western Poland. These people had fled the Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 349 Germans, but had no wish to become Soviet citizens. They feared that, if they accepted Soviet documents, they would not be allowed to return to once it was restored. So, in this way, Jews Poland proved to be loyal citizens of Poland, and became victims of both of the regimes that had conquered their homeland. Snyder has no evidence concerning what they wished or whether some of them wanted to return to Poland. Then we have this interesting factoid: they had fled the depredations of the SS, only to be deported by the NKVD to Kazakhstan and Siberia. Of the 78,339 people deported in the June 1940 action that targeted refugees, about 84% were Jewish. S4 source. Of the 78,339 people deported, about 84% were Jewish, see Hrysiuk, victims, 189. This statement is false. There are problems with Hrysiuk's figures.
Hrysiuk cites the 84% Jewish figure from a 1989 article by Parsadanova. On page 175 of his article, Hrysiuk notes a very serious error of exaggeration in Parsadanova's article. Guyuroianov, whose work on the repression of Poles Snyder cites, also notes Parsadanova's curious error in interpretation u. Since Snyder cites both Hrysiuk and Gurianov, he knows this but fails to inform his readers. In addition to whatever errors she made, Parsadanova's article was published in 1989, long before the release of many documents from former Soviet archives. There seems to be no evidence that the vast majority of people who had rejected the Soviet passport were Jewish refugees from Western Poland, as Snyder claims. Ale Gurianov, Obzor Sovetskich repressivnik kampanli protiv Polyak polskich grażdan, in AVT Oshaitanov, Polyaki Ioziski, v Zamitnymani Indrike. 2000, 199-207 at 20s. Blood Lies. The recent Russian collection of documents on Soviet deportations includes nothing about the ethnic breakdown of the deportees. Zs. However, it does discuss the intention of the Soviet state to find them all employment fit for their qualifications. Point 26. Snyder has this to say concerning the city of Vilnius. Throughout the interwar period, Lithuania had claimed the city of Vilnius and its environs, which lay in northeastern Poland. Snyder fails to inform his readers how Vilnius came to lie in northeastern Poland and how it was that Lithuania had claimed the city. The reason for Snyder's silence is not hard to understand. The seizure of Vilnius from Lithuania by Poland in 1920 was another egregious example of Polish aggression and imperialism. The Red Army had given Vilnius to the new Lithuanian state on July 7, 1920. Poland recognized Vilnius as belonging to Lithuania. Nevertheless, 2 days later a Polish army occupied Vilnius and part of Lithuania. Lithuania never recognized this annexation and continued to refer to its capital as occupied Vilnius. Thus Vilnius lay in northeastern Poland because Poland had seized it by force. Just as Poland had seized western Ukraine and western Belarus by force in 1919 to 1921. On October 10, 1939, the USSR returned Vilnius and the part of Lithuania formerly annexed by Poland to Lithuania. Did Stalin refuse Hitler's offer to accept to Chapter 8? Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Pact 351. Snyder has made this claim elsewhere as well. In early 1940, the German leadership tried to persuade its Soviet ally to take 2 million Jews from Polish territory. Stalin refused. Snyder's evidence is as follows. On Eichmann and the January 1940 proposal, see Polian, Schriftwechsel, 3, 7, 19. It is instructive to check this reference. The bibliography in Bloodlands informs us that this is a reference to the following article. Pavel Polian, hat der Holocaust beinahe stattgefunden? Überlegungen zu einem Schriftwechsel im Wort von 2 Millionen Menschenleben, in Johannes Herter and Jürgen Zaruski, eds Besatzung, Collaboration, Holocaust. Munich, R. Oldenburg Verlag, 2008, 1-20. But this is a secondary source. What we need is evidence. Continued searching reveals that the source is in Gennady Kosterchenko's very anti-communist book Tayna Politika Stalina. Vlast I Antisemitism. Here we read. Snyder claims. The Germans proposed a transfer of European Jews in January 1940. Stalin was not interested. The Soviets had rejected a deportation of Jews to the Soviet Union. Translated. Meanwhile, a new attempt was made by the Nazis to put pressure on Moscow. This time the initiative came from the structure of the Reich Central Service for Jewish Emigration, which was also headed by Heydrich. But, as expected, the Soviet authorities responded with a categorical refusal, /189/ which was explained by the head of the Resettlement Department E.M. Chekmana in a note to Molotov on February 9, 1940.
The Resettlement Department at the CPC has received 2 letters from the Berlin and Vienna offices of resettlement on the question of the resettlement of the Jewish population from Germany to the Soviet Union, particularly to Birobidzhan and the western Ukraine. According to the agreement between the government of the USSR and Germany concerning the evacuation of the population into the territory of the USSR, only Ukrainians, Belarusians, Ruthenians, and Russians are to be evacuated. We consider that the proposals of the offices of resettlement cannot be accepted. Now we have the text from a primary source, something Snyder should have given his readers but did not, possibly because he never bothered to locate it himself. From it we can draw certain conclusions. The German letters have not been published or even directly referred to. Apparently they have not been located. Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 353 *, judging from the Soviet reaction reproduced above, Heydrich offered to resettle not European but German Jews to the USSR. The wording is unequivocal, the resettlement of the Jewish population from Germany. Hitler did not allow non-German Jews into Germany, therefore the Jews in question were German Jews, no more than 214,000 persons. These people were not volunteering to be deported to the rugged pioneer agricultural life of Birobidzhan, the Soviet Jewish autonomous region in eastern Siberia. Nor were they volunteering for western Ukraine, where there were already millions of inhabitants. They were not volunteering to be sent to the USSR at all. German Jews had applied in large numbers to be allowed to move to Western Europe and the United States. As is well known, in 1939 the United States and Canada rejected the Jewish refugees on the MS St. Louis, a trip often called Voyage of the Damned after a book about this event. They were eventually accepted by Great Britain, France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. None of these countries was willing to accept more than 288 of them, the number accepted by Great Britain. Neither the figure 2 million nor Polish territory are mentioned in the Russian original. In fact, no number of Jews is mentioned in the Russian document. By the beginning of the war there were only about 214,000 Jews remaining in Germany. 27 * In his 2011 article, Snyder falsely states that the Germans wanted the Soviets to take 2 million Jews from Polish territory. In Bloodlands, published the previous year, Snyder appears confused. In the passage quoted above he mentions neither the 2 million figure nor anything about Polish territory, only a transfer of European Jews. Later, on pages 160 to 161, he again cites the 2 million figure. Snyder may have copied the error from Polian's article. Polian writes. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Holocaust Encyclopedia. German Düring 1939-1945. At http://www.wlc/n/article.php, moduleld 10005469 Blood Lies Jedek hat Siekmana ad den Wesentlichen Inhalt der Fehlenden Duchen Brief ebenso napwie deutlich übermittelt, Hitler schlagt Stalin vor, alle Juden sie übernehmen, die sich zu diesem Zeitpunkt unter dem Duchenstiefel befinden. Translated. However, Czechmana did briefly and clearly transmit the essential content of the missing German letter. Hitler proposes that Stalin accept all the Jews who were under the German boot at that point in time. Now it is obvious that Polian was in error. The Russian document says nothing about all the Jews who were under the German boot at that point in time. Nor is it a question of mistranslation, for the German translation quoted by Polian clearly says Umsiedlung der jüdischen Bevölkerung aus Deutschland, the resettlement of the Jewish population from Germany, not under German control or from German-occupied territory. In other words, at most about 214,000 unwilling persons. Once again, Snyder's claim is false. The Unik brothers, who hailed from a region that had once been in east-central Poland but was now quite close to the German-Soviet border, met the same fate. Boleslaw, the older brother, was a populist politician who had been elected to the Polish parliament. Jacob, the younger brother, studied pharmacology and designed gas masks.
Both married in 1932 and had children. Jacob, along with the other experts from his institute, was arrested by the Soviets and killed at Katyn in April 1940. Boleslaw was arrested by the Germans in October 1939, taken to Lublin Castle in January, and executed in the Abaction on June 29, 1940. He left a farewell note on a handkerchief: "I die for the fatherland with a smile on my lips, but I die innocent." 75. And 75 Zagfay the Polskich Ilit, 77. Chapter 8 Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. 355 This book is a catalogue of an exhibition. It does not document the quotations, and only makes the claim without evidence. Jacobunik is number 4121 in the German list, p. 272 in the official German report Amtliches Material zum Massenmord von Katyn. We explore the Katyn issue in Chapter 10. Deportations just prior to June 22, 1941. According to Snyder, the organization of Ukrainian nationalists now began to take action against the institutions of Soviet power. Some leading Ukrainian nationalists had interwar connections with German military intelligence and with Reinhard Heydrich's SS intelligence service, the Sicherheitsdienst as Stalin knew. Several of them were still gathering intelligence for Berlin. Thus a fourth Soviet deportation from the annexed territories of eastern Poland chiefly targeted Ukrainians. The first two operations had targeted mainly Poles, and the third mainly Jews. An action of May 1941 moved 11,328 Polish citizens, most of them Ukrainians, from Western Soviet Ukraine to the special settlements. The very last deportation, on June 19, touched 22,353 Polish citizens, most of them Poles. 1b As we have seen above, Snyder has no evidence of a deportation that targeted, mainly Jews, nor is this recorded by the most authoritative Soviet volume. Snyder's evidence is as follows: on the Ukrainians targeted, see Hi 210/14/7912. These operations were part of a series of Lune 1941 deportation actions that were then organized throughout the newly annexed regions of the Soviet Union. From the Baltics to Roma * on the 11,328 and 22,353 Polish citizens, see Hrysiak victims, 191, 193. See also Olarusemirtin, Zug. Blood Lies Hi 210/14/7912 is an archival identifier of the Hoover Institution in Palo Alto, CA. The Hoover Institution Library has informed me that this number is insufficient to identify the document in question. Moreover, no citation of this nature is of any use unless it is accompanied by source criticism. The mere fact that a piece of paper is in an archive somewhere does not make it evidence. Much less can we assume it is truthful. We need to know what the document is when written, by whom, its relationship to the events recorded in it, etc. Snyder knows this or ought to know it, since he is a historian. But he tells his readers nothing about any of this. The Ukrainian nationalists were fascists like the German Nazis. They were more active in the Western Ukraine than in the Eastern Ukraine in the USSR. Naturally the Soviets had to deal with them. Snyder's second source, Hrysiak, does not mention any 11,328 Poles. He does mention 22,353 Poles from Western Belorussia. These are described as family members of the Polish imperialist infrastructure, persons arrested, sentenced to death, persons in hiding, i.e. fleeing arrest, persons who had fled the country, leaders and active members of counter-revolutionary insurgent organizations, imprisoned landowners, arrested gendarmes and policemen, merchants, traders, repressed Polish military officers and former high-ranking Polish officials. Hrysiak takes his figures from a Polish article published in 1994 and therefore written well before that year. But we cannot consider the information in this article to be accurate, as most Soviet archives now available had not been opened by 1994, and no other sources would have recorded accurate data about deportations.
Snyder has to know this or should know it, since he is a historian working in this area. But if he does, he ignores it. Olarusemirtan, Zug is a Romanian article translated into German that outlines the deportation of Romanian governmental and other figures from Bessarabia, which was being transferred to the USSR from Romania and renamed Moldavia. It has nothing to do with Poland at all. Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact 357. The recent Russian document collection to which I have referred previously records 21,000 counter-revolutionaries and nationalists deported from Western Belorussia, without accompanying documents. Snyder then states, Germany invaded the Soviet Union in a surprise attack on June 22, and its bombers caught up with the Soviet prison trains. About 2,000 deportees died in the freight cars, victims of both regimes. This is a good example of Snyder's bias. Members of the Polish imperialist infrastructure were hardly victims of the Soviets by any normal meaning of the word. When the Germans killed them, they were victims only of Germany, not of the Soviets. Moreover, the Soviets were, in fact, moving them out of the way of the Nazi invasion, that is, attempting to fulfill internationally recognized obligations to care for prisoners. In the previous 2 years, the Soviets had repressed about 500,000 Polish citizens, about 315,000 deported, about 110,000 more arrested, and 30,000 executed, and about 25,000 more who died in custody. Y sources. Some 292,513 Polish citizens were deported in 4 waves, along with thousands more individually or in smaller actions. See Deportacja Obywateli, 29. Henrysiak, victims, 175. Of the deportees, some 57.5% were counted by the Soviets as Poles, 21.9% as Jews, 10.4% as Ukrainians, and 7.6% as Belarusians. See Hrysiuk, victims, 195. For overall counts I rely on Hrysiuk, victims, 175, and Oduchewicz, Stan, 23. See also Gurianov, Obzor, 205. Blood Lies. A highly anti-communist historian of the Russian Memorial Society has stated that Polish historians have exaggerated the figure of roughly 300,000 Poles deported by 5 to 8 times, that is, that the real figure should be in the order of 40,000. Translated. Therefore the evaluation of traditional Polish historiography is too high by from 5 to 8 times. It is possible that not all those expelled from these territories regarded themselves as Polish citizens, even if they were formally until September 17, 1939. For example, the family members of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the UN members, were pro-Nazi nationalists on whom Hitler counted heavily and who later participated in the Holocaust of AE. Mastoby deportacji nasilenia v Glub SSSR v Mailun 1941 G Protiv Poliakov Polski Grwite Dan Moscow, Zivania, 1997. At http://oru history/policy/g_2.htm, 6. Criminals, 7. Prostitutes registered with the police and continuing to work as prostitutes, 8. Family members of persons enumerated in points 1 to 4, 9. Family members of participants in the counter-revolutionary nationalist organizations, whose heads were sentenced to capital punishment or who went into hiding, 10. Anyone who had escaped from Poland and refused to accept Soviet citizenship, Blood Lies 11. Persons repatriated from Germany as well as Germans, who were registered to emigrate and refused to go to Germany. Point 29. Here we will discuss only Snyder's allegations about those who were killed or died. 1. Snyder gives no source at all for his claim that 25,000 more who died in custody. This factoid is another of Snyder's fabrications. 2. By 30,000 executed, Snyder appears to be just rounding up the figure of 22,000 allegedly shot by the Soviets at Katyn, Ostashkov, and Starobelsk, the Katyn massacre.
We will return to the Katyn issue in much more detail in Chapter 10. But where do the other 8,000 executed come from? All the footnotes above con. CERN deportations. Snyder appears to have invented this figure. Together, between September 1939 and June 1941, in their time as allies, the Soviet and German states had killed perhaps 200,000 Polish citizens, and deported about 1 million more. Poles had been sent to the Gulag and to Auschwitz, where tens of thousands more would die in the months and years to come. Polish Jews under German occupation were enclosed in ghettos, awaiting an uncertain fate. Tens of thousands of Polish Jews had already died of hunger or disease. Allies again. There was no alliance between the USSR and Germany. Snyder evidently thinks that if he repeats it often enough his readers or some of them, at least will believe it. This is the technique of the big lie. But the main falsehood is this: to write the Soviet and German states had killed perhaps 200,000 Polish citizens is to suggest some kind of equivalence between the numbers killed by each. But Snyder claims the Soviets killed 30,000 Poles. Even Gufianov, Mahrabi deportacji I nasilenia v glub SSSR v May to Yun 1941 g, at http://wu%.memo.ru/history/volasi/g_z.htm. This information is not in the 2000 version of Gurianov's article that Snyder cites. Chapter 8. Snyder's fraudulent claims about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. 361. If that were true, that would still be only 15% of 200,000, which would mean that the Germans killed 170,000, or 85%. And Snyder ignores the whole scholarly dispute over Katyn while blithely attributing 22,000 of those 30,000 dead Poles to the Soviets. So even with his fraudulent arithmetic, Snyder cannot really demonstrate any equivalence at all between the number of Poles killed by Germany and those killed by the Soviets. All he can do is assert that there was such an equivalence. Moreover, Snyder assumes that all of the Poles executed by the Soviets were innocent, since those killed by the Nazis certainly were. They were killed on a racial basis because the Nazis wanted to eradicate any Polish elite through mass murder. No one has ever claimed that the Soviets had any such aim. Did the Soviets aim to decapitate Polish society? Snyder declares that the Nazis and the Soviets had similar, basically genocidal, intentions. A particular wound was caused by the intention, in both Moscow and Berlin, to decapitate Polish society, to leave Poles as a malleable mass that could be ruled rather than governed. Snyder does cite some evidence that this was the Nazis' intention. Hans Frank, citing Hitler, defined his job as the elimination of Poland's leadership elements. But what is his evidence that the Soviets intended anything of the kind? NKVD officers took their assignment to a logical tree by consulting a Polish who's who in order to define their targets. A who's who? So what? You may ask. Here is Snyder's exegesis. This was an attack on the very concept of modernity, or indeed the social embodiment of enlightenment in this part of the world. In Eastern Europe, the pride of societies was the intelligent bloodlines SIA, the educated classes who saw themselves as leading the nation, especially during periods of statelessness and hardship, and preserving national culture in their writing, speech, and behavior. The German language has the same word, with the same meaning. Hitler ordered quite precisely the extermination of the Polish intelligentsia. The chief interrogator at Kozulsk had spoken of a divergent philosophy. One of the German interrogators in the action had ordered an old man to be killed for exhibiting a Polish way of thinking. It was the intelligentsia who was thought to embody the civilization, and to manifest this special way of thinking. 85 So by consulting a who's who, the Soviets were attacking the social embodiment of enlightenment, the very concept of modernity, or so Snyder claims. How terrible! Just as though the Soviets were promoting the geocentric theory of the universe or the burning of witches. But what is Snyder's evidence? He cites the following: on Frank, see Long Eric, Unwritten Order, 47. On the NKVD, see Kolakowski, NKWD, 74. On Hitler, see Mafikowski, Außerordentlich, 7. Compare Ali, Architects, 151. Of these works only Kolakowski, NKWD, is about the Soviets, the other books are about the Germans. Checking Kolakowski, we see that, once again, Snyder has fabricated this fact, invented it. Kolakowski, NKVD, 74, Dane te pochwierdzija pogled o skierowani opirozejfali repressji na zemiak p61 naknauskodynak ilritsji pospolitej gk6 uniperzasiko perzedstoichalom spolezafistwe polskiego. Objevai onritsji wistik I domna imanik perzasinikau systemu komunistisnego spor 6d ozistkik warstw spoleznik. Listi os 6b perzuigenik du chapter 8. Snydero's fraudulent claims about the Pact 363 Zadrzimania spotudzano poziagojak si imijskawimi informatorami orazwikorzista 4c documenti perzajit z polskik arkowo, 6w ipzco irstwu, atakizerquira wayne podzas rewizyi w miskaniak. Du silo tych wikorzisti wino ksi kiki I oprakaunia, KT6 Rewimieniaki Nazwiska Osob Walchk Psycho Granis ILW Latach 1918-1921. Takamai Widonik Twami BYWMIN, KSI4 IKA Bolslawa Walig 6 Re BOJ Pod Radziminum Lub Oprakaunia Pod Red. Stanisawa Kazi CZY Wiskto to Jest, Widane W Warzai W 1938 Arjako Polskie Who is Who. Translated. These data support the view of directing the first wave of repression in the northeast of the Second Republic mainly against representatives of the Polish society. These include real and suspected opponents of the communist system from all social strata. Lists of people prepared for detainment were prepared using local informants and documents seized from Polish archives, offices, and businesses and confiscated his review of residences. For these purposes they used books and studies containing the names of those who fought for the boundaries of the Second Republic in 1918-1921. Such releases included the Book of Boleslaw Waligora, The Battle of Radzimin Law, Battle in the Polish-Soviet War, August 12-15, 19201, or the work, edited by Stanislaw Loza Do You Know Who This Is?, published in Warsaw in 1938 as a Polish Who's Who. Kolakowski makes it clear that the two books he cites were used by the Soviets to identify the names of those who fought for the boundaries of the Second Republic in 1918-1921. Snyder's own source contradicts Snyder's statement that the Soviets aimed repression at the leadership elements of Polish society. The Soviets' blood lies had no aim to decapitate Polish society or to target the intelligentsia. They aimed to remove the structures of Polish imperialism that had been responsible for the racist oppression of Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Jews in Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. Moreover, Kolakowski says that real and suspected opponents of the communist system from all social strata were targeted. Kolakowski does not even mention the intelligentsia. Much less does he claim that the Soviets targeted it. So this is yet another attempt by Snyder to associate the Soviets with the Nazis, and again Snyder has to flagrantly abuse his sources in order to do it. Chapter 9. Snyder's fact claims in Bloodlands chapters 5 and 6 examine. Snyder's fifth chapter deals with the period immediately before the German invasion of the Soviet Union. There is little new here. Many of the fact claims he makes about the Soviet Union, Stalin, etc. in this chapter are repeated from other chapters. Bloodlands chapter 5, The Oft-Repeated Lie, German-Soviet Alliance. Snyder frequently repeats the falsehood that there was an alliance between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. In the second, during the German-Soviet alliance, the killing was balanced. How could the Soviets make an alliance with the Nazis? What was it about the Nazi and Soviet systems that permitted mutually advantageous cooperation between 1939 and 1941, but also the most destructive war in human history between 1941 and 1945? After this ideological compromise, Stalin's alliance with Hitler was a detail. Here Snyder assumes that Leon Trotsky was correct in claiming that socialism in one country was in opposition to Lenin's ideas.
he does not even allude to the well-known debate over this question. Evidently Snyder is eager to seize upon any argument that is anti-Stalin. The Allied Soviet Union had rejected Germany's proposal to import 2 million Jews. Blood lies. We have discussed this falsehood in the preceding chapter. In addition, we should note that all the Western capitalist countries had mutually advantageous cooperation with Nazi Germany. What else was the Munich Accord, or the trade agreements between the UK and Germany? The lie that the USSR wanted to destroy the Polish upper classes, thus it was legitimate to destroy the Polish upper classes. Snyder cites no evidence whatsoever that the Soviets wanted to destroy the Polish upper classes because, of course, they did not. Nothing of the kind occurred. Polish settlers and the Polish imperialist officials were not destroyed, they were deported from the lands they had occupied, Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. Snyder equates Nazi imperialism with Soviet anti-imperialism. Hitler wanted the Germans to become an imperial people, Stalin wanted the Soviets to endure the imperial stage of history, however long it lasted. The contradiction here was less of principle than of territory. If this convoluted statement means anything at all, it suggests that genocidal and imperialist Nazism and Soviet anti-imperialism are basically the same. If you want to endure the imperial stage of history, that is, to survive it, you are somehow similar to those who want to impose it. True nonsense. In reality, Nazi imperialism was fundamentally similar to the imperialism of Great Britain, France, Italy, Spain, Belgium, Portugal, and Japan. The difference was that Hitler wanted an empire in EU, specifically Eastern Europe and the USSR, while the Western imperialists had imposed their imperial rule on other continents. The worldwide communist movement was the single most significant force opposing all of these imperialisms. Chapter 9. Snyder's fact claims in Bloodlands. Chapters 5 and 6 examine 367. Hitler's Garden of Eden, the pure past to be found in the near future, was Stalin's promised land, a territory mastered at great cost, about which a canonical history had already been written. If this means anything, it is that the racist and genocidal Nazi Aryan Empire, in which all except ethnic Germans would be killed off or reduced to slavery, was the same as the Soviet ideal of a breathtakingly cynical multiracial state free of exploitation statement. Snyder is also wrong on elementary facts. Stalin's short course was a history of the Bolshevik Party, not a history of the USSR. Its title is History of the Communist Part of the Soviet Union. Short course. Either Snyder is deliberately misleading his readers, or he has never read the book and does not know what he is talking about. Was collectivization of agriculture a form of colonialism? The secret of collectivization was that it was an alternative to expansive colonization, which is to say a form of internal colonization. It is yet another dishonest attempt to this. Is not only nonsense. Equate the USSR with Nazi Germany. There is no such thing as internal colonization. And where did Stalin note that collectivization was an alternative to colonization? Snyder does not even attempt to document this claim, which is no more than name-calling. Basically, Snyder assumes, without evidence, that the purpose and function of collectivization was exploitation. This is false, as Tauger has argued. Collectivization had brought starvation to Soviet Ukraine, first as an unintended result of inefficiencies and unrealistic grain targets, and then as an intended consequence of the vengeful extract ions of late 1932 and early 1933. Blood lies. Snyder is relating two distinct falsehoods here. First, collectivization did not cause the famine. Snyder does not even attempt to prove that it did, he simply asserts it. In reality, as we have seen, collectivization put an end to the age-old cycle of famines caused by Russia's and Ukraine's extreme vulnerability to natural disasters and the primitive, actually, medieval methods of traditional Russian and Ukrainian peasant agriculture. Second, there was no intended famine or vengeful extraction. We have examined this question in Chapter 1. Stalin himself received more than 100 such indications. This is false. Everybody makes mistakes of judgment, Stalin unquestionably made them as well. As, of course, did the British and French,
who were caught totally unprepared when Hitler sent his army against them in May 1940, even though they had officially been at war for more than 8 months. But Stalin did not make this specific error. We now have a great deal of evidence that Stalin and the Soviet leadership were expecting a German attack around June 21, 1941. I have collected many of them in khrushchevlied.l. We also have American sources, such as the following: in Moscow on June 20, Steinhardt received a cable from Washington that advised him to evacuate all American citizens from Russia. On June 21, a United States diplomatic official traveling east to Vladivostok observed between 200 and 220 westbound trains, of 25 cars each, partially loaded with troops and army supplies. The same day, Nikita S. Khrushchev, Ukrainian Communist Party leader, lifted the phone in his Kiev office to hear T. Grover Femlied, the evidence that every revelation of Stalin crimes J.N. Nikita Khrushchev's infamous secret to the 20th Party Congress of the Party of the Soviet Union on February 25, 1956, is provably Kettering O.H., Erythros Press Media LLC, 2011. See the titled 30. Stalin did not warnings about what 84 to 86 mid 334 to 340. Chapter 9. Snyder's fact claims in Bloodlands chapters S and 6 examine 369. Stalin alert him that the Nazis might begin military operations against Russia the next day, June 22.2. We now know that the Red Army commanders were instructed to go to battle stations on June 18, 1941, though some failed to do so. This question was the source of an interesting and acrimonious debate in a leading Soviet/Russian military journal 20 years ago. General Dmitry I. Pavlov, commander of the Belarusian front, was tried and executed for failing to bring his army to battle readiness. The very partial evidence in his case that has been released suggested that there is some evidence that he was deliberately aiding Hitler. The Red Army did indeed suffer serious defeat during the early months of the German invasion. This was certainly a mistake. It was not supposed to happen. However, the same is true of the other armies that Hitler's forces had attacked. At the war's outset, none of the Allied armies were prepared to deal with the German blitzkrieg. The entire French army was smashed in less than 6 weeks and Paris occupied. The British Expeditionary Force on the continent was routed, barely saving some of its remnants at Dunkirk thanks to bad weather for the Luftwaffe and indecisiveness on the part of the German commander. American forces were badly defeated in their first battle with German forces by German Field Marshal Rommel's Afrika Korps in February 1943 at the Kasserine Pass in Tunisia. 8 years before, it had taken a strong Soviet state to starve Soviet Ukraine. Under his rule, people in Soviet Ukraine stooped over their own bulging bellies to harvest a few sheaves of wheat that they were not allowed to eat. This is a grotesque idea, false in every detail, as we have shown in Chapter 1. The image of starving peasants harvesting grain that they could not eat is absurd. Needless to say, Snyder did not document any examples of this. All of the available documentation shows that those who were working in the fields had a priority. Robert H. Jones. The Roads to Russia, United States Lend-Lease to the Soviet Union, Man, University of OK3 1969, 31-32. 370. Blood Lies. Chapter 9. Snyder's fact claims in Bloodlands chapters S and 6 examine 371. Was Stalin's no-retreat order similar to Nazi-type racism? By treating Soviet soldiers horribly, he wished to ensure that German soldiers would fear the same from the Soviets, and so fight desperately to prevent themselves from falling into the hands of the enemy. It seems that he could not bear the idea of soldiers of the master race surrendering to the subhumans of the Red Army. Stalin took much the same view, that Red Army soldiers should not allow themselves to be taken alive. He could not counsel the possibility that Soviet soldiers would retreat and surrender. They were supposed to advance and kill and die. This tyranny of the offensive in Soviet planning caused Soviet soldiers to be captured. Soviet commanders were fearful of ordering withdrawals, lest they be personally blamed. Thus their soldiers held positions for too long, and were encircled and taken prisoner. The policies of Hitler and Stalin conspired to turn Soviet soldiers into prisoners of war and then prisoners of war into non-people. 41. This is false, yet another attempt by Snyder to yoke the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany. Specifically, Snyder is trying to blame Stalin for Hitler's mass murder of Soviet POWs. In one of his published articles, Snyder writes, Germans took so many Soviet prisoners of war in part because Stalin ordered his generals not to Stalin's no-retreat order and those of the Allies in 1918 compared. There are more similarities between the policies of Hitler and Great Britain than between those of Hitler and the USSR. Stalin's orders not to retreat recall that given by Field Marshal Sir Douglas Claim on whatever limited food was available during 1932 and 1933. It was near Kharkiv that starving peasant children in 1933 had eaten each other alive in a makeshift orphanage. There was a serious famine, so of course terrible things occurred. But Snyder gave no evidence for this statement in his chapter on the famine and cites none here. During the Great Terror, Stalin had made sure that Finns were targeted for one of the deadliest of the national actions, believing that Finland might one day lay claim to Leningrad. Not only does Snyder state as a fact that Stalin targeted Soviet Finns but also claims that he knows the reason Stalin supposedly did so. Yet he gives not a single citation to any evidence, or any document of any kind, to substantiate his claims. There is no evidence that Stalin even knew at the time about Eshov's murder of thousands of ethnic Finns. During interrogations in 1939, Eshov admitted that he deceived the Soviet government concerning these national actions. The government, understandably, had no conception of our conspiratorial plans and in the present case proceeded solely on the basis of the necessity to prolong the operation without going into the essence of how it was carried out. In this sense, of course, we were deceiving the government in the most blatant manner. Nikita Petr W. Lansky. Stalinsky Pitomets Nikolai E** Hov. Moscow, Rospin, 200b, 368. Number 21 from RHE transcript oft interrogation of the Eshov Nikolai Ivanovich. August 4. 1939. Online at http://tnsllweb.nl clay 9 ng html Blood Lies Haig, Commander-in-Chief of the British Army, on April 11, 1918, which reads in part, "There is no other course open to us but to fight it out. Every position must be held to the last man. There must be no retirement retreat. With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause, each one of us must fight on to the end." At the same time, Sir Arthur Currie, commander of the Canadian Corps, issued a similar order. Point 1. Place my trust in the Canadian Corps, knowing that where Canadians are engaged there can be no giving way under the orders of your devoted officers. In the coming battle you will advance or fall where you stand facing the enemy. Stalin's orders were the same as these of the Allied commanders in 1918: no retreat, fight till death. Both Lag and Currie ordered fight on to the end, fall where you stand, no retreat. But there is a big difference between Stalin's orders and those of Haig and Currie. British and Canadian troops were being told to fight to the end, without retreat, simply to hold a given position at a given time. The British and Canadians were fighting on the soil of France. Their homes and families were not at all threatened in the case of a German victory. Even French homes and families were not threatened, any more than were German homes and families when the Allies won the war. But for Red Army soldiers the situation was far different. They really were fighting for their homes and families. The Germans were bent on mass extermination. Hitler had already murdered millions of Soviet civilians. Even Snyder admits that Hitler planned to murder tens of millions more Soviet people if Germany were victorious. Snyder fails to make this distinction or to even inform his readers about the World War I precedents for Stalin's order. At Duthul LHTM at Chapter 9. Snyder's fact claims in Bloodlands chapters 5 and 6 examine 373 for hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war. This was the second political famine in Ukraine in the space of 8 years. And, as during the Soviet starvation campaign of 1933, Snyder is just repeating his falsehoods. As we demonstrated in our examination of Chapter 1, there was no political famine in Ukraine or Soviet starvation campaign of 1933. Snyder falsifies his evidence at every turn. In fact, he has no real evidence to support his contention of political famine. At Buchenwald in November 1941, the SS arranged a method of mass murder of Soviet prisoners that strikingly resembled Soviet methods in the Great Terror, though exhibiting greater duplicity and sophistication. Prisoners were led into a room in the middle of a stable, where the surroundings were rather loud. They found themselves in what seemed to be a clinical examination room, surrounded by men in white coats, SS men, pretending to be doctors. They would have the prisoner stand against the wall at a certain place, supposedly to measure his height. Running through the wall was a vertical slit, which the prison's neck would cover. In an adjoining room was another SS man with a pistol. When he saw the neck through the slit, he would fire. The corpse would then be thrown into a third room, the examination room, be quickly cleaned, and the next prisoner invited inside. Batches of 35 to 40 corpses would be taken by truck to a crematorium, a technical advance over Soviet practices. Snyder's sole source, Strame, Behandlung, 102 to 106. The only reference Snyder cites here refers to German murders. Snyder has no evidence whatever to support his statement that Soviet methods in the Great Terror resembled those of the Nazis. Blood lies. Evidently this is another cheap attempt to associate the USSR with Nazi Germany. Moreover, there were no Soviet methods in the Great Terror * because these was Zhov's unauthorized mass murders, not those of the Soviet government, for which he and many of his men were tried and executed. But Snyder has no evidence, not even phony Chapter 9, Snyder's fact claims in Blood/Ends chapters 5 and 6 examine 375. The statement exposes Snyder's own elitist assumptions. The Soviets did not destroy any native elite. The Poles deported from Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine were not native to those lands at all. They were mainly Osadnicy, the Polish imperialist settlers. The Soviets also had what may be termed a class-conscious understanding of what an elite was, and it wasn't the same as Snyder's. For the Soviets, the elite consisted of leading party members and advanced workers such as Stakhanovites, as well as intellectuals. For the pre-war Polish ruling class, and for Snyder, the elite was the rich, the landowners, government officials, retired military men, and police commanders, together with the upper level of the intelligentsia. These people were not destroyed, killed at all. They were demoted, their property confiscated, and they and their families subject to deportation so that the common people and the Soviets could be rid of them. The Soviets had deported more than 300,000 Polish citizens and shot tens of thousands more. The German invasion prompted the NKVD to shoot some 9,817 imprisoned Polish citizens rather than allow them to fall into German hands. The Germans arrived in the Western Soviet Union in summer 1941 to find NKVD prisons full of fresh corpses. These had to be cleared out before the Germans could use them for their own purposes. 16 Soviet mass murder provided the Germans with an occasion for propaganda. Sources. The 9,817 count in Verbrechen is at 93. See also Unuk, za Pirozago Soieta, 371, Hrisiuk, victims, 183. Evidence, for this spurious claim. Again the lie that Stalin rejected Jews from Germany. By late 1941 the Nazi leadership had already considered, and been forced to abandon, 4 distinct versions of the final solution. The Lublin plan for a reservation in eastern Poland failed by November 1939 because the general government was too close and too complicated, the consensual Soviet plan by February 1940 because Stalin was not interested in Jewish emigration. There was no such plan for Jewish emigration to the USSR. Have examined this falsehood of Snyder's in a previous chapter. Bloodlands Chapter 6. This chapter is mainly about the Germans. It makes very limited reference to the Soviets. However,
Snyder continues his attempt to put the Nazis and the Soviets side by side. In Lune 1940, eastern Poland had been annexed by the Soviets 9 months before that, in September 1939. Here the Germans found evidence of a social transformation. Industry had been nationalized, some farms had been collectivized, and a native elite had been all but destroyed. Blood lies. We have already pointed out that the figure of 300,000 Polish citizens deported is exaggerated by a factor of 5 to 8. Baller, Verbrechen, is not a work of scholarship but a catalogue of an exhibition about German army crimes in Poland in September-October 1939. Baller himself is a specialist on the German war and German crimes in Poland. He has not researched Soviet history. Hrysiuk, Victims, does state that 9,400 persons not Polish citizens were killed by the Soviets. In Western Ukraine, of 20,094 prisoners in custody on June 10, 1941, more than 8,700 were murdered. In Western Belorussia, of 6,375 prisoners in custody as of June 10, 1941, over 700 were murdered. However, Hrysiuk provides no evidence for these figures. Nazi propaganda claimed that the Soviet NKVD shot many prisoners in Lvov and elsewhere before retreating from the city. Other sources claim that Ukrainian nationalists killed many communists and Jews when the German army occupied Lvov. There is a controversy about just what happened, with little agreement. 6 Soviet documentary evidence exists, as does at least one article by the Anti-Communist Memorial Association that examines that evidence. The Evacuation of the Prisons 1941, by Alexander Guryanov and Alexander Kokurin. Both of these authors, like the Memorial Society itself, are extremely anti-Soviet and anti-communist. It is impossible that they would underestimate, let alone ignore, Soviet murders or crimes of any type. According to the evidence cited and examined by Guryanov and Kokurin, the only prisoners executed were those convicted of or, in see the Lviv Pilgrims controversy at N. Alfred Dazaius ACCOLMT. Lviv at Dazaius is well known as an apologist for the Nazis. Naturally, he is also a strong anti-communist. So other anti-communists to rely on his work. Evacuatio Tierem 1941. At Chapter 9. Snyder's fact claims in Bloodlands chapters 5 and 6 examine 377 some cases, under investigation for, capital crimes. Many or most of those were probably members of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, active Nazi collaborators. This article is well documented from Soviet-era records and seems credible, though of course it cannot claim any precision in numbers of persons killed. Other prisoners were shot while attempting to escape either from prisons under bombardment or from evacuation columns. A great many prisoners were either left in the prisons or set free by their NKVD guards. It is doubtful, therefore, whether Hrysiuk's use of the term murdered here is legitimate. We note in passing that Snyder fails to mention the murders of Ukrainian nationalists in Lviv after the Soviets had retreated. A good recent account is that by anti-communist but also anti-nationalist scholar John Paul Himka, the Lviv pogrom of 1941. Himka concludes. In sum, the Lviv pogrom was an action undertaken at German initiative, but carried out largely by the Ukrainian militia set up by the Bandera faction of the UN. Blood lies. Snyder has done no research on these matters and evidently doesn't know anything about them. On the next page he states. The NKVD, usually discreet, had been revealed as the murderer of prisoners. Germans broke through the levels of mystification, secrecy, and dissimulation that had covered the Soviet crimes of 1937 to 1938 and 1930 to 1933. The Germans were the only power ever to penetrate the territory of the Soviet Union in this way, and so the only people in a position to present such direct evidence of Stalinist murder. Because it was the Germans who discovered these crimes, the prison murders were politics before they were history. Fact used as propaganda is all but impossible to disentangle from the politics of its original transmission.
A page after claiming that the Soviets shot roughly 10,000 prisoners, Snyder admits that it is impossible to extract the truth from German that is Nazi documents. Snyder has evidently not consulted, is ignorant of, or at least does not cite, the Soviet studies and documents that reveal that the killings were not murders, as the Germans and Ukrainian nationalists described them. And, of course, such logic applies to the Katyn massacres, which were politics before they were history. The act of killing Jews as revenge for NKVD executions confirmed the Nazi understanding of the Soviet Union as a Jewish state. Yet this psychic Nazification would have been much more difficult without the palpable evidence of Soviet atrocities. The pogroms took place where the Soviets had recently arrived and where Soviet power was recently installed, where for the previous month Soviet organs of coercion had organized arrests, executions, and deportations. They were a joint production, a Nazi edition of a Soviet text. 21 Chapter 9. Snyder's fact claims in Bloodlands chapters 5 and 6 examine 379. Here Snyder tries to make the Soviets share the blame for Nazi murders and pogroms. In reality, Poles and Ukrainians had carried out anti-Semitic pogroms long before the Soviets came along. Snyder's long footnote 21 has to be read to be believed. It contains no sources or evidence, only a convoluted theoretical argument with which Snyder tries to justify blaming the Nazi pogroms and murders on the Soviets. It is too long to reproduce here. In reality, there is no evidence of Soviet atrocities. To say this is not denial, or even defensiveness. It is the simple truth, we have no such evidence. The evidence cited by the Memorial Society authors above is of executions of prisoners convicted or under investigation for capital crimes, and shootings of prisoners while the NKVD guards suppressed prison escapes and uprisings or escapes from evacuation convoys. These are not atrocities but acts under conditions of martial law, when normal judicial procedures do not apply. Soviet atrocities would help German SS men, policemen, and soldiers justify to themselves the policies to which they were soon summoned, the murder of Jewish women and children. Yet the prison shootings, significant as they were to the local people who suffered Soviet criminality, were for Nazi leaders rather catalyst than cause. It would be interesting if Snyder had cited some accounts from memoirs, or indeed from any primary source, of German SS men, policemen, and soldiers who actually justified to themselves the mass murder of Jewish women and children with reference to Soviet atrocities. Historical honesty should prevent him from making such a statement unless he had evidence to support it. Of course, such self-justification would still be Nazi thinking, not sober historical analysis. But this is what Snyder is doing here, and he is the only one doing it. Engaging in such Nazi thinking, once again Snyder is trying to connect Nazi atrocities to the Soviets without even a fig leaf of evidence. There was a group whose activities at this time could validly be connected to Nazi atrocities, because they were engaged not only blood lies in aiding the Nazis in committing mass murders but were carrying out mass murders of their own. That group is the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. But the UN is praised as freedom fighters and heroes in today's Ukraine. It was also the UN that invented the Holodomor fabrication. Bloodlands is popular among today's Ukrainian nationalists. Snyder has been honored repeatedly by Ukrainian nationalist groups in Ukraine and elsewhere. It is no wonder, then, that Snyder has virtually nothing to say about their atrocities. Instead, he fabricates Soviet crimes that did not happen. The Reichskommissar, Erich Koch, was a man known for his brutality. Hitler's advisors called Koch a second Stalin, and they meant it as a compliment. 20 Snyder has evidently invented this falsehood too, as he has so many others. He does not cite any evidence to support it. It is not made in any of the sources Snyder cites in his footnote 70. I have tracked it down in a biography of Erich Koch als Bronner der Ukraine Sol sich als Zweiter Stalin geriert haben, as Brown Tsar * of the Ukraine. He is said to have boasted of himself as a second Stalin. It is not at all a reference to Koch's brutality, something Hitler's advisors would not object to in any case. Nor was it a compliment. Rather it was Koch's own arrogant posturing. The Ukraine was once ruled by the Tsar, then by Stalin, and now by the Brown Tsar and second Stalin. It means only that Koch saw himself as the successor to the other two. Ralph Meindl, Ostpreußenskauleitkreuz, Erich Koch Biograph/E, Osnabrück. Fiber Verlag 2007. In his note Meindl cites a report of September 1941 to Alfred Rosenberg Chapter 10. The Katyn Massacre: What Really Happened? Anti-communists claim that there is an historical consensus about the Katyn massacre issue. This is not true. Rather, Katyn has become a shibboleth, a marker of historical partisanship. Anti-communists accept without question the version that blames the Soviets for all the shootings and demand that everybody else do so as well, or the anti-communists will call them bad names. Critics of this version often call it the Goebbels version, since taking this position means assuming that the Nazi report of 1943 tells the precise truth. It is almost impossible to have a rational discussion about the Katyn massacre. I would appear even-handed, neutral, and therefore objective if I could honestly lay the blame for the state of affairs equally on both sides: those who think the Soviets shot 14,800 to 22,000 Polish POWs, and those who think the Germans did it. But that is not the case. In reality, it is the Soviets did it side that has declared the matter settled and demonizes or ridicules anyone who dares to question this position. This makes political sense. Why acknowledge your opponents and thus bring them to public notice when you have a monopoly on public opinion concerning this issue? But from the historiographical point of view, it is irresponsible. In normal historical discussion, it is considered essential to outline the disputes and disagreements among the experts. In the case of Katyn, it is just the opposite. Proponents of the Soviets did it position normally refuse to acknowledge the viewpoint they oppose. This is Snyder's practice. Or, in a few cases, they insult and belittle those who think that the Soviets did not do it, or call them communists. This is not scholarship but political propaganda. Use scare quotes massacre * to remind the reader that the version is NLY incorrect. Blood lies as though communists cannot be trusted, while, by contrast, anti-communists, including the German Nazis, can be. Under such conditions, it is already a declaration of partisanship to acknowledge and discuss the controversy at all. The only objective way to approach the historical dispute about the Katyn massacre is to begin by acknowledging that such a dispute actually exists. Anyone who studies the Katyn massacre dispute carefully, in detail, and over a long period of time, and tries their best to do so without predetermining their conclusions, will see that there is indeed more than one side to the dispute. The historical dispute. There is a very important historical debate concerning the question of the Katyn massacre. Unfortunately for those who want to know what really happened, this debate is divided along purely political lines. The viewpoint that the Soviets shot all the Poles and that the Nazi report of 1943, aside from its anti-Semitic statements, is entirely truthful, is accepted without question by all anti-communists everywhere, including in Russia. Point 2. The viewpoint that the Germans shot all the Poles and that the Soviet Burdenko report of 1944 is the accurate one is accepted by communists and pro-communists and by many Russian nationalists. A few researchers tend toward a more nuanced position, something like the following. First, the Soviets shot some of the Polish POWs, perhaps because they were found guilty of anti-Soviet or anti-communist crimes. This is the version that Lazar Kaganovich, a former Politburo member very close to Stalin, reportedly told Russian Vladimir Putin. Has voiced a different of this point. He not questioned the Soviets shot Poles but has suggested that they have done so revenge for the row of RUEN POWs who died or were killed in Polish captivity in 1920 to 1921. Purin do Puska et, Chto Karen Mogla Byr Mest Lushtanajibal v Pois W. Sovietski concedes that Karen could have been Stalin's revenge deaths in Poland of Soviet prisoners. Kopek now HT net 7 2010 rhtt/k/orsPO/ndent.net/woddD/RTBSIA/1064467/print accessed March 23, 2014. Chapter 10. The Katyn Massacre. Military historian A.N. Kolesnik in November 1985.3. Then the Germans shot the rest of the Poles, obviously for very different reasons. Then in 1943 the Germans staged a discovery of bodies unearthing corpses of Polish OFFI, really a propaganda stunt, Sears they had shot elsewhere, and bringing them for reburial and discovery to Katyn. In 1990 to 1992 Mikhail Gorbachev and Boris Eltsine claimed that the Stalin-era leadership of the USSR had indeed shot the Poles, confirming virtually all the details of the anti-communist Polish nationalist version. In 1992 Eltsine presented to Polish officials facsimiles of documents from closed packet number 1 which, if genuine, would put Soviet guilt beyond reasonable doubt. But beginning in 1995 Russian researchers began to argue that these documents were forgeries. Analysis of these documents, mainly by Russian researchers who reject the official version of Katyn, has continued since, growing ever more detailed and sophisticated. These studies have shown there is at least a prima facie case for suspecting that the documents are forgeries. But long before this, positions on both sides had hardened. Among those who believed the Soviets guilty, very few changed their opinion on the basis of the new evidence. I count myself among the few, since I changed my own view, shifting from thinking that the Soviets did it to an agnostic position. Recent years have seen two dramatic developments in the Katyn issue. The first was in October 2010, when material evidence came to light that the documents in the famous closed packet number 1 may be forgeries. Documents were published that appear to be drafts prepared for the final forgery. This had long been suspected by some in Russia. But these revelations represent the first documentary evidence of such a forgery. Thereafter the question became, and remains, which set of documents is genuine. Those see Strigan, L.M. Kaganovish o Katynskom dili, Pravda o Katyn site. At hftp://www.ktnruphp pages NUD 936 Blood lies from closed packet number 1, or those disclosed in 2010 and which set is a forgery. The Ukrainian excavations since 2010, much more important evidence has come to the fore that casts the strongest doubt upon the official version of Katyn. In Volodymyr Volynskiy, Ukraine, Polish and Ukrainian archaeologists found evidence that at least 2 Polish policemen believed to have been shot by the Soviets in April or May 1940 in or near Kalinin, Russia, were in fact murdered by the Germans and their Ukrainian nationalist allies in the second half of 1941, after the fascist invasion of the USSR. This fact alone dismantles the official version of the Katyn massacre narrative. The present writer has endeavored to describe and examine this new evidence and to explain just how it proves that the official version has to be false. Point 6. These discoveries illustrate how corrupt the history around the Katyn massacre has become. The discovery of the badges of the 2 Polish policemen previously said to have been shot and buried 16 months or more later and 700 miles away is by far the most important find at the Volodymyr Volynskiy excavation. It is the most important development in the Katyn issue since the disclosure of the forgery evidence in October 2010. So why has it not received the publicity that it merits? Undoubtedly because powerful political forces in Poland and Ukraine do not want to publicize it because it casts doubt on Soviet guilt. Therefore it has been hushed up. The Polish archaeological report mentions only one of the Polish policemen's badges. Even that is buried in a footnote with only the most cryptic reference to Katyn. For it is also possible that both sets of documents, those from closed packet No. L and the draft forgery documents and materials in October 2010, may be forgeries. It is not possible that both sets of are genuine. See the detailed my page. The Cat, M. Whodunit at S. Sergei Strigan. Volynskaya Delam Ruk Gidal Ravsafe Spru CTPB1 RMH. PYX at HRTP//Katyn. /INDEXPHP. Go News and INEVD 253 6 Grover Furr R. The version of the Cat L. Dislowoven? Discoveries at a mass murder site in Ukraine. Socialism and Democracy 27 July 2013.96-129. Chapter 10. The Katyn Massacre, literally a coded reference,
understandable only to those who are extremely familiar with the Katyn issue. But at least the Polish report draws the obvious conclusion that the victims in this mass grave were shot by Germans and their Ukrainian nationalist collaborators in 1941. The Ukrainian archaeological report does not mention the discovery of the Polish policemen's badges at all. Moreover, one of the Ukrainian archaeologists explicitly said that the site could cast doubt on other shootings of Polish prisoners by Soviets, that is, on the official version of the Katyn Massacre 7. The cover-up began before this. The October 2010 revelations of the draft forgery documents were presented on the floor of the Russian Duma by Duma deputy Viktor Ilyukhin. Yet this dramatic story was virtually blacked out of the mainstream Russian media. I was able to find only one article about it, and that was a snide dismissal. The mass media outside Russia has completely ignored the 2010 discovery of the draft forgery documents, while the mass media outside Poland-Ukraine has ignored the Volodymyr Volynski discoveries. I have been unable to find any articles about either of these discoveries in Western European or American mass media. The left-wing and internet media did cover it, a fact that makes the absence of coverage in the mainstream news media all the more noteworthy. Judging from early media reports on this excavation, it appears that they believed the victims had been shot by the Soviet NKVD. It is safe to assume that Poland and Ukraine would never have proceeded with the excavation of the mass graves at Volodymyr 7 Furr, official version 127. RC, for example, Volin's own Katyn. The Ukrainian Week, October 3, 2011. At http://ukrainianweek.com/investigation/32076 Poland will announce the excavation of NKVD victims' graves in day. http://Pol and victims, NAS graves in Ukraine hold Polish victims. Polish Radio, August 4, 2009. At http://113330 Blood Lies Volynski. If either had thought for a moment that the results would cast doubt upon the Katyn massacre. There is good evidence that UN forces participated in the mass murders of the victims at Volodymyr Volynski. The UN is honored in western Ukraine. Volodymyr Volynski even has a street named after UN leader and Nazi collaborator Stepan Bandera, whose men participated in the mass murders there. Soviet guilt in the Katyn massacre is literally constitutive of post-1990 Polish nationalism. Poland has transformed Katyn into an anti-communist and anti-Russian orgy of veneration for its victims. Polish governments have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on hundreds of monuments and memorials to Katyn. Hundreds of ceremonies, some very large in scope, have been devoted to Katyn, as have hundreds or thousands of publications and the efforts of dozens of scholars. The official version of Katyn is taught in all Polish schools. In addition to the motive of anti-communism, Katyn is kept alive as a weapon to beat Russia with, for Russia is the heir to the Soviet Union. Poland continues its years-long struggle to have Katyn declare genocide and make Russia pay reparations to the families of the victims. Yet now we know that there was no Karen, no single chain of events during which the Soviets shot all the Polish POWs. But Poland, Ukraine, and anti-communists generally do not want to acknowledge this. Much less do they want their own citizens or the world at large to doubt Soviet guilt at Katyn. The story of Katyn is a fascinating historical conundrum. Any similar event in, for example, American history would have long ago attracted the attention of scores of researchers, professional and amateur. But in Poland it is taboo to question even for a minute the official, Soviets did it version of Katyn. Hence the cover-up and the denial. 9. It marked as RCMTEPI5 on the Google Maps map but SHM clearly on Ukrainian maps. The map at openstreetmap.org hap/org/relation/2101524 maps 19/50.84526/2431109 Chapter 10. The Katyn Massacre. The Katyn Massacre, what really happened? We don't know what really happened, at least not in any detail. There are a number of reasons for this. First, according to one of the documents from Closed Packet No. 1, the Shalepan letter dated March 3,
1959, thousands of relevant documents have been destroyed. Whether the Schleppenlet euro is genuine or a forgery, those documents were certainly destroyed. The only question would be by whom and when. Second, a great many Soviet-era documents concerning controversial historical matters are still classified in Russia today, inaccessible even to trusted historians. Russian scholar Sergei Strigin claims to have learned of many such documents that disprove the official version of Katyn. He enumerates some of them in his now famous voluntary confession of December 6, 2012.10. Among the most interesting of these, a report of an interagency commission that supposedly worked in 1952-53 as a response to the U.S. Congressional Madden Commission on Katyn that held hearings in 1952. According to Strigin, the archival materials of this Soviet commission, still kept secret, confirm German guilt in the mass murders at Katyn and the findings of the 1944 Soviet Burdenko Commission. Strigin also claims that more bodies wearing Polish policemen's uniforms were discovered in the Kozygori/Katyn area in March 2000, but the finding was covered up. This claim is echoed in a recent Polish book. If these documents alleged by Strigin do indeed exist, they would definitively prove Soviet innocence. Our ignorance about what really happened is in large part the fault of Polish historians. They continue to pretend that the official version of Katyn is seamless, without contradictions, and unquestionable. In short, they do not want to know anything that might cast doubt on this foundational myth of right-wing Polish kupaha.wpo spree hanpa be3 anahe09 bkc nob how at http://ktn.ru/index.php ne224 blood lies nationalism. If archaeologists at the dig in Volodymyr Volynskiy should uncover evidence of more victims thought to have been shot at one of the 3 sites where the official version of the Katyn massacre says they were shot, we will surely never learn about it. There is no reason to think that only 2 of the Polish POWs are in these mass graves just because, at least, as far as we know, only 2 badges have been found. Parts of Polish policemen's uniforms and other Polish military relics, along with many other Polish artifacts, have been found there. For all we know, there could be hundreds of Katyn victims buried in these same mass graves, shot by German troops and their Ukrainian nationalist allies collaborators in late 1941. A thorough excavation of the hundreds or thousands of mass graves in the former Soviet Union would surely turn up more evidence of Polish POWs. Although the Volodymyr Volynskiy discoveries definitively refute the official Polish version of Katyn, they do not tell us what really happened. The hypothesis that most closely fits the evidence we have today is that the Germans and/or their Ukrainian nationalist allies shot most of the Polish POWs. It is likely that the Soviets shot some Poles too. Even those Russian researchers who have long argued that the official version of the Katyn massacre is false, it is likely that some of them were executed by the Soviets for some crimes or other. But all the evidence we now have suggests that the Germans and Ukrainian nationalists, not the Soviets, shot the Polish officers whose corpses the Germans exhumed at Katyn in April-June 1943.21. Therefore, there was no Katyn massacre in the sense of the event known to history by that name. The Polish POWs, officers, and others, were killed, but probably in different places where their bodies have never been recovered, as the Volodymyr Volynskiy site was unexcavated until a few years ago. Strigin, Volynskaya Katyn, Spruce CTPBWWH. KTB1HBPYXKDN.RU06RHE.3 PB 2013. At Furr, Off-Chail version. Chapter 10. The Katyn Massacre. It is possible that we will never learn any more. Neither Poland nor wants to find any evidence, Ukraine nor, at this time, Russia, that casts doubt upon the official version of Katyn. Meanwhile, where are the 14,800 plus, or 22,000, or whatever the number of missing Polish POWs? Those executed by the Soviets may well be buried at Medno and/or Piotrkatki as the official version claims. But all are under the earth somewhere in the western part of the former Soviet Union, Russia, Ukraine, Belarus. They are among the millions of victims of fascist
Aggression, both soldiers and civilians, who were slaughtered and whose bodies were never recovered. Indeed, the 22,000 Polish POWs are a very small percentage of all the missing victims of the war in the Soviet Union. The Katyn shell casings. The Polish officers whose bodies were unearthed at Kozai Gori, near Katyn, near Smolensk, Russia, by the Germans in April, June, January 1943–44, 1943, then again by the Russians in October, were almost certainly shot by German and/or Ukrainian nationalist forces. 4 German shell casings were found in these mass graves. The official German report contains photographs of the shell casings. In a telling omission, these photographs are side views of these casings. There are no photographs of the head stamps or ends where the percussion cap and identifying marks are located. Most German bullets of the era had date stamps, just as most of those found at Volodymyr Volynski did. If any of those had been stamped 1940 or earlier, the Germans would surely have photographed them, since they would have been excellent proof of Soviet guilt. The fact that they did not suggests that the head stamps contained numbers or codes indicating manufacture in 1941. This is consistent with the other circumstantial evidence now available that points strongly to German, not Soviet, guilt. Prefer the TCM fascist than invasion. Advisedly, for it was not Germany alone that invaded USSR on or after UN-22, 1941. The armies of Italy were units from almost Romania. Hungary, Finland did as well, M1G the fascist forces every European count. Nationalist forces involved in the Volodymyr Volynski murders. It is more accurate to say Europe invaded the Soviet Union in Lune 1941. Blood lies. Snyder's account of Katyn. It is the duty of an honest historian to explain this important and polarized historical dispute to his readers. Snyder cannot possibly be unaware of it. But he fails to inform his readers about it. Once again, Snyder commits the fallacy of assuming that which is to be in this case, that the Soviets shot the Poles in question. Proven in Mein Kampf, Hitler wrote that no one interested in swaying the public should ever tell the truth, only what benefits one's own cause. Those who take the position that the Soviets shot all the Poles tacitly assume that in this one case the Nazis' investigation told the pure truth. Under any other circumstances, to accept a Nazi propaganda report as an honest piece of research would be considered a risky thing to do. But in the case of Katyn, it is a leap that anti-communists insist that everyone make. World public opinion has followed them, but only because the arguments against it have been excluded from public consciousness. In the case of the Vinnytsia massacre, the other large-scale disinterment staged by the Nazis of what they claimed were victims of Soviet mass shootings in which they followed their Katyn script very closely, it appears that the Germans insisted upon gilding the lily by burying some of the bodies of Soviet citizens they themselves had killed, then later digging them up, putting them with buried corpses of victims of NKVD shootings during the Azovshchina of 1937–1938, and blaming the Soviets for everything. But even this is not certain. Nothing about these hotly contested events is certain. 13. It is interesting that anti-communist Ukrainian nationalists, who once paid a great deal of attention to the Vinnytsia massacre, just as the anti-communist Poles had always done with Karen, have not written much about it in recent years. The Holodomor has B.C. Erwin Binge. To mass murder at Vinnytsia in the Ukraine. At http://wholocaustrresearchprojekt.org/intz/bingelhmel. This is an abbreviated of the article The of Two Ukrainian Jewish Sea Unities. Testimony of a German officer. Yad Vashem, 303–320. Chapter 10. The Katyn massacre, one of the two cornerstones of right-wing Ukrainian nationalism. 14. Vinnytsia has received much less attention. Snyder is closely aligned in sympathy with contemporary anti-communist Polish nationalism. He supports the anti-communist myths of the Ukrainian nationalists only when they do not clash with those of the Polish nationalists. This is not the only form of Polish nationalism. Pro-communist Poles had and still have a competing form of pro-socialist nationalism.
15 But with the end of the USSR, the anti-communist brand of nationalism has become hegemonic in Poland. This ideology bans any overt expression of doubt about the Katyn massacre. Soviet guilt is literally constitutive of anti-communist Polish national identity. No discussion of Katyn as an historical controversy is tolerated. Questioning Soviet responsibility for Katyn is virtually outlawed in Poland, as well as in anti-communist circles, including academic circles, in the rest of the world. Polish nationalists and anti-communists generally make none but the most derogatory reference to the alternative versions. 16 The case of the two sets of siblings, Snyded's Nazi-Soviet parallel. Again, Snyder's main purposes in Bloodlands is to draw as many parallels between the Nazis and the Soviets as possible, in order to suggest that these regimes were more similar than different. Issue for today's right-wing Ukrainian is their claim that the Ukrainian insurgent army were freedom fighters and opposed the Soviets, and in reality the UPA comprised of who worked under the Germans and took a personal oath to Adolf Hitler. There is a huge literature % about the UPA. A good, objective article is per Anders Rudling. They so clearly legitimizing the Waffen-SS Kolzine, Journal of Slavic Military Studies Z6I, 114. See the essay by the late Professor Ryszard Nazarwak's Kontrowersjwokal Nauzej Historii Polskt. At http://samprepublica.pl/polemicalscissorwiz.controwersj_htm. A veteran of the uprising Nazar we see 7 Polish Communist Security and then became a noted Hisan Socialist Poland. The present author has created an extensive web page on the Katyn Forest WYM3 Dunet *. At http://www. The truth blood lies. Some of the people going to their deaths in the action were thinking of family who had been taken prisoner by the Soviets. Although the Soviets and the Germans did not coordinate their policies against the Polish educated classes, they targeted the same sorts of people. The Soviets acted to remove elements that they regarded as dangerous to their system, on the pretext of fighting a class war. The Germans were also defending their territorial gains, though also acting on their sense that the inferior race had to be kept in its place. In the end, the policies were very similar, with more or less concurrent deportations and more or less concurrent mass shootings. This is false. The Nazis of Action 17 was explicitly aimed at murdering members of the Polish elite. Snyder would like to be able to prove that the Soviets did the same thing, and so were in this way like the Nazis. But there is no evidence of this, so he simply asserts it. It is true that the Soviets removed elements that they regarded as dangerous to their system, but through arrest and deportation, not murder. Nor does a class war have anything in common with murderous racist violence. The Polish government too had removed dangerous elements, mainly communists, when they took control of Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine after the Treaty of Riga in 1921. Snyder never compares this policy to the Nazis. Indeed, he never mentions it. Snyder claims that in the end, the policies in reality there are no such conferences, even though a Polish Wikipedia page them. See 0.8. 06. 22. 1941 m. 2001, 120-122, on the web at http://military.lib.ru/research/vshlef/04_html. Chapter 10. The Karen massacre Shions as Poles even if they spoke Polish and were citizens of Poland, and Nazi racial doctrines that refused to consider Jews as Germans even if they were culturally German and were German citizens. In contrast, all citizens of the Soviet Union regardless of nationality were considered equally part of the Soviet people. Snyder then turns to the case of the two sets of siblings, which we will now briefly investigate. In at least two cases, the Soviet terror killed one sibling, the German terror the other. Set number 1, the Unik brothers. The Unik brothers, who hailed from a region that had once been in east-central Poland but was now quite close to the German-Soviet border, met the same fate. Belizha, the older brother, was a populist politician who had been elected to the Polish parliament. Jakub, the younger brother, studied pharmacology and designed gas masks. Both married in 1932 and had children. Jacob, along with the other experts from his institute, was arrested by the Soviets and killed at Katyn in April 1940. Boleslaw was arrested by the Germans in October 1939, taken to Lublin Castle in January, and executed in the Ob action on June 29, 1940. He left a farewell note on a handkerchief: "I die for the fatherland with a smile on my lips, but I die innocent." 7's source. N75 Zaglada Polskich Ilit, 77. Snyder took the case of the two sets of siblings directly from this book without informing his readers that this is merely a catalogue of an exhibition. It contains a photograph of Bolestaw's farewell note. But it offers no evidence about who killed Jacob, about the Katyn massacre, or about anything. Jakubunuk is number 4121 in the German list, page 272 in the official German report Amtliches Material zum Massenmord von Bloodlies Katyn. But the question is not whether he was killed, but rather by whom, the Soviets or the Germans. He is on the Soviet transit list of prisoners sent on April 2, 1940 from the Polish POW camp at Kozaleskie to the NKVD at Smolensk. Aside from the German, that is, Nazi report of 1943, there is no evidence that he or any other Polish POWs were shot by the Soviets. Recent archaeological discoveries have proven that the transit lists are not lists of Polish POWs being sent to execution, as has long been assumed. As of this writing, the evidence is that the Soviet Burdunko Commission report of January 1944 was correct. The Polish POWs disinterred at Katyn were shot by the Germans. 1b Set number 2, The Dauber Sisters, The Legend of Janina Lewandowska. Snyder writes. Janina Dauber was the only female among the Polish officers taken prisoner by the Soviets. An adventurous soul, she had learned as a girl to hang glide and parachute. She was the first woman in Europe to jump from a height of 5 kilometers or more. She trained as a pilot in 1939, and enlisted in the Polish Air Force Reserve. In September 1939 she was taken prisoner by the Soviets. According to one account, her plane had been shot down by the Mans. Parachuting to safety, she found herself arrested by the Soviets as a Polish second lieutenant. She was taken to Ostashkov, and then to Kozalsk. She had her own accommodations, and spent her time with Air Force comrades with whom she felt safe. On 21 or April 22, 1940, she was executed at Katyn, and buried there in the pits along with 4,409 men. Her younger sister Agnieszka had remained in the German zone. Along with some friends, she had joined a resistance organization in late 1939. She see Fun. Official version, Chapter 10. The Katyn massacre was arrested in April 1940, at about the time that her sister was executed. She was killed in the Pommery forest on 21 Lune 1940. Both sisters were buried in shallow graves, after sham trials and shots to the head. Sources. N74, Dunin Wasowicz, Akja, 22-25, Bauer, Dauber, 217, 241, Crime of Katery, 33, Zaglada Polskich Ilit, 73. Snyder asserts that Janina Lewandowska was shot at Katyn by the Soviets. This allows him to further assume that her fate parallels that of her sister Agnieszka, shot by the Nazis. For some reason Snyder says that Janina had a sham trial. Even in the version of Katyn that blames the Soviets for all the shootings, there is no talk sham or otherwise. Moreover, there is no descent of any trials, evidence that Janina Lewandowska was shot by the Soviets at all. The Mystery of Janina Lewandowska, Part 1. Kharkov. During the period 1990 to 1992, retired Soviet NKVD man Mitrofan Vasilievich Syromyatnikov gave 6 interviews to Soviet, Polish, and Ukrainian investigators, and 1 to Polish journalist Jerzy Morawski. Syromyatnikov had been a guard at the NKVD prison in Kharkov where, he testified, he had participated in the execution of Polish officers and policemen in the spring of 1940. In two of these interviews Syra Myatnikov testified that one female was among the prisoners. During his third interrogation, on May 15, 1991, Syra Myatnikov referred briefly to the female prisoner. Pamiktam. Zedu budinka wizienia vonkrtnego unkud WSR 6D polskik wojskowick bajka dostarczana jedna kobieta. Teraz najpierw pominami have been thinking oft end of the Berlaw letter, which talks about a review SNYDAF 14800. Files by an NKVD this is the main SFF Ukingandgrument Fragmel closed packet N0.1. Its bona fides am in doubt. For RNWH more detail about this matter on my KOM Forest Whodunit at http://w%w.tinyer the true th blood lies sobidokladny, to byl, czy bila wojskowym, jednaki dobrs pamiętam, I ozrod dostarchanik palakał bila kobieta. J dalze luzini sami wiadom, najwidoczny oitaki zostala rozstrzelana. 0 I remember that to the building of the internal prison of the NKWD among Polish military men one woman was the only known female military prisoner, Rner% according to the decision of March 5, 1940, was 2nd Lieutenant Janina Lewandowska from the Kozaleskiej camp, number 53 on the death list 040/1 of 1201 April 1940.21. This should have raised a problem for the editors of these confessions. Syra Myatnikov was in Kharkov, where Polish POWs from the Starbulsk camp were sent. Smolensk, where the Kozaleskiej prisoners were sent, is about 700 kilometers from Kharkov. 20 Zbrodni, Tom 2, Zagdada. 1940, 480. The list number refers to the transit lists given to the Polish Government and published in Tucholsky. W. Katniu. Starobieleskie, Lista of Fire. Warsaw, Widonazy Pi, 1991. Indeed listed on p. 703. 53. Though the list in Tucholsky does not specify AMIL 20, as mentioned we know that these lists were death lists but merely transit lists, lists of what POWs being sent when, and in what. Chapter 10. The Katyn Massacre. Syra Myatnikov gave more detail about the female prisoner in his fourth interview on July 30, 1991. Now he is certain that the woman was shot. Syra Myatnikov, tak byhwer 6d nich kobieta. Ubranas Wizyjany, W. Pkazazyku. Pierziono jaz Polakami. Taki Rostrzelano. Triataiki, czy jest pan puin, I kobietarawni zostala rozstrzelana. Syra Myatnikov, maj kalapuno esia powidzi, bila rozstrzelana, dlatego I sam prowadzykum. Rozumishi. Uci lam swoj popierzedni zeznania. Wim. ICJ Palto zostalo Rizokon Podwiatk. Podnioskem je, byl Tampir Cyanek Midziani Lubzlati. Pokazalam go komendantoi, on Powidziata, abim odniasel Karmanaui magazine iro. Translated. Syra Myatnikov, yes. Among them was a woman. Dressed casually in a coat. They brought her with the Poles. She was also shot. Triataiki, are you sure that the woman also was shot? Syra Myatnikov, I can say with complete certainty that she was shot dead, because I myself accompanied her. Understand? I am refining my previous testimony. I know that her coat was thrown in the carport. I picked it up, there was a copper or gold ring. I showed it to the commander and he told me to bring it to Karmanov the quartermaster. In his 1991 interview with Polish journalist Jerzy Morawski, Syra Myatnikov changed his story again. He now claimed that he did not know whether the woman had been shot or not, and said she might have been a Russian, not a Pole. 398. Blood lies czy pan pochwierja, i.e. word Polskik Jefikow Chapter 10. The Katyn massacre executed along with an undetermined number of other Polish POWs and buried in the Piatakatka forest outside Kharkov. Sometime in the late 1990s, A new story is created that contradicts the story while leaving the Lewandowska story as mysterious as ever. We are told that Lewandowska was buried at Katyn and her skull identified. We are told that she was shot not at Kharkov but at Katyn in April 1940. This explanation is confidently stated in Polish sources. But a careful study reveals that there is no evidence for it at all. Snyder's source, the exhibition catalog booklet Zagita Polskich Ilit, states that Lewandowska's body was exhumed by the GER's Zwłoki Laniny Lewandowskioi Odnalai Niemcy Podzes Pierozejic Shumakji Kateryskioi. Translated. The Germans discovered the remains of Janina Lewandowska during the first Katyn exhumation. But there is no evidence at all for this statement. Lewandowska's name does not appear in the German list of names of identified corpses at Katyn. At least Jacob Unek's name does appear in this official German propaganda report. Some Polish accounts offer the explanation that the Germans were confused or embarrassed by finding the body of a single woman and so they never mentioned it. But there is no evidence for this explanation. Nor is it likely. The whole purpose of the German disinterments at Katyn was to embarrass the Soviets and hopefully drive a wedge between the Soviets and the rest of the Allies. Reporting the body of a woman would not have interfered with German propaganda. Indeed, it would probably have made Soviet actions seem even more heinous. Lewandowska's presence in the Soviet camp for Polish officer POWs at Kozaleskie, near Katyn, was supposedly attested by two Polish officers, Rafał Bniewski and Wacław Mucho, who themselves znadały sie kobieta. Kobieta. Tak, Widziałam ja, jak pierzechodziłam pierzes podwórz. Wieni ja prowadzili. Tak, tak. Kostalo sie znia. Nie wiem, czzy to bila polka czzy rozjanka. Akurat wykojikern z komendantury, a ja prowadzili. Translated. Can you confirm that among Polish prisoners was a woman? A woman? Yes, I saw it as I walked through the yard. They were just leading her. Yes, yes. What happened to her? I do not know if it was a Pole or Russian. Just left the headquarters, and they were leading her. Here Syromyatnikov retracts the most important details of the previous confessions. He says they were leading her, and he did not know whether she was a Pole or a Russian. There's nothing about execution, and he no longer claims that he himself accompanied her. There are many such contradictions and inconsistencies in the confessions of the three aged NKVD men. However, instead of carefully studying these confessions and parsing the contradictions in and among them, the Polish and Russian researchers of the Katyn massacre have just neglected them entirely. We do not even have the Russian originals of their statements, only Polish translations. This neglect may be due to the Polish attempt to make the official version appear seamless and unproblematic. The Mystery of Janina Lewandowska, Part 2. Katyn. Nevertheless, as of 1991 it seemed that the question of Janina Lewandowska's fate was somewhat confused. Supposedly she had been brought to Kharkov prison where she was then supposedly bloodless survived this camp. 22 Mucho is identified at the Gryazowy Sea camp. Tucholsky also mentions Mucho as a doctor at Kozaleskie. Rafał Bniewski is named at Kozaleskie by Tucholsky but is not named in any of the transit lists. How he got out of Kozaleskie is unclear. Perhaps he was never there in the first place. Evidently Tucholsky includes him only because he is said to have been there. These two men claimed Lewandowska had assumed a false name to hide her identity. But this is not true either. The Soviet transit list of prisoners shipped from Kozaleskie to Smolensk, as printed by an official Polish source, lists her by her real first and last names but with a false name for her father and an age 6 years younger than her real age. 53 Jabahubkow HHHHHBI mapped Hobite by 1914 R.P.23 Either Soviet records are in error or Lewandowska tried to conceal her father's identity and, for some reason, her own age. This is a poor means of disguising one's identity. It would only work if there were multiple people with the same first and last names, so that the only way of distinguishing among them was by age or patronymic. That was clearly not the case here.
Did she give some false information in a private act of defiance? But wouldn't her military identification papers record accurately her patronymic and, at the very least, her year of birth? Lewandowski's skull was supposedly one of 6 skulls from Katyn saved by the German medical chief Dr. Gerhard Bertz that after his death passed into the hands of a Polish scientist, Dr. Jerzy Popielski. Supposedly Popielski did not reveal the existence of these skulls until 1997, before he died. We are not told why he waited so long. Pro-Soviet Poland had come to an end in 1990. We are told that the skull, or fragments of it, were identified as Lwanu. This was evidently first published in Kater Rousseau document, preface by General Vladislav Enders. The first edition was in 194b, I have checked the T. Enlarged edition, 1962, pages 33 Eljedrzej Tucholsky. Mord WKT Roszałsk, Ostazka, Starobielsk L. Izomafire. Warsaw, Instytut Wiedoności Pax, 1991,1.703, Chapter 10. The Katyn massacre Urodowskis by computer analysis, not by DNA analysis. To our knowledge there is no process that can do this. The Mystery of Janina Lewandowska, Part 3, the falsification. Lewandowska could not have been shot at Kharkov, as Syromyatnikov suggested, but buried at Katyn, near Smolensk. That means that somebody or everybody is in error. There are various possible scenarios. Bniewski is said to have told Lewandowska's family that she was flying a Polish plane when she was shot down and captured by the Red Army. 2s However, Polish-American historian Professor Anna Cianciula, a leading expert on Katyn, recently rejected the story. Please note that the brief information on Lewandowska in the 2007 edition of the Katyn book is wrong. She was not shot down, but was evacuated to eastern Poland by train and taken prisoner there. This corrected information is in the revised reprint of the book issued in 2009. 26 Cianciula does not state where she has learned this new information. It may come from the booklet Zagfay the Polskich Ilat used by Snyder, which says more or less the same thing. However, it directly contradicts what Bniewski reportedly told to Lewandowska's family in January 1941. The only way Bniewski could have learned that Lewandowska had been shot down was from Lewandowska herself or from others at the Kozaleskapow camp. If Lewandowska had not been shot down, why would she tell Bniewski that she had been? These details come from AO, mainly the article by Kamila Baranaus, A. Kobieta w Radole Katynia, Lanina Lewandowska Rzeczpospolita AF till 22. 200b. Z5 Zrodnia Katycka, 31. Cianciula. Post to the H. Poland list off August 15, 2012. At http://tiny URL still considered to be part of Poland. Snyder's obvious aim throughout is to portray pro-Soviet partisans as murderous, completely insensitive to the safety and needs of civilians, misogynistic, opponents of independence, and illegitimate. By independent Snyder means capitalist, and by legitimate he means obedient to the Polish government in exile in London. Setting aside the language of propaganda, the London-based Polish government in exile was completely dependent upon, thus not at all independent of, the UK and the Western Allies. Nor was it any more legitimate than was the pro-Soviet formation that became the Polish government. In July 1945 the pro-Soviet Polish government was officially recognized by the Allies, thereby making it the only legitimate government of Poland. An honest historian would explain these matters to his readers rather than foist Polish nationalist propaganda onto them through the use of value-laden terms like legitimate and independent without explanation. In fact, much of Snyder's book is anti-communist Polish nationalist mythology and moralizing thinly disguised as historiography. Did Stalin's speech of November 7, 1941 favor Russians? In November 1941 Stalin was thus preparing an ideological as well as a military defense of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was not a state of the Jews, as the Nazis claimed, it was a state of the So Chapter 11. The partisan war and related issues Viet peoples, first among whom were the Russians. On November 7, as the Jews marched through Minsk to their deaths, Stalin reviewed a military parade in Moscow. To raise the spirits of his Soviet peoples and to communicate his confidence to the Germans, he had actually recalled Red Army divisions from their defensive positions west of Moscow, and had them march through its boulevards. In his address that day he called upon the Soviet people to follow the example of their great ancestors, mentioning 6 pre-revolutionary martial heroes, all of them Russians. At a time of desperation, the Soviet leader appealed to Russian national source, Brandenburger, National Bolshevism, 118-119. Properly speaking, this is not an anti-Soviet statement. Apparently Snyder included it so he could accuse Stalin of being pro-Russian instead of simply pro-Soviet. Brandenburger says, all of Stalin's examples were defenders of the old regime if not outright counter-revolutionaries. Brandenburger is correct to note the appeals to Russian nationalism in Soviet rhetoric during the war. But this specific statement is nonsense. It is an anachronism and thus an absurdity to call these historical figures of centuries ago counter-revolutionaries, as though they were living in the 20th century. L. Stalin's speech on November 7, 1941 mentions 6 traditional Russian military heroes. 2 One might suspect that Stalin referred to Russian heroes because he spoke in Moscow. The historic capital of Brandenburger does note the establishment in 1943 of the Order of Bogdan awarded to the Ukrainian. This caused much dissatisfaction. Because of the anti-Jewish pogroms out by Khmelnytsky's men the mid-17 along with his Ukrainian provenance, Khmelnytsky's alliance with the Tsar and organizing the struggle of Ukrainian peasants against Polish exploiters appear to been for the award. 2 An English translation of Stalin's speech is at the Russian http://text is at stalin514.htr and Blood Lies Russia that in November 1941 was again threatened with capture as it had been in earlier wars. All 6 leaders were relevant to the situation the USSR found itself in on November 7, 1941, defeating an invader, or fighting successful retreats as the Red Army had been forced to do since June 22, 1941. Alexander Nevsky, who defeated the Teutonic Knights and later the Finns. Dmitry Donskoy, who defeated the Mongols at Kulikovo when they tried to conquer Moscow in 1380. Kuzma Minin, who raised a volunteer army in Nizhny Novgorod and worked with Pozorsky. During World War II the Soviet Home Guard of those unfit for service in the regular Red Army were also called Bolshini. Dmitry Pozorsky, Minin's army led by Pozorsky cleared the Kremlin of Polish-Lithuanian forces in 1612. Alexander Suvorov, who led a great strategic retreat across the Alps in 1799. Mikhail Kutuzov, who fought the French army at Borodino and then drove the Grand Army out of Russia in 1812. This war was also referred to as the Patriotic War, as the war against the Nazis was already being called. The Marxist view of history is that the Tsars were indeed imperialist exploiters, but also that the great land empire they had built laid the basis for socialism to seize 1/6 of the world. In the latter task the Tsar's expansion was progressive in both the bourgeois and Marxist senses of the word, as were all the bourgeois imperialist expansions from the 16th century on. Similarly, Ivan IV and Henry VLL of England were progressive in unifying their kingdoms and suppressing the power of the feudal nobility because by doing so they laid the political basis for the development of capitalism and the capitalist class, precursor to socialism and communism. The vast majority of Muscovites were not communists. They had to fight and, in many cases, die for something not for communism, then, but for Chapter 11. The partisan war and related issues their country. For all these reasons an appeal to traditional Russian patriotism at that critical time must have seemed logical. Snyder continues. People who had distinguished themselves in the Minsk of the 1930s had been shot by the NKVD at Kuropatty. Left to themselves, they would have endured Hitler for fear of Stalin. 13 His source, Epstein, Minsk, 130. This is another fraudulent reference. There is nothing about Kuropatty 3 in Epstein's whole book, let alone on this page. Neither Snyder nor anyone else knows who was shot by the NKVD at Kurapati, much less whether the victims buried there were people who had distinguished themselves in the Minsk of the 1930s. Kurapati has never been thoroughly studied and there is no list of identified victims. If Snyder had written, it is a reasonable surmise that some people who had distinguished themselves, he would have been on firmer ground. Snyder also invented this fact. Left to themselves, they would have endured Hitler for fear of Stalin. On the very page Snyder cites for this statement, Epstein stresses that the Minsk underground did not act out of fear. On the contrary, they supported the Soviet concept of authority. Did Soviet partisans cause Nazi atrocities? Hitler, who saw partisan warfare as a chance to destroy potential opposition, reacted energetically when Stalin urged local communists to resist the Germans in July. Even before the invasion of the Soviet Union, Hitler had already relieved his soldiers. Kurapati/Karanty is an area outside Minsk, Belarus, where an officer shot by the NKVD, in 1937-1938 under Ezug. Plus an unknown number of including possibly, victims of the Nazis, have been it has never been thoroughly and studied. Estimates of total number of buried there vary from 7,000 to 2,000. The higher are moted by Belarusian nationalists, blood lies of legal responsibility for actions taken against civilians. Now he wanted soldiers and police to kill anyone who even looks at us askance. 20. Source, N20p 490, quotation, Luck, Partisan Bekämpfung, 228. Here Snyder tries to blame Soviet partisans, and therefore Stalin, for Hitler's murders of civilians. He implies that Hitler stepped up his killing of civilians because of Stalin's setting up of partisan warfare. Snyder does this repeatedly in the last part of his book. The citation from Luck is from Martin Bormann's notes of a discussion in Hitler's HQ of July 16, 1941. Bormann quotes Hitler as saying, Die Russen haben jetzt den Befehl zum Partisanenkrieg hinter unserer Front gegen Dieser Partisanenkrieg hat auch wieder seinen Vorteil, gibt uns die Möglichkeit, auszurotten, was sich gegen uns stellt. Translated. Now the Russians have given the order for a partisan war behind our front. This partisan war also has an advantage, it gives us the possibility to exterminate anything that opposes us. However, Luck notes that this was nothing new for Hitler. Die Strategie hat die SS ohnehin schon längst angewendet. Translated. This strategy had long been used by the SS. Snyder suggests that Hitler's words should be taken literally, that he needed an opportunity to take murderous action against civilians, an excuse that Hitler did not have before. That is to say, Snyder is suggesting that if the Soviets had not begun partisan warfare, Hitler would not have exterminated so many people. But Martin Bortmann's Akrift. At http://www.nsarchvita/krieg/1941 php Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues. Luck, Snyder's own source, makes it clear to his readers that in reality Hitler had been exterminating people long before Stalin's order for partisan warfare. Hitler also made the second statement claimed by Snyder to kill anyone who even looks at us askance. Der Riesenraum muss natürlich so rasch wie möglich befreit werden, dies Geschichte am besten Dagerch, das Manjetten, der Nerskifshow, Tachias.s. Translated. Naturally the huge area had to be pacified as quickly as possible, and the best way to do this is to shoot dead anybody who looks wrong. It is not true, as Snyder suggests, Hitler also made this statement in relation to Soviet declaration of partisan warfare. Rather, Hitler just suggested that shooting as many people as possible on any pretext at all was the best way to pacify this gigantic area. By Snyder's logic, all the Allies were facilitating Nazi mass murders, for French, Czech, Italian, and other partisans also fought the Nazis. Polish partisans fought the Nazis too, though the Polish underground generally considered Jews and Communists just as much their enemies as the Germans and Ukrainian nationalists. but Snyder never raises this issue in connection with them. Snyder's goal to associate the Soviet Union, but not Poland or the Allies, with Nazi atrocities. Snyder does the same thing in the following passage. Partisan operations, effective as they sometimes were, brought inevitable destruction to the Belarusian civilian population, Jewish and Gentile alike. When the Soviet partisans prevented peasants from giving food to the Germans, they all but guaranteed that the Germans would kill the peasants. A Soviet gun threatened a peasant, and then a German gun killed him. Once the Germans believed that they had Ibid. 410. Blood Lies. Chapter 11. The partisan war and related issues. There is sympathetic, supported partisan groups and therefore were, in Snyder's sense, all as responsible for Nazi atrocities as were the pro-Soviet partisans. It must be noted that Soviet partisans could not take control of it. Only pro-German Ukrainians or Polish partisans given village working with the Germans could do that. The logic of the Soviet system was always to resist independent initiatives and to value human life very cheaply. Snyder cites no evidence to support his statement that the Soviets valued human life very cheaply. There is evidence to the contrary, as witness this exchange between Marshal Vasilevsky and Stalin concerning a military operation to liberate Leningrad. On January 10 Stalin and Marshal Vasilevsky talked with him. Sources. Mutual, Mythos, 189, 202, Luck, Partisan Bekämpfung, 238, Ingrau, Chasseurs, 131, Verbrechen, 495. Luck, Ingrau and the volume Verbrechen der Wehrmacht do not discuss Soviet partisans at all, much less blame them for German atrocities. Mutual, an intensely anti-communist Polish nationalist historian, notes that the communist partisans forced the Belarusian peasants to feed them and often robbed them, while the German forces murdered them. But even Mutual does not claim that the German murders were due to the Soviet partisans, the claim that Snyder makes here. Once again Snyder is trying to blame the Soviet partisans, and therefore Stalin and the Soviet leadership, in part for Nazi atrocities against civilians. Again Snyder fails to acknowledge that all the Allies, including the Polish Nationalist Home Army, to whom SNY 412 Blood Lies Chapter 11. The partisan war and related issues, giving a speech to factory workers in which he urged them to drop their resistance to the Germans, appeared in the Minsker Zeitung, that the city committee had been created by the Germans to lure Soviet patriots and lead to just such a mass arrest. Certainly the second failure of the Minsk underground could be used to bolster such a view, as could the first failure, which had similar features. Leaders of the military council, under arrest, had given the Germans names, and a mass arrest of underground members had followed. 413. The Polish Home Army leadership that unleashed the Warsaw Uprising without a hope of victory and led to the deaths of 250,000 Polish civilians at Nazi hands, was far more guilty of valuing human life very cheaply than the Soviets. We will discuss the Warsaw Uprising later. The previous hesitation of local Minsk communists turned out to be justified. Their resistance organization was treated as a front of the Gestapo by the central staff of the partisan movement in Moscow. The people who rescued Minsk Jews and supplied Soviet partisans were labeled a tool of Hitler. 35 Source, Slapyan, Guerrillas, 1742. Slapyan, Guerrillas, pages 17 and 42, is a phony reference. Slapyan has nothing to say about anything in this passage of Snyder's. But Barbara Epstein's book, which Snyder recommends elsewhere, does indeed discuss the Soviet authorities' suspicion against the Minsk ghetto partisans and the persecution of its surviving members. What Epstein writes concerning this tragic and mistaken suspicion is worth quoting. Why did Ponomarenko 07 and others want to discredit the Minsk underground, and why did they continue their campaign against it for so many years? The simplest answer is that Ponomarenko honestly thought that the Minsk underground was a nest of German spies, and was determined to protect partisan units in the Minsk region from betrayal by its members.
Ponomarenko was no doubt informed of the mass arrests of underground members that took place in late September and early October 1942. He no doubt heard that all the members of the city committee had been arrested, that Kovalyov and some others were providing the names of other underground members, and that photographs apparently of Kovalyov during most of the WR Panteleimon Kondratev Ch. Ponomarenko, FWST Secretary of the Komtrunist Peru of Belorussia, was head of RHE Central Staff of the party and movement. However tragically mistaken he may have been in this case, Ponomarenko had reason to suspect a Gestapo connection, Snyder writes. Since both sides knew that their membership was largely accidental, they would subject new recruits to grotesque tests of loyalty, such as killing friends or family members who had been captured fighting on the other side. Sources: *Zibika, Historia, 345, 352, *Marinoas, Bialoru, 159. This is a phony citation. Neither Zibika nor Marinoas say anything at all about killing friends or family members or any such grotesque tests of loyalty. Zibika does state that many Belarusians fought in the ranks of Soviet partisans, seeing the USSR as the only way to defeat the Nazis. He also describes battles between Belarusian partisans and the Polish Home Army. Ponomarenko has been called an anti-Semite. Homer, Epstein's book. The lays St and very that he was one. Stlky of the Minsk movement, gives blood lies it was the Polish Home Army who massacred the Belarusian 9 elite. Both Marinoas and Zibika are virulently anti-Soviet. Their sympathies are with the far-right Belarusian nationalists who paid lip service to independence for Belorussia, that is, with the Nazi collaborators. A further problem with both of these books is that they contain few footnotes or other evidentiary information. Zibika, this is the Polish spelling of his Belarusian surname, the proper English transliteration is Shiveka, is a Belarusian professor. Marinoas is a Polish professor who specializes in Belarusian history. He too is strongly anti-communist and respectful of the Nazi collaborators who presented themselves as nationalists. However, according to Marinoas, it was not the Soviet partisans but the Polish Home Army that was responsible for massacring Belarusian teachers and other elites. Urzydnicy Białorusi w przypadku konfliktu interesów wydawali decyzje korzystne dla Polaków. Chitni ojteki wysilala na przymuso roboty duniemiak mdaji polsk nii Białorusk. Na narostajak do manakia biakarusk w struktura kudidzi okupacygene odpowiedziaka anti-Białoruskim terrorum. W okrgolijkim konflikt pierzirajal siew wojank na wynasczyni ilit. WWSP 61 Jelani aki dominajaksej w time okrgo polskij polakji pomoknichej do prowadziko du fizaznij liquidakji znaksnij $CZ organizator 6W Białoruskiego Ishia Narodowego, Nochosili, Urzydnik 6W Ijalakzi Związkumkaji Biakaruskioi. WSP 61 Prikazi Polakjake BYHS part Soviet. The Republic was normally spelled Belorussia, which is a Russian spelling. Serwi Independence, the country Aled Belmus. It's in the Bel Museum. Both Russian and are official languages in Belarus today as during Soviet times. Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues. Takwidoksna, Mijskowi Białorusini Postrskali ak Jako Yogrupownie Militarn Realizojace Direktywi Olidz Niemiekich. Niemieki Historic Piz, i.e. Spalperkojici zak Polakjansi Polzizisters Lilikil Kuzet Białorusinau, w Lijkim Komisaraci Regionałim. Komendant Naugradzkiego Okrako ak Pisak NATO Myast, i.e. Jego Ioliers w Drugioi Potawi 1943 R Wikonalipo at 300 Wyrik 6w Mirsi na Białorusinich, 80 Nunk Joali na Gestapo Jako Komunistico. IR 60 Ka Białoruski Podaj Kliksby 1200 Białorusin 6w Zabitik w 1943 R Pierzes Polskie Podziemi Jedini w Regioni Lijkim. Wedlug Historic 6w Białoruskich Podzes Okupakji Zrak Ionierzi ak Mialo Zginkakolo Tentis. Białorusin 6w.10 translated.
Belarusian officials in the event of a conflict of interest as a rule made decisions unfavorable to the Poles. Also, they were more likely to send Polish rather than Belarusian youth to forced labor in Germany. To the growing Belarusian dominance in the structures of the occupying power, the AK responded with an anti-Belarusian terror. In the district of Lida, the conflict escalated into a war of the annihilation of elites. In cooperation of the AK with the Polish auxiliary police who were dominant in the sub-district, this led to the physical liquidation of a large part of the organizers of Belarusian national life, teachers, officials, and activists of the Belarusian Youth Union. Cooperation with the police was so apparent that the Belarusian locals saw the AK as a military group implementing the directives of the German authorities. A German historian writes that the Polish police, in Marinois, Bielorus, 217-218. 416. Blood Lies. Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues. 417. Cooperation with the AK shot and killed hundreds of Belarusians in the Lida police district. The commander of the AK in the Novgorod district, however, wrote that his troops in the second half of 1943 carried out more than 300 death sentences against Belarusians, and denounced 80 to the Gestapo as communists. Belarusian sources cite the number of 1,200 Belarusians killed in 1943 by the Polish underground in the region of Lida alone. According to Belarusian historians, during the occupation about 10,000 Belarusians perished at the hands of AK soldiers. Snyder cites Marinois' book elsewhere but not this passage, in which Marinois claims to expose mass murders by the Polish Home Army of Belarusians, including of elites. This fact serves to remind us once again that Snyder's book is not historiography, but propaganda with footnotes. Snyder falsifies the Nalibaki incident. Polish civilians were massacred by Soviet partisans when Polish forces did not subordinate themselves to Moscow. In Nalibaki on May 8, 1943, for example, Soviet partisans shot 127 Poles. So sources. Asterisk on the shooting of 127 Poles, see Mushel, Mythos, 210. See also Jasowicz, Zaglata, 264-265. As in the case of the Katyn massacres, there is a scholarly dispute about Nalibaki. And as in the former case, Snyder conceals the dispute from his readers and presents the anti-Soviet version as the only version. Everyone agrees that the Soviet partisans attacked a fortified police outpost in Nalibaki. However, this armed outpost could not have existed without German permission and German-supplied weapons. Snyder does not mention this important fact to his readers. A Russian-language source states, B Kob RCKHX NAP TH3A6B1 No YK 3A0, QT0. B6010 B Scene PA 36 HT Hemika RAP HH30 HCAM 0060 P0 HB1. BBL10 Taro K Ikra HOBJ1 A0, Rho CWLBL CAM 0060 P0 HB1 BHA.new 60 CAX BBHAE Bookpies A0 U Hook APM KP0 Bo E Sirbo Baji IIOAKOHT Ponem OK Kina UHOHHBLXH Korbiak Kajasiham 110 Bakken 0 MM HHHMY3 HH Ka MHHC Koro Riro Mhsana Okai B 1943 Roni Ok HBM Horo Nap TH3 Honor H5J10 T Pi K3 THX Akobub, HCHHMH Hagayak. Translated. In the report of the Soviet partisans, it was stated that in the battle in the village, German self-defense garrison was smashed. It was also found that the self-defense forces in Nalibaki, an armed cell of the army Akrajowa, were functioning under the control of the occupying authorities and cooperating with them. According to the memoirs of Minsk ghetto prisoner Mikhail Okun, in 1943, a lot of guerrillas were killed by these Akers Lakovtsville and we began a war with them. German historian Bernhard Chiari has documented the collaboration between the Home Army and the German Army against their mutual enemy, the Red Army. We will return to Chiari's research later in this book. Bogdan Mushel is an anti-communist Polish nationalist historian. but even one of Muschel's books records a different version from Snyde's account. According to this account, T2 the Nalebaki attack was ihnen überraschenden Angriff auf die deutsche Garnisonder Selbstverteidigung in der Ortschaft Nalebaki Funzerstorten Ziel. At http://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/ma/cco_y5hi-ct0_g_hot_th60 cax exed on December 2012. Since then the last sentence, Kwang Oken, has been this page is highly contested. Muschel. ed_Sowjetisk Partisanen in 116 doc. 2 Soviet Partisan Report. 418. Translated. Blood Lies. Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues. 419. So there is a serious controversy, one with more than a little anti-Semitism by the Polish nationalists about what happened at Nalebaki and why. Snyder ignores his responsibility as an historian to objectively explore the different versions, or even to inform his readers that they exist. Jasiewicz, Zaglata, 264-265 claims that the Soviet partisans attacked pro-German Polish farms and killed some Poles, families included. Perhaps some communist partisans did consider that is German collaborators to be fair tar German civilians gets, as French and Italian partisans did. But these allegations are anecdotal, like Muschel's account of Nalebaki. Ukrainian insurgents also disguised themselves as Soviets and committed atrocities. Snyder claims that collective farms were similar to Nazi racism. The collective farm was to be maintained to extract food. Cuba proposed to dissolve it and allow Belarusians to farm as they wished. By undoing both Soviet and Nazi policies, Cuba was revealing their basic similarity in the countryside. Both Soviet self-colonization and German racial colonization involved purposeful economic exploitation. The comparison is nonsense. Snyder again tries to force some similarity between Nazi and Soviet policies. If collective farms maintained by the Nazis to feed German troops and by the Soviets to feed the Soviet population had a basic similarity, as Snyder claims, then so would individual farms, whether under Nazi or Soviet control. Snyder hates collective farms, that is clear. So he tries to associate collective farms with Nazi genocide whenever he can. But there is no such thing as self-colonization. Collective farmers paid a tax on what they produced so that the rest of the society could be fed, the army maintained, industry built. This has nothing in common with deliberately murderous German exploitation. Moreover, Soviet peasants benefited immensely from collectivization, which put an end to the age-old cycle of deadly famines. A sudden attack against the German self-defense garrison in the village of Nalebaki land destroyed. In a note, Muschel claims that 128 unbeteiligt Zivilisten civilians not involved in the fight were killed and the village plundered and burned. However, Muschel's only source is interviews with surviving villagers. He made no effort to get the surviving Soviet partisans' accounts, as anyone would who was interested in the truth rather than simply in writing anti-communist propaganda. The different perspectives on the Nalebaki affair can be illustrated by comparing the pages from different language versions of Wikipedia. For example, on the English Wikipedia page 13 there's no ambiguity. The Soviet partisans broke an agreement with the Polish Home Army and slaughtered the townspeople. But the Russian Wikipedia says that the Soviet partisans attacked a unit of the Home Army that was armed and collaborating with the German army, and quotes Mikhail Oken, a veteran of the Minsk ghetto, who states that these Home Army men killed many Soviet partisans, so the Soviet partisans fought them. 1s The English page stresses that the Bielski Jewish partisan group was not involved in the Nalebaki attack. But the Polish Wikipedia page 6 specifically accuses the Bielski partisans of collaborating with the Soviet partisans in murdering the innocent villagers, emphasizing that they were of Jewish ethnicity. Osób narodowości żydowskiej. The reality is that not just the Bielski partisan group, but all Jewish partisan groups, collaborated with the Soviets, since Polish partisans consistently murdered Jewish partisans, as well as Jewish civilians, whenever they could do so. IS at Access 2.2014.
At Okanji claim in the VAE of this page from March 23, 2013. As of June 2, 2014 it had Aaron Remdi of Okan's account is the excerpt from his memoirs 106-1 Evreisky Partizanskly. At the Mark Solanin site http://w%vwsoianin.org/iv_10gyeklypyrtizensky at http://pl.wikipedia.org/wiki/zbrodnia_w_nalebo blood lies. The Jews who became partisans were serving the Soviet regime, and were taking part in a Soviet policy to bring down retributions upon civilians. The partisan war in Belarus was a perversely tive effort of Hitler and Stalin, who each ignored the laws of war and escalated the conflict behind the front lines. This is another instance of a lie that Snyder often repeats. The Soviets had no policy to bring down retribution upon civilians any more than did all the other allies, including the London Polish government. Of course, Snyder has no evidence to support his contention, and no responsible historian would make such a serious charge without at least some evidence. In addition, Snyder touches here on a point which he tries to avoid throughout, the fact that Jewish partisans always sided with communist partisans because they had no choice. The Home Army, loyal to the Polish government in exile in London, did not accept Jews in its ranks and normally murdered Jews whenever it could do so. Partisan warfare was also carried on by the Polish Home Army and Ukrainian nationalists, to say nothing of General de Gaulle's partisan forces in France. Snyder never makes the statement about the Home Army partisans, who also fought the Germans. Why not? Ponomarenko's report another example of Snyder's bias. Snyder. Red Army officers invited Home Army officers to negotiate in summer 1943, and then murdered them on the way to the rendezvous points. The commander of the Soviet partisan movement believed that the way to deal with the Home Army was to denounce its men to the Germans, who would then shoot the Poles. Sources: Brakel, Unterrotem Stern, 317, Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues Gagun, Stalinsky Commandos, 144. Let's take a look at this interesting question. 421. Brakel does claim that at a session of the Central Committee on June 24, 1943, Panteleimon Ponomarenko, first secretary of the Belarusian Party and head of the partisan movement in Belorussia, ordered that as much information as possible concerning Home Army units be collected and passed to the Germans, who would then presumably liquidate the Home Army partisans. Zweitage Spatter Konkretisiert ERL Ponomarenkal auf einer Sitzung der Büros des EKKPB sein Anweisungen nach, in dem vor Ort, möglichst viel Informationen über die Einheiten der Heimatarmee zu sammeln und die bei den Deutschen zu denunzieren. And 437 Stenogramm der Sitzung der Büros ZK vom 24.6.1943, ZIT. Nach Dokumenti Ostosinki, S233 to 245, here S243. Translated. 2 days later he by demanding the collection of as much information about the units of the Home Army and the denunciation of these units to the Germans. But Brakel has biased his account by significant omission. Here is the fuller context of Ponomarenko's remarks from the document published in the Polish journal from which Brakel took it. CAEAOBA-REABH0, C-To3PEHHNPCT0H1111EA60PB6B1C110J1BCKHMH Opera HH3OHSSMHH Noab CKHMM Koe Hehmide, Iona 6 YARIIPHBC Rene HMH Hotep H Topn Benepik HH, NPHQEM3 EK PA 3 YME RCHOKHBIT Boka 60 PB6A, 3 EK PHCKJIEO Ka B03M0, Kok RB, A1 MH0 NPBHAETB, QRO110J1 BCK Hinoan 0 of HB1E60 EB1E Opera HH3AAHH, Toro, QR06B1 ACAS 6HTBBJIHFLH HENAP TH3AHCKHX at Fay of Blood Lies H Hall HX110 U10J1BHB1XKOMMYHHCT KHX Opera HH3A1 RHH HAMAC Blue Ohm 06H3ATEJ1BH06YRC RABHTB Nanya APME UKMX OK Kina HTOB Hall NAP TH3AHC KME 0 TPH of 1H NAP Thuhi Operjah Ho HYRH0 NP Bihni TBH 1109 Tomi C Cockme B Spos YKAHHHX KOTOPB1 EMBL6 dot AEMAABARBBHACRVTK0HCR1 bag HH how underscore 1HX nap T high HB1X opera EIH3 Alrahu, BGACRHKOH Take TOB co crop 0 HB1 nap TH3AHCKHX at Fayab C PA 3 AHHHB1 MHRLPEAC Taber JIHMHR10 of CKHMH. KOTOPB1 ENPHXOAHTAJIH NEPR 0 BOPO BOCOB McRH 0 I60 PB6 EHTA, ANO JIHKHO HB IDLAO RBEC RHK PEN K0 PA 3 B of 1 BA Reg 1 BHYK, PA 60 TI H ERV LIRO RK ONGNPO BATB CBOK, or J1 BHOCTB, STO H ME TBB BHAY. And 03 Tomi Napanan Pa Si Pa 60 To Harkheim Ho Opur HPOBATB How JH Nap TH3AHCK He OTPH of 1M Nap Thub 1E Opera HH3AAHH Ha2, HT06B1 BCE 9th Nam CK He Opera HH3A1AHH, 110 BCK He Ko E He, KOTOPB1 EC03AAK, TCA. XBBLHBJIHTBHBCH HEC KHC TABHTB non YAAP HEME UKHX0 K Kina HT0B. He MQB1 He NO Siri Kuch Pakrbenrb, ECJIHY3 Hack, T, QR03T0 Opera HH3ATOPB1 NONP CKHX Ko Ehehu HJIH APIRHX60 EB1X NONP CKHX Opera HH3 Alr Ha. Ho RYT high dash ka opera HH3OHH. CAC 3T0 C ENA TB. Mirona MH clear he high ho C tech HFL TBCH. Ha 3T0. High asterisk ho hath 111 HPOK0, ho 06 C ta BJIHTB Heim ho. Ta KHM06 POM, HT06B13 T061.1110 RNAAK0. 110 BHAHMO my, NFAHNOC ta BHTB Bonpak OPA 30 MHHH non CHHX Haghahan Grahex NATPHOTOB, PAG 061 HHHX, CAC Arhro BCHKOPC Koro HN Penare Leu no J1 BC Koro Hap 0A.1717 Stenogramma Biro Tisk KPG of 24 to Unia 1943 Goda in Michael Nat _Miski. Dokumen Riostosan Kadu po Elskiaj Na Palnik no Oshaden /ch Kresitrits Pospolitej W Latach 1943, 1944, Studio Podlaskiev, p. 243, Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues translated. Accordingly, from the point of view of the coming struggle with the Polish nationalist organizations and Polish units, and there will be one upon the entry Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues on June 24, 1943 there took place a meeting of Central Committee of the Communist Party of Belarus. One question was discussed, concerning the destruction of rail communications. PK Ponomarenko made a short report. The task is to blow up as many railroad lines as possible in a short period of time, he stressed. The enemy will be forced to carry out huge time-consuming works to replace the rails. That will require an enormous amount of steel and rolling stock, of which the Germans do not have very much. It was noted in the adopted resolution that the railways in Belarusia throughout most of their length are controlled by the guerrillas, and that fact is of great importance for the disruption of the operational and strategic plans of the enemy. The assertion that there was only one topic discussed at this meeting, the question concerning the destruction of rail communi, is repeated in Vladimir P. Ilin, Partyzany Nezdaocja, 19 Cations. Brakel source is a Polish collection of supposedly Soviet documents. A more detailed account of this same meeting is widely cited, with all citations coming back to the book by Bogdan Musial. Sowiecki Partyzanin in Vice Russland, p. 223. Musial cites a Russian archive but also cites the same Polish source as Brakel. 2019 Exmo, 2007, Chapter 3. p. 375. At http://military.lib.ru/memo/russian/ilan_vp/03 html. An article by Musial translated into Russian FMM. The newspaper Frankfurtu is to a quotation from Ponomarenko's directive to pass info tin about the AK on to the Germans. Brakel is quoting document in a Belarusian archive published by a Polish journal. Several issues with this document should excite our suspicions about it. In the notes immediately before this one, Brakel cites another document by Ponomarenko dated June 22, 1943, from a Russian archival source. Evidently he could not locate the June 24, 1943 report in question in a Russian archive or the June 22 document in a Belarusian archive. Another account of this same June 24 meeting records it differently. 24 Hio * 1943 Ro Aa Cocktohj 10 CB3 Ace He 610 Po Il HTPA 1B Horo K0 MHTERA Com 11 APTHH Benepic HH 06 Psi KAAJICFL Bonpak OPA 3 Piu _1 EHHH Zine 3 Hoe Op 0 KHB 1X Komikaku CE 6011 Buletin JHMAOKJ1 AAOMBBLC Re 11 HJ1 IL K 110 HO Mapage K0 3 Aoka Cockrower B Tom QR06B1 SA Kopotkunef 0 A Nano BATB Kak Maho 60 J1 BLNE Rene 3 HOA Op 0 MHB1X Nire Nog Kepkij 10 Ipoth Beepthas S6 in TNP0 BOAHTBORP0 MHB1 ERPYAOEMK Hepa 60 TB1 No 3 AMI Hepent COB 110 Teep 6 YETCNKOJ IAKA OBHO KOJIH HEC TB0 ERA IL NPO KA RA KO ROP 1XY HERG B RENA P RAK YAK MH ORO BNPHHHTOMNOC RA 0 BJ1 EHHH 0 T MECA AOCB Rosine 3 HB1 EA Upper HB Benepic HH Ha BCEMNP 0 T9 X EHHH Hax 0 HKOHT Ponem NAP TH3 A 9 T0 HMI RORP 0 MHO 311 HHECPB1 BA1 PTHBHBTXH Per Hex 3 AMB1 CJ10 BNP 0 THBHH Ka.1 B Translated Petr Zakharovic Kalinin Partizanskaya Respubliko M. Voenize. 1964 Part 3 http://ream literae bhn 60 pem translated 1 Patah 02 We must not restrict ourselves in the way of method. We mlet take this on broadly, but we must arrange things so that they go smoothly. These two sentences, but no more of Ponomarenko's directive, are widely produced on the internet. They do to text of the document we cite above. Blood lies. Musial has been described as an anti-Semitic writer who strives in his research to blame all Polish anti-Semitism on the fact that Jews were pro-Soviet, essentially the Nazi Judeo-Bolshevism argument. Point 21 There are a number of points about this document that are relevant to our evaluation of Snyder's book. First, is the lengthy account from the Belarusian archive of the June 24, 1943 meeting of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Belarus genuine? There are reasons to question its authenticity. The two accounts by Kalinin and Ilan claim that there was only one topic discussed at the meeting, and that Ponomarenko's report was short. The Studia Podlaskier document quoted by Brakel, which Snyder then cites, is a lengthy document, and Ponomarenko's remarks are part of a discussion, not of a report. In this document Ponomarenko calls the Polish underground patriots
but it is unlikely that the real Ponomarenko would have used the word patriots to refer to the anti-communist Polish underground. By this time the Soviets had already formed a pro-Soviet Polish organization and military. The Home Army was attacking and murdering Soviet and Jewish partisans. Ponomarenko might well call pro-Soviet Polish partisans patriots. But how could he also call these hostile, anti-communist forces patriots? This ought to awaken the suspicions of any competent historian. Second, even if it is genuine, Brakel and, therefore, Snyder have omitted a number of important facts necessary to evaluate Ponomarenko's statement. They are a retranslation hack into Russian of the German language passage quoted by Muschel himself in So mir SJ Bader Walder Mitteldorf Haben. Dies muss bright angelegt werden und so. Glatt vor sich jet. Like Brakel, Muschel does not quote the less the context of the quoted Joanna B. Michlik. Anti-Polish and pro-Soviet. 1939–1941 and the of the EU in Polish historiography. SWRED Divided and Others in Soviet-occupied Poland, 1939–1941, 67–101, ATB 5FF. Chapter 11. The Partisan War and Related Issues. Ponomarenko claims that the Polish underground will expose the Soviet party organizations and pro-Soviet partisans to the Germans, and therefore the Soviet forces must plan to do the same thing to the Polish underground. Brakel, like Muschel, omits this context. Brakel and Snyder know that the Home Army was extremely hostile to communists as well as to Jews. The Polish government in exile in London regarded the Soviets as an enemy just as much as they did the Germans. By February 1943 the massive German defeat at Stalingrad had already taken place, and everyone recognized that Germany would eventually lose the war. The Soviets suspected Polish collaboration with the Germans over the Katyn affair in April, 1943, when the London Poles worked closely with the Germans in a manner that completely undermined any sense of alliance with the Soviet Union. Soviet partisans would have regarded Katyn as a Nazi Polish government in exile provocation, since this was Moscow's position. With eventual German defeat inevitable and a pro-Soviet Polish leadership and army already set up, by June 1943 it was obvious that the Home Army would begin to fight the Soviets in any way they could. This is the context for Ponomarenko's remarks, assuming they are genuine, and they may not be. By the end of 1943 at the latest, some officers of the Home Army were beginning direct military collaboration with the German army against the Soviets. Gagun, Stalinsky Commandos, 144, Snyder gets this all wrong. The page is 145, not 144, the time is not summer 1943 but November 6, 1943, the Polish nationalists were allegedly shot not before but after the meeting took place, and they are not identified as Home Army men. Gagun claims that a commander of the guerrilla band of the famous Soviet-Ukrainian partisan leader Alexei Fedorov invited 3 Polish nationalist commanders to a celebration of the Bolshevik Revolution and then asked them to join the Soviet partisans. The Polish nationalist partisans refused and then left, whereupon the Soviet partisans shot them in the back and hid their bodies. Blood lies. Did this event happen this way? Snyder did not check. Gagun cites 2 sources. One is a Polish nationalist history of an Home Army unit to which we do not have access. The other is the diary of the Soviet partisan commander, but this is unpublished, cited from an archive. Moreover, the Soviet commander's diary says only this. Tob. 3Y6K0 Opera HH30 Badge 1Y6 Hookup 0 Non CKHX How Ho Honktab 3AHAJ1B1E6BTJIH Par H Hall COBTCK0 UPOAHHB1 Translated. Comrade Zubko organized the killing of Polish nationalists. They were inveterate enemies of our Soviet motherland. It is Gagun who identifies the event referred to in this statement as the same murder described by a Polish nationalist source, asserting that they are obviously the same. But he cites no evidence that this is so. Evidently, Neither source describes what took place at the meeting. Other works on Soviet partisans and on the Home Army note occasions when Home Army forces killed pro-Soviet partisans. For example, there are several such accounts in the collection of essays edited by Bernhard Chiari, Die Polnisch Hamadermy, in which Snyder himself has an essay. Snyder does not mention them. Chapter 12. Bloodlands. Chapter 9. Poland and the Home Army. Snyder's falsehoods about the Home Army. Snyder states, like the Polish government, by now in exile in London, the Home Army was to represent all political and social forces in the country. It was to fight for the restoration of Poland within its pre-war boundaries, as a democratic republic with equal rights for all citizens. The reference for this statement, footnote 6, reads as follows. 6. On fighting for the restoration of Poland as a democratic republic, see Lubyanksa, ZWZAK, 19, 23, 34. But the passages in Darius Lubyanksa's article ZWZAK contradict Snyder's statement. On page 19, Lubyanksa quotes several vague but significant declarations by General Sikorsky dictated by the need to clearly distance itself from the pre-war Polish policy towards national minorities, which had terrible connotations in Western Europe. But Lubyanksa goes on to say that his pronouncements were met with violent resistance from agents in the country that spoke out strongly about Jewish treason in the KRUSV, a deepening anti-Semitism of Polish society, criticism of the government's position on national minorities, and so on. The rest of Lubyanksa's paragraph details the strong anti-Semitism of forces in occupied Poland and their opposition to Sikorsky's statements. Nitlkuag 61 Niko Wych, Lex Znakskich Deklaracji, PCD Twanik od Polskiej Polityki Wobeknia Zosai Narratum Ych, Majasech w Europy Zakodenikj. Blood Lies. On page 23, Lubyanksa notes that a member of the Polish exile government issued a declaration about the government's position that after the war the Jewish minority was to be granted equal rights. But again, it did not speak for the forces in occupied Poland, which were more concerned with resolving the Jewish question through emigration. On page 34, Lubyanksa quotes statements by Sikorsky of January 1 and February 24, 1942 concerning the government's determination to grant equal rights to national minorities, including Jews. But Lubyanksa shows that these general statements by London government officials were contradicted in the pro-London Polish press. One publication Wywołanie Strajk 6W, Propaganda Pierzysyko Pro-Olasno Si, Pierzysyko. Rajani, Religii, Armii, Obstum. Translated. The security instructions issued by the Department of Internal Affairs of the Delegatura provided that immediately after the capture of power by the London-based camp will take place, as it is described, a restriction of civil liberties, which puts the opposition outside the law. The draft of the Anti-Communism Act prepared for this purpose provided for recognition as a crime punishable by death or imprisonment of not less than 10 years, membership in communist organizations, propaganda for communism, etc. Also considered as crimes were calling strikes, propaganda against the law of property, against family, religion, the military, the authorities z Problematical Poliochn Warzawskiego 1944. Warsaw. Wydon, Ministerstwo Obrony Narodowej 1985, p. 78 Drogi do Wixwo/Nia. Koncepcjołki z Okupantem w Polsce Akropolitizn, 1939 945. Warsaw, Kasiaka I Whedon, 1979, p. 379. Blood Lies. A somewhat fuller citation from the same archival document is found in another book. W. Oprakawanij Pierzes Antik Usta Anti-Communistisnij Zawardo Art. 14. Tergo S1 Britmiak, To W. Zamiars Obelinia Palistwe I Berzenia Lojus Spolesnigo Organizuis Weeksek Lub Stoy Nhls Wikumaksko Zasel Propaganda Komunizmu Lub Anarchizmu. W. Zachigalno ci Pierzes Wywofiwani Strajkow, Propaganda Pierzysyko Prawa Wiasno Si, Pierzysyko Rajani, Religii,
Armii, dem podliga cars mirsi lub wizienia du laten, lub dozi watnio.3 translated. In the anti-communist law developed by Antic is Article 14, S1, which stated, whoever with intent to overthrow the state and the destruction of social order organizes an association or is the head of an association having as a goal the propaganda of communism or anarchism, in particular by calling strikes, by propaganda against property rights against the family, religion, the military, the government authorities, is punishable by death or imprisonment up to 10 years, or for life. These documents show that the London government was planning for a polity that was essentially fascist, a conservative, anti-communist and anti-labor regime similar to the pre-war Polish regimes. Homicidal anti-Semitism is not mentioned here but was carried out during and after the war by the anti-communist Polish underground. Therefore, contrary to Snyder's claim, in reality the London Polish government in exile and its arm the Home Army never aspired to represent all political and social forces. It did not recruit among Jews and firmly rejected communists. It fought against Jewish and Czechoslovak Catholic/W Miokjchi Komsepka Klert Kalnigo Podiumia 1939-1944. W.A. P. Mistwo 1987, 264. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army Communist Partisan Units. Moreover, both during and after the war the Polish underground murdered Jews and communists. The pre-war Polish government had vigorously opposed equal rights for all citizens and discriminated against all who were not ethnic Poles. It was explicitly anti-Semitic and strongly anti-communist. There is no reason or evidence to suggest that the London Polish government would not be the same, or similar. Further evidence of the London Poles' lack of interest in democracy. They, and their arm the Home Army, insisted on a Poland within its pre-war boundaries, including Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. The pre-war Polish government had never held plebiscites to ask the Belarusian and Ukrainian majorities whether they chose to be in Poland. On the contrary, the Polish governments had discriminated against them and sent settlers to Polonize these areas. None of the Allied powers supported the restoration of Western Ukraine or Western Belorussia to Poland. Poland never had any legitimate claim to these lands in the first place. Even today's Polish state, the successor to the London Polish government, no longer claims that these lands ought to be returned to Poland. Snyder tries to excuse Home Army antisemitism in Poland. The Home Army, the general Polish partisan movement, was not open to Jews. Moreover, thousands of Jews were murdered by the rightist factions of the official Polish underground. In eastern Poland, in Belorussia, and sometimes in other areas as well, groups of Polish rightist guerrillas took an active role in the killing of many Jewish families and partisans in the forest. Among their victims was also a group of Luish fighters who had succeeded in breaking out of the Warsaw Ghetto at the time of the uprising, had reached the forests, and launched guerrilla warfare against the Nazis. 434. Blood Lies. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army still refers to fellow citizens of Jewish nationality, for that is, he does not consider Jews a part of the Polish nation. Roman Dronowski, a pre-war politician and political theorist who promoted the idea that only Roman Catholics can be true Poles and who was an outspoken anti-Semite, is honored by the governments of today's capitalist Poland. Dmowski was a Polish fascist, a Hitlerite, as the editor of the Polish edition of Le Monde Diplomatique has called him. 5 Dmowski was a virulent Polish imperialist who advocated harsh treatment of national minorities. Yet in January 1999 the Polish Sejm passed a resolution honoring Dmowski as an outstanding Pole. 6. Snyder. Home Army commanders saw a premature uprising as a communist temptation to be avoided. They knew that the Soviets, and thus the Polish communists, were urging the local population to take up arms immediately against the Germans. The Soviets wanted to provoke partisan warfare in Poland in order to weaken the Germans but also to hinder any future Polish resistance to their own rule when it came. The Red Army's task would be easier if German troops were killed by partisan warfare, as would the NKVD's if Polish elites were killed for resisting Germans. This is a particularly odious lie. Snyder suggests that the Soviets encouraged resistance to the Germans because they wanted German troops to kill Polish elites. But he cites no evidence to support this statement because there isn't any. Marcy Shore. Conversing with Ghosts, Ledwabny, and Totalitarianism. Critica, in an History. 6 Spring 2005, p. S. Stefan Roman Hittel Roe C_December, 2010. At http://ndesejmurtsky pospolitel polskiel zdinia bsty, Xenia 1999 ro Yosgenia Pamiasi Romanid Moklgo. At http://ok-sejmundrskor.pl/proc3.ngf/uchwali/783_u.hrm, Yitzhak Arad, Introduction to Isaac Kowalski, Comp. and ed., Anthology on Armed Jewish Resistance, 1939–1945, Volume 1, 27. Arad was a partisan fighter who fought in a pro-Soviet partisan group. He later headed Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Research Center and Memorial in Israel. Snyder writes, Warsaw Home Army commanders had strategic concerns that militate against giving the Jews any weapons at all. Although the Home Army was moving in the direction of partisan action, it feared that a rebellion in the ghetto would provoke a general uprising in the city, which the Germans would crush. The Home Army was not ready for such a fight in late 1942. There are a number of falsehoods and evasions here. Snyder has just finished assuring his readers that the Home Army was to represent all political and social forces in the country. But the Jews were Polish citizens. Therefore, Snyder is tacitly admitting that the Home Army was refusing to represent its own citizens. It refused because of its racist and anti-Semitic definition of national identity. In this respect it was the pre-war Polish government, the London Poles, and the Home Army who resembled the Nazis. The Soviets and Polish Communists did not. The pre-war Polish government and its underground partisan arm the Home Army privileged Roman Catholic Poles who were born of Polish-speaking parents above all other citizens of Poland, whether Jewish, Ukrainian, Belarusian, Czech, German, etc. The Polish government's racist idea of the Polish nation was similar to the Nazis' idea of the German Volk. It remains so to the present day. The president of Poland's Instytut Pamięci Narodowej swears to serve faithfully the Polish nation. Leon Kiers, founding president of the IPN. 436. Blood Lies. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army. 437. Slurs like this are indicative. Snyder evidently wants to find any and all dire he can on Stalin, Soviet policies in Poland, and Polish communists. If he could find any genuine crimes by these parties against Poles or Poland he would certainly include them. Assertions of crimes that are unsupported by evidence, or as here assertions that the Soviets had bad intentions expose his failure. Despite his best efforts, Snyder is unable to document any Soviet or Polish communist crimes. But this is an unacceptable result. It is essential to claim that such crimes occurred if one is to curry favor with Polish nationalists. Apparently this is the motive behind Snyder's undocumented insults such as this one. The Jewish Combat Organization included the Communists, who were following the Soviet line, and believed that Poland should be subordinated to the Soviet Union. So what? If, as Snyder claimed on page 281, like the Polish government, by now in exile in London, the Home Army was to represent all political and social forces in the country. Then it should have tried to represent both Jews and Communists, but Snyder does not even cite any evidence that the Communists believed that Poland should be subordinated to the Soviet Union. Moreover, the London Polish government was subordinate to first France, then to the UK and the Western Allies, without whose support at every step it simply would have ceased to exist. Snyder's statement is also an evasion, as though independence, not anti-communism and support for capitalism, was what kept the London Polish government and the Home Army from including communists. A communist Poland would certainly have friendly relations with the USSR. but Snyder cites no evidence that Polish communists believed in subordination to the Soviet Union. The London Polish regime, like the Western Allies, wanted a capitalist and anti-communist Poland, which would necessarily mean an anti-Soviet Poland. As for the Soviet Union, it required friendly countries on its borders, as did all of the Western Allies. The USA would never tolerate a hostile Mexico, for example, and has invaded Mexico every time that country threatened to become hostile. As the Home Army Command could not forget, the Second World War had begun when both the Germans and the Soviets had invaded Poland. Half of Poland had spent half of the war inside the Soviet Union. The Soviets wanted Eastern Poland back, and perhaps even more. Snyder's talk about Eastern Poland, meaning Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia, is dishonest. Both territories had been seized from Soviet Russia by Poland through conquest. Polish speakers were in a minority in both. There was no reason they should not have been taken back by the USSR at the first opportunity. Snyder avoids the whole issue of the Curzon Line and Polish imperialism. He does not wish his audience to remember that none of Poland west of the Curzon Line, the line that divided majority Polish territory from majority Ukrainian or Belarusian lands, had been occupied by the Soviets, and none ever would be. To say the Soviets wanted Eastern Poland back is not objective. One could just as accurately say Poland wanted Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine back. Then the question would be obvious. Why should Poland have them? Why should Poland ever have had them? From the perspective of the Home Army, rule by the Soviets was little better than rule by the Nazis. Its goal was independence. There were hardly any circumstances that would seem to justify a Polish independence organization arming communists inside Poland. Snyder's statement here is a devastating criticism of the Home Army, though Snyder, evidently, does not understand this. The Nazis considered Poles to be untermenschen and mass murder. The Soviets had targeted Poles for extermination, no such racist concepts or genocidal goals. The Soviets did not blood lies commit mass murder against Poles or anybody else. Their desire was to build a socialist state that would benefit the working people rather than the traditional elites, and that would be friendly to the USSR, unlike the pre-war Polish regime, which was as hostile as can be imagined. The Soviets helped in rebuilding a socialist Polish state after the war. The Polish communists organized the reconstruction and carried it out. Would the Nazis have rebuilt a Polish state? The question answers itself. If the Home Army really did consider rule by the Soviets little better than rule by the Nazis, that means they cared nothing for the fate of the majority of Poles as long as the status of the Polish elite was maintained. This might well be true. If the Home Army and London Polish government really did strive to represent all Poles, as Snyder has claimed, then they should have armed communists and Jews just as they armed other Poles. But the London Polish government in exile and the Home Army were anti-communist and anti-Semitic just as the Nazis were. In reality, of course, the Home Army did not merely want independence. The Home Army and the Polish government in exile were fighting for capitalism and against communism. They were fighting for Polish imperialism too, to regain Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia, which they regarded as theirs despite the fact that Poles had never been the majority of the population. After World War II, imperialism becomes a dirty word to most of the world's peoples. Therefore the imperialist countries, Poland included, stop describing their imperialist aims as such and begin describing them as fighting communism, fighting for freedom, and so on. Darius Lubiancz's account of Warsaw Ghetto revolt contradicts Snyder's. The note to the 5 passages from page 284 reproduced above from reads. N13, Lubianczka, ZWZAK, 60, 71. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army. Darius Lubianczka is widely regarded as one of the foremost experts on the subject of Jews in Poland during the war. It is not surprising except for one thing. That Snyder cites him as a source. Lubianczka's article does not really support what Snyder says. Lubianczka details the Home Army's almost total indifference to the Jewish fighting groups. Lebyank's discussion on these pages documents the lack of interest of the Home Army in Jewish issues and Jewish rebels generally. In the appendix to this chapter we have quoted at length, with translations, some of the passages from these 2 pages of Lebyank's so readers may judge for themselves. Some especially striking passages have been bold-faced for the reader's convenience. But all the passages are worth studying, as is the entire article for those who can read Polish. Snyder then claims that subsequently the Home Army did give much of its own cache of weapons to the Jewish rebels. This worked powerfully against the anti-Semitic stereotype, present in the Home Army and in Polish society, that Jews would not fight. Now the Warsaw Command of the Home Army gave the Jewish combat organization a substantial proportion of its own modest arms cache, guns, ammunition, explosives. 17 sources. Asterisk on the arms cache, see Lebyanksa, ZWZAK, 69. And Mot Zarsky, Rozmoe, 232. Asterisk on the anti-Semitic minority, see Engelking, Zigi, 193, and Passim. Kazimierz Mazarski, Rozmoe z Kadam, is a book about the author's imprisonment with Jürgen Stroop, the German and fanatical Nazi who commanded the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto and murder of thousands of its Jewish citizens. There is nothing on page 69 of Lebyank's long article, cited here by Snyder, about the Polish government or Home Army giving any arms to the Jews. In the appendix to this chapter we also quote much of Lebyank's page 70, where discussion of the arms question blood lies is continued. These passages make clear that Lebyanksa does not believe that the Home Army sent the Jewish forces any significant arms. Yet this is the very source Snyder cites. Why? We suspect that very few of Snyder's readers will bother to obtain Lebyanksa's article, written in Polish in a journal that is not easy to find, and check to see whether Lebyanksa's research does in fact support what Snyder says. Meanwhile, Snyder can appear as though he is citing one of the most respected authorities on the subject in favor of his conclusions. Engelking, 2 193 recounts an aborted attempt by a Home Army man to shoot unarmed Jews found hiding in a cellar simply because they were Jews. There are indeed many examples of Home Army men murdering Jews. Snyder claims the Home Army aided the Warsaw Ghetto rebels. Among the Western Allies, only Polish authorities took direct action to halt the killing of Jews. By spring 1943 Egota 7 was assisting about 4,000 Jews in hiding. The Home Army announced that it would shoot Poles who blackmailed Jews. On May 4, as the Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto fought on, Prime Minister Tadeusz Sikorski issued an appeal. I call on my countrymen to give all help and shelter to those being murdered, and at the same time, before all humanity, which has for too long been silent, I condemn these crimes. As Jews and Poles alike understood, the Warsaw Command of the Home Army could not have saved the ghetto, even if it had devoted all of its troops and weapons to that purpose. It had, at that point, almost no combat experience itself. Nevertheless, 7 of the first 8 armed operations carried out by the Zgeta was set up by the POLISH in London to rescue from the Germans. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army. Home Army in Warsaw were in support of the ghetto fighters. 2 Poles died at the very beginning of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, trying to breach the ghetto walls. Several further attempts to breach the walls of the ghetto failed. In all, the Home Army made some 11 attempts to help the source. Quotation, Engelking, Warsaw Ghetto, 795. Asterisk on the 11 attempts to help Jews, see Engelking, Ghetto Warzawski, 745, asterisk and Lebyanksa, ZWZAK, 79. None of Snyder's sources identify any Home Army announcement about shooting Poles who blackmailed Jews. The reference in Engelking B to the 11 attempts is as follows. According to Stzembosch, acts of armed assistance to the ghetto, which included about 11 documented stories, were usually restricted to attacking individual posts or gun emplacements. Did constitute real help for the Jewish fighters who were defending themselves for 4 weeks?
Engelking clearly believes this home army support was symbolic only. The passages from Lubiancz's essay quoted in the appendix show that the home army was indeed reluctant to arm the ghetto fighters and in fact provided very few arms. More evidence of this reluctance is seen in the quotations from pages 79 to 80 of Lubiancz's work that are reproduced in the appendix to this chapter. Lubiancz's, Snyder's source, says that home army actions to help the Warsaw Ghetto revolt were very weak. Lubiancz's also states communist groups did take part in helping the revolt, though he does not specify precisely what they did. 8 Here quote from the English Edict of Engelking. p. 792, then the Much edition. Oddly, Snyder EFIO to the English edition in this footnote. Blood lies. Joshua D. Zimmerman, a source that Snyder cites, but not here, is equally negative about the Home Army's attitude towards helping the Warsaw Ghetto rebels. Rather, it was not possible, Komarovsky wrote, to extend extensive aid to Jews for the following REA 1. The population treats Jews as a foreign element and in many cases as being inimical to Poland, which was documented by their actions during the Soviet occupation. 2 Large numbers of armed Jews are brigands or members of communist groups which plague the nation. Jews who are members of these groups have displayed extreme cruelty to Poles. 3 Societal opinion as well as the rank and file of the underground would not be amenable to greater assistance to Jews, as they would see this as a depletion of their own resources. Following the Polish nationalist position, Snyder tries to depict Home Army support for the Warsaw Ghetto rebels in a positive light. But the evidence he himself cites reinforces the view that the Polish government in exile and Home Army were rife with anti-Semitism and wished to do as little as possible to help the uprising, and, as we have seen before, the Polish government in exile and Home Army did not consider Polish Jews to be Poles. As for the quotation of Engelking, it is on pages 794 to 5. It is taken from the account by Irene Smecki. Sikorsky may well have said it. But it was hypocrisy, as forces loyal to the Polish government in exile in London continued to murder Jews in large numbers and with complete impunity. Is an apologetic source, a command officer of the Home Army in occupied Poland and one of those responsible for starting the DISAS 9. Joshua D. Zimmerman, the attitude of the Polish army to the Jewish question during the case of the Ghetto Uprising in Variety's History. Ideology, Discourse. eds. Baumgarten, Peter Bruce Thompson. University of Delaware Press, 2009, 109-126, at 121. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army truce. Warsaw Uprising in July 1944 without coordination with the Red Army. Snyder admits the anti-Semitism of the Home Army. Some Jews did survive the Ghetto Uprising, but found a hard welcome beyond the ghetto. In 1943 the Home Army was even more concerned about communism than it had been in 1942, as a result of an arrest and a plane crash in summer 1943, a more sympathetic Polish commander and prime minister were replaced by less sympathetic ones. Despite its promises to do so, the Home Army never organized a Jewish unit from veterans of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Over the course of 1943, units of the Home Army sometimes shot armed Jews in the countryside as bandits. In a few cases, Home Army soldiers killed Jews in order to steal their property. Here Snyder begins, correctly, to relate the Home Army's anti-Semitism to its anti-communism. Polish nationalists, like other right-wing nationalists in the Baltics, Ukraine, Hungary, Romania, and elsewhere, had a concept of Jewo-communism virtually identical to that of the Nazis. 10. Snyder greatly understates the extent of Home Army anti-Semitism. He does not use the term anti-Semitism with respect to the Home Army. Instead, he suggests that Home Army discrimination against Jews was a reflection only of their anti-communism. In anti-communist historiography, it is considered illegitimate to be anti-Semitic, but essential to be anti-communist. Later in this book we will present evidence of the truly shocking extent of anti-Semitism in the Polish underground forces, including the Home Army. Then, as though to mitigate these unpleasant truths, Snyder adds,
See Polish language Wikipedia page on this topic at http://pl.wikipbla.org/wiki. New York Duke Omuna. The English language page has been extensively written up in a hghly apologetic manner. Blood lies. On the other hand, the Home Army did execute Poles who turned in Jews or tried to blackmail them. N.33 C. Zimmerman, Attitude, 120, and Lubyanksa, ZWZAK, 119 to 123. This is not true. The very source Snyder cites, Darius Lubyanksa's article, documents a number of incidents of Home Army murders of Jews and Communists. But it does not document a single execution of a Pole because he murdered Jews or the punishment of any Poles because he had blackmailed Jews. Concerning Home Army Commander codenamed Orzel, Lubyanksa states that he was put on trial and shot, but Lubyanksa states clearly that this was not only for his actions against the Jewish partisans. W. Chiruku 1944 R. Orzel został rozstrzelony z wojskowego S4 du specjalnego, lex powodem bila tylko likwidakcja oddziału 20b. Translated. In June 1944, Orzel was shot by sentence of a special military court, but not solely for the elimination of the Jewish Fighting Organization branch. Zimmerman, Attitude, 120 does not support Snyder's statements in the least. Zimmerman documents Home Army Commander Komarovsky's relentlessly anti-Semitic attitude during the war, including towards Jewish partisans. Zimmerman points out that Komarovsky claimed the Home Army had provided only limited supplies to the Jews because, in his estimate, the Polish population regarded Jews as a foreign element, liable to be pro-communist, and the Home Army underground did not want to share their supplies. Back to the same old lie of Soviet invasion and alliance with Hitler. Although their British and American allies could afford to have illusions about Stalin, Polish officers Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army and politicians could not. They had not forgotten that the Soviet Union had been an ally of Nazi Germany in 1939 to 1941, and that its occupation of eastern Poland had been ruthless and oppressive. Snyder repeats the same lie again. The Soviet Union was never an ally of Nazi Germany. The British and Americans knew this very well. They had accepted the USSR's claim of neutrality in the German-Polish War of September 1939. It may have been the position of the Polish government in exile that the USSR had been an ally of Hitler's, but the rest of the world knew better. Snyder ignores oppression by the Polish government. Poland's own occupation of western Ukraine and western Belorussia had been both ruthless and oppressive to Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Jews, who did not enjoy the same civil liberties and rights as did Poles. Poland also oppressed communists, who likewise did not have civil rights in Poland. In a response to one of Snyder*'s articles, Jeffrey Birds outlines something Snyder left out: Polish government terror against Ukrainians in pre-war Western Ukraine. Alexander Modil has described the roots of Ukrainian violent opposition to Polish rule. L31 But the brutality of ethnic Poles towards ethnic Ukrainians is rarely discussed outside of tendentious nationalist accounts. The most widespread and intense violence took place in the anti-Ukrainian pogroms of 1934 to 1938. For this, alas, we do not need to rely on Polish or Ukrainian accounts alone. Monsignor Dr. Philippe Cortesi, the papal nuncio in Warsaw, condemned the violence in a private letter to the Polish Minister of Internal Affairs regarding just one such event of 2 to 3 November 1938. Polish members of the ENDA attacked Ukrainian students in their dormitories in Warsaw, unhindered by Polish police who stood by watching the Blood Lies brutal violence, and who waited until the end of the riots to arrest Ukrainian students for disturbing the peace. Several Ukrainian institutes were attacked, with the subsequent destruction of everything that falls into the hands of the aggressors. A Ukrainian shop was destroyed when Polish nationalist fanatics set fire to the Interler and then hurled a screaming young Ukrainian woman into the flames. The worst violence occurred at the Ukrainian Catholic Seminary, located a mere 200 meters from the central office of the Polish State Police. In the Polish crowd's iconoclastic rage,
irreparable damage was done to the interior of the Ukrainian church, where icons were defiled and a priceless portrait of Saint Peter destroyed. The seminary was ravaged as the angry Polish crowd systematically broke apart furniture and hurled the pieces through broken windows to the streets below. In all, at least 8 Ukrainians were hospitalized with serious injuries, and 2 were killed. Consistent with its usual policy, the official Polish press remained mysteriously silent about such incidents. And wherever possible, the Polish police confiscated and suppressed Ukrainian underground newspapers and publications where the incidents were discussed. And evidently it is inconsistent with Snyder's aim, which is to portray Polish nationalists as victims and yoke the Soviets with the Nazis. To honestly point out the truth, it was the Polish nationalists who had a great deal in common with the Nazis, who were similarly racist German nationalists. The Soviet state was proudly internationalist and favored ordinary working people over elites. There was no Eastern Poland to occupy. Poland had ceased to exist. This happened entirely because of the Polish government. Jeffrey Bard's comment on Timothy article at http://wviv.haedu/nt13. H. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army. They had rejected collective security and then abandoned their country, leaving it without a government. The Soviet Union never had any intention of supporting any institution that claimed to represent an independent Poland. Here Snyder tacitly assumes that only a capitalist Poland, no matter how anti-communist, racist, anti-working class, and undemocratic, could be independent, while a communist Poland could somehow not be independent. This linguistic deception simply reveals his anti-communist bias. The United States has never tolerated a country anywhere near its borders that was not closely assigned to it. Canada and Mexico are both closely aligned with the United States today, yet they are regarded as independent. Therefore this is less a question of independence than of who was going to hold state power in independent Poland after the war. The Soviet leadership and the NKVD treated every Polish political organization as part of an anti-Soviet plot. 5 and 45 Operacja Sejm, 5 and Passim. Snyder fails to tell his readers that Operacja Sejm was aimed only against the Polish political underground inside the USSR. Operation Sejm was the NKVD program to uproot underground NA, but only those in the Western Tionalist Polish political parties Ukraine, Belorussia, and the Vlno Oblast. These were the areas incorporated into the Soviet Union in 1939, and were part of the Soviet Union. The document on page 5 cited by Snyder specifies precisely this: a campaign to identify Polish nationalist organizations in these areas of the USSR and infiltrate anti-Soviet formations. The interested reader may find the document at page 5 to 14 of Operacja Sejm on the Internet. 12 It would have been more accurate to say that the London Polish government and the Home Army treated every Jewish and at http://misaweb.montclair.to/bloodlies munist-oriented political organization as part of a plot against them. In fact, the Polish Socialist Party and other such parties were courted by the Communists during and after the war. Indeed, in some cases Soviet partisans were turned against the Polish fighters. The partisan unit of Tuvia Bielski, for example, took part in the disarming of the Home Army. Snyder is being dishonest here by implying there was something wrong in disarming the Home Army. In fact, it was the London Polish government itself that ordered the Home Army to disband and give its arms to the Red Army. Moreover, the Home Army was intensely hostile to the Red Army. The Home Army was highly anti-communist and anti-Semitic and often murdered Jews and communists. The pre-war Polish government had not even considered communists and Jews to be Poles. The sources that Snyder himself uses, Chiari and Lubyanka, document this. In contrast to the murderous anti-Semitism of the Home Army, the Soviet partisan leaders combated anti-Semitism. Siding with them was the only sensible thing for Jewish partisans to do. Snyder knows, but conceals from his readers, that the Home Army conspired with the German army against Soviet partisans and against the Red Army. German historian Bernhard Chiari has written about this in a volume on the myth of the Home Army, in which Snyder himself also has an article. 13 The Warsaw Uprising, What really happened on July 31, 1944? General Komorowski, commander of the Home Army loyal to the Polish government in exile in England, gave the order for an uprising in Warsaw against the German occupying forces. The Warsaw Uprising of August 1 to October 2, 1944 was a disastrous defeat for the hugely outgunned and, in the Kiel, Kriegslist Bündnis mit dem Deutschpalmskorftig DT 94344. In die Polni 5 Chehi/Mutiny, Geschichte Armen Krajo Wasate dem Zweiten Weltkrieg. Munich. R. Oldenu Arg VLG, 2003, 497-527. Snyder's article is on pages 549, Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army and, outnumbered partisan forces in the city. At least 17,000 insurgents were killed, while the Germans and their allied forces killed about 200,000 civilian residents of Warsaw and destroyed 60% of the buildings in the city. The uprising was directly militarily against the Germans, but politically against the Soviet Union and especially the Polish forces allied with the Red Army, the Polish Army and the People's Army. The uprising was a part of the Polish GIE's Operation Storm. This plan was designed to try to seize power in Polish towns once the Red Army crossed into western Belarus and western Ukraine. Poland had seized these regions by conquest from Soviet Russia in 1921 and they had been retaken in 1939 after Poland's defeat and merged into the Belarusian and Ukrainian republics of the USSR. The Polish GIE continued to insist that these lands were part of Poland until the early 1990s. Operation Storm was designed to present the Soviet government with the necessity of either recognizing the Polish GIE or of having to arrest its authorized representatives, thus admitting that it was a conqueror, not a liberator. The plan was for Home Army forces in the towns to wait until the Red Army was on the point of liberating a town from the Germans. In the interval between the German troops' withdrawal and the arrival of the Red Army, the Home Army was to occupy the government buildings. When the Red Army arrived, the Home Army was to greet them as the lawful government and representatives of the GIE. When the Red Army removed them from office and replaced them with their own Polish forces, the Home Army was to inform the GIE, which would then make a formal protest to the Allies. The Allies would then, supposedly, make a protest to the Soviet government. Operation Storm did not work as planned in those cities where the Home Army did manage to time its exit from the underground precisely enough to seize the government buildings without too much fighting against superior German forces and before the Red Army arrives. In these cases, the Allies showed no interest in disturbing their relations with the Red Army, which was taking huge casualties and bearing by far the brunt of the war against the Volksbündnists. In the case of Warsaw, the Normandy landing had occurred on June 6, 1944, and the Western Allies faced hard fighting. General Komorowski, Home Army commander in Warsaw, was authorized by the GIE to declare an uprising at a time of his choice. The plan was still to halt until the Soviet forces were on the point of entering Warsaw and the German forces on the point of leaving it, and then seize power. Taking power in Warsaw would be of symbolic importance as it was the capital of Poland. On July 31, Komorowski and his staff were mistakenly informed that Soviet tanks were on the point of crossing the Vistula and entering Warsaw. Komorowski gave the order for the uprising to begin at 5 p.m. on August 1. On the same day, Col. Irena Kozmecki, head of intelligence, told the staff that this information was false and suggested the uprising be called off. Komorowski refused. This decision ignited the chain of events that ended in the defeat of the uprising and the destruction of Warsaw, called by many Poles at the time a crime and a disaster. No one ever thought that the Home Army and other partisan forces in Warsaw would be able to defeat the German and Allied forces there. These included, at various times, part or all of 5 tank divisions, one of them an SS division, the German 9th Army, a company of the 29th SS Grenadier Division, the Sonderkommando der Wanger, infamous for its savagery against civilians, and a number of Cossack and other forces recruited from anti-communists within the USSR. These forces were supported by Stuka dive bombers and Messerschmitt fighters.
The only chance for success for the uprising was to count on the Red Armies defeating the German forces and driving them out of the city. Then, with a minimum of fighting against retreating troops, the Home Army hoped to take control of Warsaw and present the Red Army with a fait accompli. Given the hostility to the USSR on the part of the GIE and its representatives in Poland, the Soviet government could not be blamed if it did indeed stand by and let the German forces slaughter the Home Army. This is in fact what some anti-communist Polish writers and politicians have alleged ever since. But others equally anti-communist, and virtually all who are not, plus the Soviet Gov Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army Ernment, Red Army commanders, and even the anti-communist Russian government today, reject this charge. More important, there is no evidence at all that the Red Army acted in this way. Like its inception, the defeat of the Warsaw Uprising was purely the responsibility of the GIE and the Home Army leadership. The Home Army leadership started the blame game, pointing fingers at others, during the uprising itself. At first they tried to blame the British. Subsequently they decided it was all the Soviets despite the fact that the uprising was supposed to be default wrecked against the Soviets in the first place. One person Komorowski never blamed was himself. But a great many other Poles, including anti-communists and his own Home Army members, blamed him and continue to do so. During the first 2 weeks of the uprising the British sent aircraft from Italy to try to drop supplies to the Home Army forces in Warsaw. At first Stalin refused to have anything to do with the uprising, even preventing the British airplanes from landing at Soviet airports for refueling. Stalin's position was that the uprising was a crime because it had been undertaken without any coordination with the Red Army, which was the only way it could have been successful. Nevertheless, after pressure from the British, Stalin started Soviet supply flights. British, American, and Soviet flights dropped many tons of supplies, though it appears that most either fell into German hands or were destroyed by being dropped from too high an altitude. In any case such drops were symbolic only. No amount of airdrops could enable poorly armed and largely civilian partisans to defeat heavily armed, trained, and utterly ruthless German forces. Post-1990 anti-communist Polish governments and scholars vacillate on the question of blaming Stalin for not coming to rescue the uprising. This is impossible to prove for lack of evidence, though some researchers continue to make the attempt. Komorowski and the GIE leaders are honored as heroes on the grounds that the uprising was necessary because it was a fight for independence that had to be attempted whatever the cost. Independent Euro is a deliberate obfuscation, a code word for anti-communist, anti-communists generally holding that being pro-Soviet means lacking independent blood lies ins while being pro-British indeed, wholly dependent upon the British and pro-capitalist is the only way to independence. Snyder's falsifications about the Warsaw Uprising. Snyder claims, almost certainly, more Jews fought in the Warsaw Uprising of August 1944 than in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of April 1943.50 sources, Engelking, Tuigi, 91 for Zilberberg and Passim, National Armed Forces 14 at 62, 86, 143, Engelking's book at pages 91-2 does quote from Michael Zilberberg's A Warsaw Diary, 1939-1945. But Zilberberg also makes it clear that these were Jews with Polish surnames. Zilberberg fought under his assumed name of Jan Zielinski. Lubyanksa records that in the communist-led People's Army Jews could fight under their Jewish names. Wardozrisi tel wage na2, *g, kt6rzy walchali w struktura kl ni muzili si jwidkowi oyakriwi, mogli si chubas piksni, powersi duolasnigo nas wiska.ls translated. It is also interesting to turn one's attention to the fact that Jews who fought in the structures of the AL did not have to hide anymore, could feel themselves safe, return to their own surnames. Here's what Snyder wrote in a New York Review of Books review of June 24, 2009. Indeed, it is quite possible that more people of Jewish origin took part in the Warsaw Uprising of 1944 is no entry in Snyder's bibliography Armuet only twice. In Notes 50 and S1, 497. The NSE was an especially racist and murderous group in the Polish. It is now officially in Zgłębiański Jak Policy 10. N4. From the review by Kasia Pierzyberska in the appendix to this chapter. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army then in the Ghetto Uprising of 1943. 453. Evidently Snyder has no evidence that most of these Jews joined the Home Army, but those who did felt that they had to hide the fact that they were Jews. As Lubianka points out, it was the communist-led People's Army, or Armia Ludowa, not the anti-communist Home Army, or Armia Krajowa, that accepted the Jewish fighting group into its ranks. Snyder obviously knows this but hides it from his readers. Snyder blames the Soviets for the Warsaw Uprising disaster and exonerates those really responsible. Snyder states, from the Soviet perspective, an uprising in Warsaw was desirable because it would kill Germans and Poles who were willing to risk their lives for independence. The Germans would do the necessary work of destroying the remnants of the Polish intelligentsia and the soldiers of the Home Army, groups that overlapped. This is a shameful fabrication by Snyder. Stalin and Soviet generals said over and over again that the uprising, uncoordinated with the Red Army, was highly undesirable. Snyder has no evidence to the contrary. As soon as the Home Army soldiers took up arms, Stalin called them adventurers and criminals. This too is a falsehood. Stalin did not call the Home Army soldiers any such thing, so of course Snyder does not cite any evidence for this assertion. Stalin did refer in similar terms to the leaders of the uprising, the Polish commanders who had begun it. General Władysław Anders. Moreover, it was not only Stalin thought the uprising was a crime. Generako Ladyska Andersu while Powstanie Warszawski Zakarthialny BBDZ Polityznego I. 454. Blood lies Wojsko Wigo Punctu Wigenia, az moral negozjaz Brodny, Ziekter for odpowiedziel no I ponosili jego zdanium Daud ka army I krajowej gen. Tadeusz Borkomorowski I jego stab. 16 Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Armying entailed the killing of several 100,000 citizens of Warsaw and the destruction of much of the city. As Snyder admits, this was predictable in advance. Yet the Home Army leadership went ahead anyway. No wonder, then, that like Stalin, General Anders called it a crime against Poland. Anders was not alone in condemning the Warsaw Uprising as a crime. Jan M. Sichanowski, an anti-communist and historian at both British and Polish universities and, at the age of 14 years, a fighter in THC Uprising, has long condemned the uprising. Here, at the end of an article where his views are briefly summarized, Sichanowski's conclusion is given. Sichanowski zgadza sich z osinkwite słowa. Andersa, który wybuch powstania okreolil jako niezich $CIEIs Brodny +1 translated. Sichanowski agrees with the assessment of Anders, who described the uprising as a disaster and crime. In his own book Powstanie Warszawskie, which has had many editions in both English and Polish, Sichanowski writes that this criminal act was undertaken because it was directed politically against the Soviets. Within a few hours of learning of it, Gen Anders informed his superiors in London that he considered it to be a misfortune. Some days later he stated that he and his soldiers regarded the order for the rising as a serious crime. In his considered opinion, the capital was doomed to be annihilated in spite of the heroism, unparalleled in history, of insurgents. The general was certain that the insurrection had not a half chance of success. He saw it as a madness, a flagrant crime. Professor Jan Sichanowski, Powstanie Warszawskie Klisk for I Blukdom, July EPL 07.24.og http://gij.pl/actualniski/prof Ian Sichanowski Powstanie Warszawskie translated. General Władysław Anders considered the Warsaw Uprising as a cardinal mistake from a political and military point of view, and from the moral point of view a crime, for which, in his opinion, Commander of the Army General Tadeusz Borkomorowski and his staff bore the responsibility. This was widely known at the time as well, as recorded in the following source from 1948. Znane powiedzenie Andersa opał statykach warszawskich Nichtjink, Kitty Gapai 17. Translated. Anders' statement about the Warsaw rebels is well known, let them die, since they are stupid. If Snyder's readers knew that General Anders and other anti-communist Poles thought the Warsaw Uprising was criminal, Stalin's agreeing with him would not ring the anti-communist tone that Snyder desires. So he does not tell his readers. Snyder does admit that, when German anti-partisan tactics, an uprising looked like suicide to many. The Germans had been killing Poles in massive reprisals throughout the war. If an uprising failed, reasoned some commanders in Warsaw, the entire civilian population would suffer. But Snyder vastly understates the matter. The uprising was far worse than suicide. Suicide means killing only oneself. The upper CNM. Nitel Koglunta, Ailsbnia. At httw://p. Tygo glupit Ailsbrodnia as we DSLQISS below 6. This is view obazriak g poskiaj latach 1939-194-5. We can only conclude that the underground leaders' decision to try to capture Warsaw was dictated more by a desire to forestall occupation of the city by the Russians than by a wish to render unqualified support to the Red Army, as the Soviet appeals requested. The Warsaw Rising was to be the means by which the pro-London Poles were to assume power, initially in the capital and then in the whole of newly liberated Poland. The pro-London leaders intended to forestall, with their rising, the assumption of power by the Russian-supported Polish communists. All these facts are openly discussed in Poland. Snyder's account foregrounds and whitewashes the right-wing nationalist perspective while ignoring all the others. January 19, M. C. Chanowski, Warsaw Rising of 1944. London, Cambridge University Press, 1974, p. 262. Snyder has several times condemned the Soviets and Communist partisans for being the cause of German reprisals against civilians. This is dishonest of him since, if made at all, this criticism should be leveled at all partisan activity, including that of the Home Army and the Western Allies. All other German reprisals against all civilians for all partisan activities in all German-occupied countries would not the number of Poles the Germans murdered as a reprisal for the Warsaw Uprising. Yet Snyder utters no word of blame. Did the USSR prosecute Poles who resisted? Hitler. Later on, when the Soviet Union gained control of Poland, resistance to Hitler would be prosecuted as a crime, on the logic that armed action not controlled by the communists undermined the communists, and that communism was the only legitimate regime for Poland. If they did so, it should be easy to find evidence of the fact. But Snyder gives no evidence, not even a citation, in support of his claim that the communists prosecuted resistance to Hitler as a crime. In mid-September, when it could make absolutely no difference to the outcome in Warsaw, it is absurd to suggest that any amount of supply drops could ever have made any difference. The reason many Poles considered the Warsaw Uprising a crime is precisely because it could not possibly succeed and would obviously result in an unprecedented massacre of Polish civilians and the destruction of the city itself. The dropping of supplies could never have been decisive. There was no way that the poorly armed Polish rebels could stand against 20,000 German troops. The Soviets dropped a great many by some estimates, more than the British did. But both supplies, British and Soviet supplies, fell mostly into German-occupied areas. 458. Blood Lies. Chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army. While the Red Army hesitated just east of the Vistula River from early August 1944 through mid. 459. The crime was the uprising itself. The Warsaw Uprising led to many thousands of rebels being killed. That is a huge number of casualties of brave people. But as many as 200,000 Polish civilians were also killed by the Germans, and most of the city destroyed. The overwhelming majority of these casualties could have been avoided if the Home Army had coordinated their uprising with the Red Army. But that was precisely what the anti-communist Home Army refused to do.
The whole purpose of the Warsaw Uprising was to seize power in the city after the Red Army had forced the Wehrmacht to begin abandoning it, and then present the Red Army with a fait accompli, the Home Army in charge of the city. This would, supposedly, have given the London Polish government leverage with which to demand that the Western Allies support their claim to be the legitimate government in Warsaw and, therefore, in Poland as a whole. After the Germans, it is the Home Army leadership itself that must bear responsibility for the disaster of the Warsaw Uprising. Many Poles, including Polish commanders in the Home Army, thought the uprising not only had no chance of success, but was a crime. Stalin thought so too, and acted accordingly. Snyder wants it both ways. He agrees, with the majority of historians, that the Red Army had been halted, by unexpectedly strong German resistance, just beyond Warsaw. But Snyder cannot resist an attempt to blame the Soviets for the crime of the uprising. So he says, it made perfect Stalinist sense to encourage an uprising, and then not to assist one. Right to the last moment, Soviet propaganda had called for an uprising in Warsaw, promising Soviet assistance. The uprising came, but the help did not. This is false and absurd to boot. First, there is no evidence for Snyder's statement. Second, anyone who might heed such a call from the Soviets would certainly coordinate it with the Red Army's advance. Third, the last person on earth that Home Army commanders would have heeded was Stalin. January 1945, the Germans were killing the Jews to its west. During those 5 months, the Red Army was less than 100 kilometers from L6D, by this point the largest concentration of Jews left in occupied Poland, and less than 100 kilometers from Auschwitz, where Polish and European Jews were still being gassed. The Red Army's halt at the Vistula doomed not only the Polish fighters and the civilians of Warsaw but also the Jews of E6D. But Snyder himself has already stated that the Red Army did not hesitate but was halted by unexpected strong German resistance. It was not this halt that doomed the Polish fighters, it was the refusal of the Home Army commanders to coordinate the uprising with the Red Army that doomed them, and 150,000–200,000 Polish civilians. Had the Home Army coordinated its activity with the Red Army, it could have put all its efforts into preventing the Germans from blowing up the bridges across the Vistula and greatly facilitated the Red Army's advance from the East Bank into Warsaw. The Home Army commanders' refusal to work with the Red Army guaranteed the murder of 200,000 inhabitants of Warsaw, the destruction of most of the city, and the deaths of the Jews of L6D. It is particularly foul of Snyder to blame the Red Army for the deaths of Jews murdered by the Nazis when the Red Army liberated more Jews, and more concentration and death camps, than all the other Allied forces. Did the NKVD shoot Poles just like the Germans had? When Soviet soldiers finally crossed the Vistula and advanced into the ruins of Warsaw on January 17, 1945, they found very few buildings still standing. The site of concentration camp Warsaw, however, was still available. The Soviet NKVD took over its Blood Lies facilities, and used them for familiar purposes. Home Army soldiers were interrogated and shot there by the Soviets in 1945, as they had been by the Germans in 1944.70 source. N70, Kopka, Warschau, 51, 116. It is instructive to follow out the chain of evidence, which Snyder certainly did not bother to do. Snyder's source, Kopka, Konzentrationslager Warschau, page 51, simply mentions the fact that the NKVD and UB occupied the site of the former KL Warsaw. On page 116 Kopka states only this. Zachow sie fragmentarism vzekazi o egzekukjik w time obija, jakcho cby 10, w Warzawi nal. Gasij odbiwajk sie systematizny liquidakich lonkau ak pairs nkwd2 translated. Fragmentary messages have been preserved about executions in this camp, such as this: in Warsaw, on Gasia Street liquidations of AK members by the NKVD regularly take place. The only evidence cited is a further reference. Note 2 in Kopka reads: K. Zmuta Wilchev 1 Ska,
Prokurator Iktakari Emir C. N.A. Perzedpola Warzai 1995, Z5, S17. A specific reference to the Kalbarczyk article is given in Kopkas chapter 12. Poland and the Home Army in Plakaki NKWDW Warzaya PZ Wayne SQW Materiali IR6 TKWMW SPA 6B Wisus Enigmatisny. Z Dustepnik IR6 Del Wynika, IEOD Stisnia 1945 R Preul. Gasij Funktional OB6Z NKWD. Soldiers of the Army Krajowa as well as German prisoners of war and other criminals were held there in terrible conditions. 93 There is mention of executions in this camp. In Warsaw on Gasia Street liquidations take place on a regular basis of members of the AK by the NKVD. The reference at note 94 is to an archival document, KA, 06 SGNW, 1150 seconds. 34, K16, Ibidem, 1150 seconds. 100, K4. But Kalbarczyk gives us no way to evaluate it, no source criticism is given about this document, no information about what it is, why it was produced and by whom, nothing. To conclude, this is the only evidence that the NKVD was shooting mentions Uzmianki Home Army soldiers in that prison that are highly enigmatic. No names are given of Home Army victims. Moreover, if Home Army men were shot and could be identified, the question of why they were shot would still remain, what the charges against them were, whether they were given any kind of trial. After all, the underground Home Army was at war with the communist forces, murdering Jews and communists long after the war had ended. Preceding footnote. S. Kalbarczyk, Sowiecki Represjwabek Polskiego Podziemia Niepodległego W Warzai I Okolikak Na Pierzalomi 1944 I 1945 Roku, Pami I Sprawiedliwo I 2002, NR2. I have obtained this article. The relevant passage in it blood lies if a charge of systematic executions were made against the British, French, or Americans. A close examination of the evidence would certainly take place before any conclusions were drawn. As Kalbarczyk admits, the evidence is highly enigmatic. This is a red flag, a warning to the reader. We do not know whether the contents of this document are reliable. But Snyder does not bother with scholarly exactness, when the charges are against communists. For Snyder as for the Nazis, communists are unpersons, to be treated unequally. Virtually any charge against communists is acceptable for him. Chapter 13. Bloodlands Ch 10. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. Expulsion of German colonists like Soviet. Expulsion of Polish osadnicy. Snyder says, of the Germans expelled from Poland at the war's end, perhaps 1.5 million of them were German administrators and colonists, who would never have come to Poland without Hitler's war. They lived in houses or apartments that they had taken from Poles expelled during the war or from Jews who had been killed. But the same had been true of the Polish imperialist settlers sent by the Polish state after 1921 to Polonize Western Ukraine and Belorussia, the area seized by Poland from Soviet Russia by military conquest but in which Poles were a minority. Echoing Snyder's words, they were indeed Polish administrators and colonists, who would never have come to Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine without Pilsudski's war. These lands were east of the Curzon Line. It is impossible to understand the history of this period and region without reference to the Curzon Line. But Snyder never mentions it even once in Bloodlands. He writes of these areas as though they were naturally part of Poland, and therefore that there was something unnatural, unjust, etc., that they should be reunited with Eastern Belorussia and Eastern Ukraine within the USSR. In reality, Poland had conquered these lands through an imperialist war and treated their Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Jewish populations like colonial subjects in an imperialist, that is, brutal and racist, manner. Poles murdered Polish Jews. There were also many cases of Poles murdering Jews during the war to take their property and of Poles blackmailing Jews not to turn them into the Germans until the Jews ran out of money, and then turning them in.
The cruelty and greed of these Santisti or Zmolkowniki is commonly portrayed in accounts by Jews who hid in Poland during the war. This is yet another way in which capitalist Poland resembles Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union was completely different. No one, not even Snyder, has ever accused the Soviet army or Soviet citizens of acting in this way against Soviet Jews. After the war was over, there were many cases of Poles murdering Jews in order to keep the property they had taken from them while the Jews had been in hiding. The Polish Home Army, now underground freedom fighters, and other Polish bands and gangs, killed a great many Jews, sometimes for their property, sometimes because, like the Nazis, many Polish nationalists equated Judaism with communism, sometimes because they did not consider Jews to be Poles and wanted Poland Judenrein, cleaned of Jews, just as the Nazis did. Since he cites a number of the works produced by the researchers at the Research Center for the Holocaust, Snyder must know about these things. But few of his readers will know about them, and Snyder remains silent about them. Rapes of German women by Red Army soldiers. During the March on Berlin, the Red Army followed a dreadfully simple procedure in the eastern lands of the Reich, the territories meant for Poland. Its men raped German women and seized German men for labor. The behavior continued as the soldiers reached the German lands that would remain in Germany, and finally Berlin. Red Army soldiers had also raped women in Poland, and in Hungary, and even in Yugoslavia, where a communist revolution would make the country a Soviet. Blood Lies Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the Wad's End ally. Yugoslav communists complained to Stalin about the behavior of Soviet soldiers, who gave them a little lecture about soldiers and fun. 7 Source, Yugoslav quotation, Neymark, Russians, 71. Snyder does not tell his readers the source here, which is Milovan Djilas's book Conversations with Stalin. Published in 1961, it appeared long after the events described, the very hostile break between Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union, and Djilas's own rejection of communism. So Djilas's account, published 17 years after the fact, might be inaccurate because of his bias. Djilas hated Stalin, and by 1961 had come to hate communism because the passage of time had reshaped his memory of events, or because he had fabricated it. Or, it might be accurate. We can't know. The historical principle of means that a single witness, or testis unis, testis nullus piece of evidence to an event, is not enough to establish that the event actually occurred. This short passage illustrates why good historians insist upon source criticism and examination of the source of the evidence. Any lawyer knows the importance of sources. If a defendant, or a witness, claims that a third party made a certain statement, opposing counsel is sure to ask, "What is your source? How do we know that statement is genuine?" But Snyder doesn't do this. He never does when it might call into question an otherwise perfectly good anti-Stalin or anti-communist statement. So did Stalin say this? Given the source, we can't be sure. But one thing is certain, Stalin's alleged statement had nothing whatsoever to do with any rapes in Germany. Djilas states that it was made during his trip to Moscow during the winter of 1944-1945. The war against Hitler was far from over and allegations of rape against German women had not yet been made. Bottom line, we don't know whether Stalin made the statement, i.e. whether Djilas was reporting the truth or writing anti-com. See the explanation at nsf/Latin_proverbs/2504/TEST's Blood Lies Munist Propaganda. But we know it was not made with reference to Red Army rapes in Germany. Neither Neymark nor Snyder point this fact out. On pages 316 to 318, Snyder expatiates upon the widespread story of mass rapes of German women by Red Army soldiers. There are many Russian responses to this accusation, most of them defensive, some of them quoting accounts of exemplary treatment of German women by Red Army soldiers. There are also accounts of the rape of German women by Red Army soldiers who were then tried and shot or imprisoned. None of them have the kinds of well-founded total numbers that we would like to have. The whole question has become so ideologically charged that it is hardly possible to get objective information. Nazi propaganda claimed a great many rapes, in order to strengthen resistance to the Red Army. Anti-communist propaganda since the war has made the claim of massive rape a central focus. So, what was the situation? Were there more rapes than could be expected by Red Army men of German women? Most people want simple answers. But there aren't any simple answers here. The massive rape story is mainly spread by professional anti-communists who are not objective about anything else, so there's no reason to think they are objective in this matter either. It has never even been established that there was a higher rate of rape by Red Army men number of confirmed rapes divided by the number of soldiers than there was in the other Allied armies. Also, the Red Army occupied areas that had sided with the Nazis and participated in the unprecedented slaughter of civilians and murder of Red Army prisoners, whereas much of the areas occupied by the Allies were anti-German. Other factors: German women could get abortions by claiming rape by a Soviet soldier, which must have led to some false claims. Allied soldiers could pay for sex with desperate women with food, cigarettes, or other goods. Such arrangements were not considered rape, though women in desperate need often had no choice. The question of widespread rape by American soldiers, evidently encouraged by U.S. Army propaganda moreover, in friendly countries such as France, rather than in pro-Nazi countries whose Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. 467. Soldiers had participated in enormous atrocities in the USSR like Hungary, Romania, and Germany has only recently begun to attract some attention. The issue seems to be that publicity about rape by Red Army soldiers started some years earlier than that about rape by American soldiers and has been vigorously promoted for anti-communist purposes, as Snyder is doing. Was there a high incidence of rape in the liberated USSR? I have attempted to survey the Russian language literature on this question. As far as I can tell, no one has alleged that this was the case. That tends to make me suspect that anger and resentment towards Germans and their allies were a major factor in whatever rapes occurred. So in one respect this is part of the anti-communist numbers game to fabricate or multiply alleged Soviet atrocities. On the other hand, given the unprecedented level of atrocities and destruction inflicted on the USSR by the German armies, it would be surprising if there were not a higher level of rape of German, Hungarian, Romanian, etc., women by Red Army men than there were among Allied soldiers. But it is impossible to get any precise figures. So we really do not know. Historians ought to admit ignorance on the basis of lack of good evidence, which is very often the case. But lack of evidence does not stop ideological anti-communists from drawing the conclusions they desire and then using their own fictions to moralize, in the manner of Joseph Goebbels' diaries. As so often, Stalin's crimes were enabled by Hitler's policies. As so often what? What crimes? Snyder has yet to establish a single crime of Stalin's. This is Snyder's anti-communism in overdrive again. It seems clear that Snyder will stoop to any propaganda technique in order to dishonestly associate the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany. Jennifer Schleusser, DMK Side of Liberation, New York Times, May 21, 2013 p. cl. Blood lies. Snyder barely refers to the real genocide, the Volhynian massacres. The Germans had killed about 1.3 million Jews in the former Eastern Poland in 1941 and 1942, with the help of local policemen. Some of these Ukrainian policemen helped to form a Ukrainian partisan army in 1943, which under the leadership of Ukrainian nationalists cleansed the former southwest Poland, which it saw as Western Ukraine, of remaining Poles. The UN Bandera, the nationalist organization that led the partisan army, had long pledged to rid Ukraine of its national minorities. Its capacity to kill Poles depended upon German training, and its determination to kill Poles had much to do with its desire to clear the terrain of purported enemies before a final confrontation with the Red Army. The UPA, as the partisan army was known, murdered tens of thousands of Poles, and provoked reprisals from Poles upon Ukrainian civilians. 34 sources. N34, p. 500, Documentation of the UPA's plans for and actions toward Poles can be found in TSDAV 03833/1/86/6A, 3833/1/131/13-14, 3833/1/86/19-20, and 3933/3/1/60. Off-related interest are DAR 30/1/16 USHMRG 31.017 M1. DAR 301/1/5 USHMRG 31.017 M1, and DAR 30/1/4 USHMRG 31.017 M1. These UNB and UPA wartime declarations coincide with post-war interrogations and recollections of Polish survivors and Jewish survivors. The fundamental study is now Motyka, Ukraińska Partyzantka. See also I. Eliashin, Olin UPA, and Armstrong. Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. Ukrainian nationalism. I sought to explain this conflict in causes, reconstruction, life and death, and sketches. This page contains the only reference in Bloodlands to the Volhynian massacres of 50,000 to 100,000 or more Polish civilians by Ukrainian nationalist forces armed by the Germans but acting on their own initiative. Snyder has researched these important and neglected mass murders and has published on them in the past. Yet he neglects them in Bloodlands. Why? This was true genocide, an attempt to kill so many Poles that survivors would flee and rid the Ukraine of Poles completely. Even if the Soviet NKVD or army had been guilty of killing all the Katyn Poles, and we can now be certain that the official version of the Katyn massacre is false, that would be less than LH to less than % of the number of Poles murdered by the Ukrainian nationalists. 4 Yet the Volhynian massacres are scarcely ever discussed. Snyder himself spends only one-half of one paragraph on it. Why? Snyder follows contemporary Polish nationalist practice in virtually ignoring the Volhynian massacres in Bloodlands. The reason for this neglect seems to be that it is highly embarrassing to today's Ukrainian nationalists, who heap praise upon the Ukrainian nationalist forces as anti-Bolshevik freedom fighters despite the fact that they fought on the side of the Nazis and murdered, at the very least, hundreds of thousands of Jews and Poles. The state of Ukraine has periodically declared the same forces who were guilty the Bandera, of these horrific and massive atrocities 14th SS Division Galizien, later renamed the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, to be heroes. It can hardly be a coincidence that the Volhynian massacres are also neglected in today's right-wing, capitalist Poland. Poland follows what is often called the Giedroyce doctrine, named for anti-FM. A brief overview in Polish. Siewa Genocid Polak 6 WNAIW Galik Geoshadni I at http://livejournal.com/2601226.html Russian translation. http://misha18.1ivalurni.com/35007.html See the discussion above in Chapter 10. 470. Blood Lies. Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. Communism, the Soviet Union, and Russia for all bad things. This attempt at cover-up has been underway for the past decade. The more publicity the Volhynian massacres get, the worse the anti-communist Ukrainian and Polish forces seem. Even the Katyn massacre pales in comparison. And this tells us something about the enormous publicity and propaganda given in today's Poland to Katyn. Clearly this is not at all about the victims but about anti-communism, and also about keeping anti-Russian sentiment alive. Polish nationalism is largely based on anti-Russian propaganda. This is a plausible hypothesis to explain why Snyder devotes less than a paragraph to these massacres. Snyder asserts that the book by his friend Grzegorz Motyka, Ukraińska Partyzantka 1942-1960 is now the fundamental study. Hardly. Motyka's book is only partly about the Volhynian massacres. Much of the rest of it is about the heroic struggle of Ukrainian nationalist and fascist partisans against the Soviets. Motyka has been a member of the Instytut Pamięci Narodowej, the Polish Institute of the People's Memory,
a fanatically nationalist research propaganda group funded by the Polish government and innocent of any aim at objectivity. The IPN's president takes an oath to the Polish people. This is reminiscent of Nazi practice. Who is to define what constitutes loyalty to the people? And who are the people anyway? Moreover, historians are supposed to be loyal to the truth, not to their own vogue. Imagine what American historians would think of an organization named Institute of the American People's Memory. It would be immediately recognized as a far-right nationalist effort and scorned by all respected historians. The IPN is primarily anti-communist and anti-Soviet. No objective historian would associate with it, just as no objective historian would associate with the Hoover Institution in Palo Alto, California, a similar anti-communist propaganda mill in the guise of a research center. Yet Motyka appears to disagree with Snyder on the question of the Volhynian massacres. Motyka wrote a long essay in Gazeta Wyborcza titled "Forget About Giedroycy, Poles, Ukrainians, and the IPN 5. Zapomnijcie o Giedroyciu, Plasy, Ukracy." IPN. Gazeta, May 24, 2008. Communist political theorist Jerzy Giedroycy, who proposed that the mass murders by Ukrainian nationalists be forgotten in the interests of good relations with post-Soviet Ukraine, while the Katyn massacres be emphasized as a political tool against Russia. According to Polish historian Bogomil Grot-Duji Pamiętam, Jak Zy Giedroycy w radiowym wywiadcie, dokładnie dwa tygodnie przed emir psych, problem mordał upana Polakach squitowl krotkim, nalei zapomnici. Translated. I still remember how Jerzy Giedroycy, in a radio interview given just 2 weeks before his death, briefly summed up the problem of the UPA murders of Poles: we must forget them. Since Snyder follows this practice, we note that he expresses his gratitude towards Jerzy Giedroycy. The late Jerzy Giedroycy helped me to ask some of the right questions. In the immediate post-Soviet period, Polish researchers finally began to publish lengthy, well-documented accounts of the really hair-raising atrocities committed by Ukrainian nationalist soldiers against Polish civilians in order to drive them out of western Ukraine. This brought attention to these horrific mass murders for the first time and caused a lot of embarrassment between anti-communist Poland and anti-communist Ukraine. In 2003, the two highly anti-communist states organized a sort of reconciliation conference. Since that time, the Polish side has relented somewhat. Both sides agreed that it was a long time ago and everybody who did it is dead. Not true, of course, even today, much less a decade ago. They evidently want to bury the hatchet about all these mass murders, including retributive killings of perhaps 10,000 to 20,000 Ukrainian civilians by Polish forces, so they could get back to their primary business, blaming Stalin, Skogoma I Krot, Wiktor Polisuzuk Historik Pierzamilzanik Zbrodni. 2070 Dywizja Woliryska AKNR Styeri 2009 Warsaw. S27. At H 1217 Blood Lies, he takes the position that the Ukrainian massacres of Poles were one of the bloodiest Polish episodes of the Second World War and must not be forgotten. Motyka does not shrink from calling these massacres genocide. Motyka also admits that some actions of the Polish underground could also be called genocide, such as the murders of some dozens of Belarusians in 1946 or murders of 200 Ukrainians in June 1945. Both after the. According to Motyka, there are very few memorials concerning these horrific mass murders in Poland today. To WSTYD, K2 taki śmijsk jak masoi gr6bw wobfiskioi parol moina dudrzitel kolinem dudum zrytym perzes jiki. Translated. It is shameful that places like the mass grave in Perila, Volhynia, can only be reached only by a forest path cut through wilderness. Motyka makes the gesture of mentioning Soviet crimes and falsely claims that the Soviets wanted to annihilate class enemies, something the Soviets never advocated. These are general remarks apparently obligatory for Polish historians today. If the Soviets, or pro-Soviet partisans,
had ever done anything remotely resembling the mass murders carried out not only by Ukrainian nationalist forces but by the Polish Home Army and NSZ underground in response to the Ukrainian mass murders, the whole world would have known about it for decades. There would be many large, expensive memorials to the victims, a library of books exposing the communist atrocities, and no doubt lawsuits for damages before the European Court of Human Rights. The reality is that there is no evidence that the Soviets and pro-Soviet forces never did anything like this. This is another reminder that it is the Polish and Ukrainian freedom fighters, rather than the Soviet Union, who most resemble the Nazis. Perogla is in the Lublin region of Poland at the border of and a little north of the Boer with tiny at the Polish Wikipedia page chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. 473. The point, though, is that Motyka does not advocate downplaying Ukrainian massacres, as in practice Snyder does. The fundamental study of these horrendous events remains that by Okatislaw and Ava C. Mazko. 8 A number of books are available in Russian. For a brief English introduction, see the internet page Genocide Committed by Ukrainian Nationalists in Occupied Poland. The eagerness of Polish and Ukrainian nationalist elites to bury the hatchet over 50,000 to 100,000 or more atrocious murders contrasts with the Polish elite's never-ending complaints about the Katyn massacres, which comprised 1/4 or 1/7 the number of victims. Moreover, as we have discussed in a previous chapter, the official version has now been definitively disproven. In like manner, Snyder devotes less than a paragraph to these horrifying massacres while inventing Soviet atrocities left and right. More false numbers of victims. Between 1944 and 1946, for example, 182,543 Ukrainians were deported from Soviet Ukraine to the Gulag, not for committing a particular crime, not even for being Ukrainian nationalists, but for being related to or acquainted with Ukrainian nationalists. At about the same time, in 1946 and 1947, the Soviets sentenced 148,079 Red Army veterans to the Gulag for collaboration with the Germans. There were never more Soviet citizens in the Gulag than in the years after the war. Indeed, the number of Soviet citizens in the camps and special settlements increased every year from 1945 until Stalin's death. 36 Ludobjaystvo Perzes Ukraiskik na Polskie Jwabtio 1939-1945, in 2 volumes, 1,433 pages in length. Motyka's work has been criticized as apologetic towards the Ukrainian nationalists. See Zbigniew Mali SZCZYCKI. Historiae http://komiku.ml/henripk/galeria/creasy1 Motyka Wani plus Historiae_PDF, Russian Bone, AMOTBIKOBA he at http://www.electroniamuseum.ca/Poland-atrocities/uia.html. The Russian language Wikipedia page is helpful as an introduction. http://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/p.mnvhck*_pe.3hr. 474. Blood Lies. Sources, on the 182,543 Ukrainians deported from Soviet Ukraine to the Gulag, see Wiener, Nature, 1137. On the 148,079 Red Army veterans, see Polian, Violence, 129. See also, generally, Applebaum, Gulag, 463. In an article published since Bloodland, Snyder claimed even more. At war's end, the Ukrainian nationalists were defeated by the Soviets, who killed tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians and deported hundreds of thousands more to concentration camps. This is all false. Snyder presents no evidence whatsoever that any Ukrainian civilians were killed, much less tens of thousands. According to the authoritative collection of Soviet documents published by the highly anti-communist Memorial Society in 2005, the number of all persons deported from the Ukraine between 1944 and 1948 inclusive is 131,935. This number includes 16,996 persons from the following groups: German repatriates, family members of convicted traitors, convicted German citizens of the USSR, and those who had served in German military or police formations. Subtracting these, the total number of Ukrainian nationalists is 114,969. These people were not sent to camps but were exiled to the eastern USSR. Snyder cites an article by Amir Weiner published in 1999. The citation and its footnote may be found in the appendix to this chapter. Point 10. As usual, the devil is in the details. The evidence. Weiner's figure of 110,825 nationalists killed comes from a secondary source written by a Ukrainian nationalist, as does the figure of 182,543 deported between 1944 and 1952. The number from Nikolai Fyodorovic Bugaj, the leading Russian scholar on deporta. See Chapter 13 Appendix at http://tinuralcom/bloodlies Appendix ch 13 Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. 475. Shins, covers the years 1939 to 1945, meaning, all the Polish settlers deported from the western Ukraine in 1939 to 1940, as well as during the war. Bugaj also explicitly includes deportations of Germans and others from this area. It tells us nothing about the period from 1944 onward. Weiner claims the Soviets emphasized almost total annihilation since they repeatedly failed to mention prisoners taken alive. This is false. Weiner is in error. Bugaj is the acknowledged Russian specialist on deportations and is conventionally anti-communist and anti-Stalin. In the appendix to this chapter the reader will find primary source evidence printed by Bugaj with emphasis added at the passages referring to the large numbers of prisoners taken. Various reports to Stalin that Bugaj cites primary sources speak of tens of thousands of prisoners and those who have turned themselves in. Elsewhere Weiner uses and cites Bugaj's work. So how can Weiner state that the campaign against N.A. Snyder's source Hirtionalists was a war without prisoners? How can he talk about NKVD reports failing to mention prisoners taken alive, emphasizing almost total annihilation? The answer appears to be that Weiner doesn't use Bugaj here. Instead he cites Ukrainian nationalist historians. Ukrainian nationalists have every reason to falsify and exaggerate Soviet atrocities. This is the only way they have to try to excuse, or at least explain, the important role Ukrainian nationalist forces played in the Holocaust of the Jews and in the Volhynian massacres of 50,000 to 100,000 or more Polish civilians. The Soviets did indeed kill tens of thousands in the Ukraine, not civilians, as Snyder falsely claims, but OIJ and UPA fighters. No country would fail to combat armed bands within its own territory. Moreover, these forces had fought on the Nazi side and helped carry out the Holocaust, to say nothing of the mass murders of Polish and Soviet civilians. As for the number deported, Snyder's claim of hundreds of thousands deported to concentration camps is fallacious. Sovietskie deportatsii, the collection of primary sources cited above, Pub Bloodlies List in 2005, give the figure of 37,145 persons during 1944-1946. Polian, Violence, 129, cites same number 148,079. Here is the passage. In 1946 to 1947, 148,079 Vlasovians, furent exiles pour un durée de 6 ans avec le statut de colons de travail dans les regions les plus inhospitalières de l'URSS. 31 translated.
In 1946 to 1947, 148,079 Vlasovites were exiled for a period of 6 years with the status of labor colonists to the most inhospitable regions of the USSR. Polian's source is a Russian study published in 1992 by Guboglo and Kuznetsov. However, it's just as likely that Polian just copied this from the end of the 12th chapter of the notorious Black Book of Communism, since both the same number and same reference are given. Snyder, remember, said that these were Red Army veterans, and then referred to Polian. But his own source Polian calls them Vlasovians, men who had been recruited to Nazi armies, such as the Vlasov army. Snyder has lied about this to make it look to the reader as though Red Army soldiers were sent to the Gulag. Applebaum, Gulag, 463 contains no information of relevance to this paragraph. Snyder continues. In a few days in October 1947, some 76,192 Ukrainians were transported to the Gulag. Sources: Motyka, Ukrainska Partizanka, 535. Motyka, Ukrainska Partizanka, 535 does give number 76,192. But Snyder has falsified what occurred. In fact, they were not sent to the Gulag, that is, to camps, but were exiled. The relevant document by Kruglov, Minister of the MVD, may be found in the appendix to this chapter. Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. Snyder cares about elites. About other people? Not so much. Snyder. Men of elite families were killed at Katyn and other sites. Let's set aside for a moment the fact that Snyder has not even tried to establish what happened at Katyn, nor to inform his readers of the scholarly controversy that exists over this event. Once again, it is revealing that Snyder cares about elites so much. It is an example of Snyder's deeply reactionary way of thinking. Of course, it is a historical truism that all progressive social and political upheavals and revolutions target elites. Slave revolts and peasant revolts throughout history, the English Revolution of the mid-17th century, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the United States defeat of the Confederacy in the American Civil War, the Russian Revolution, the Yugoslav, Chinese, and Vietnamese revolutions, and many others all disproportionately targeted elites because those elites were the exploiters or their agents. History shows that the common working people can do without the wealthy elites very well indeed. Leading about 120,000 special forces, he sources. *C. Polian, against their will, 134 to 155, for all of the cited figures. *C. also Neymark, Fires, 96, in reality, as we have argued earlier in this book. The official version of the Katyn Mossa fact that anti-communists try to hide at any see also Saker cannot possibly be TNE Furr, official versim. 478. Lieberman, Terrible Fate, 206-207, Burley, Third Reich, 749. Blood Lies. Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end. Neymark, Fires of Hatred 96, agrees with Bugai, the NKVD reported only sporadic cases of resistance 14. The numbers game again, falsified once more. Snyder writes. In all of the civil conflict, flight, deportation, and resettlement provoked or caused by the return of the Red Army between 1943 and 1947, some 700,000 Germans died, as did at least 150,000 Poles and perhaps 250,000 Ukrainians. At a minimum, another 300,000 Soviet citizens died during or shortly after the Soviet deportations from the Caucasus, Crimea, Moldova, and the Baltic states. If the struggles of Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian nationalists against the reimposition of Soviet power are regarded as resistance to deportations, which in some measure they were, another 100,000 or so people would have to be added to the total dead associated with ethnic cleansing. 43 Sources. Wiener notes that the Soviets reported killing 110,825 people as Ukrainian nationalists between February 1944 and May 1946. The NKVD estimated that 144,705 Chechens, Ingush, Bakhars, and Karachay died as a result of deportation or shortly after resettlement. See Lieberman, Terrible Fate, 207. Snyder gives no source at all for his figures of the deaths of 700,000 Germans, at least 150,000 Poles, and perhaps 250,000 Ukrainians. Nor does he give any evidence for his blaming the Red Army for whatever deaths did occur. Wiener's fraudulent claim of 110,825 people killed has been refuted above. Neymark is an ideological anti-communist, so an as associate of THH writes anyone who resisted was shot. There is no this assertion. It is likely that those who offered armed resistance were shot, but Snyder is wrong again. There is no evidence that anyone who could not be moved was shot, nor that any villages were burned to the ground, much less everywhere, nor that barns full of people were burned as well. The story about one barn of people being burned alive, not multiple barns, as Snyder claims, forgery, probably American in origin due to the clumsy literal translation into Russian of American intelligence slang. It is thoroughly discussed and refuted in the two works cited in this footnote. Point 12. Snyder fails to inform his readers about this research. Does he even know anything about this issue? If not, why write about it except to make anti-communist propaganda? Lieberman, Terrible Fate 206-7 quotes a Chechen nationalist source that records only that some people did die on the journey. It does not record the number, for which see below. Nikolai Bugaj is the most authoritative Russian expert on deportations, and an anti-Stalinist to boot. Here is what he has written. Operation Chechevitsa, which began on February 23, was completed sometime during the third week of March. NKVD records attest to 180 convoy trains carrying 493,269 Chechen and Ingush nationals and members of other nationalities seized at the same time. 50 people were killed in the course of the operation, and 1,272 died on the journey. Other reports indicate that during the Chaika military actions and the resettlement 2016 Chechen and Ingush anti-Soviet elements were arrested, and 20,072 firearms and 479 submachine guns were confiscated. 13 Pikolov, Igor. Strasti v Chechenský Goruk, in his book, V.E./Akaya Voyna 2. Chapter 2, it may be read here. Nikita Menkwich. Kybuk. Skidello in the online history journal Istoria. At http://actualhistory.ru/poilernix-ha-ibak-n.f_bugaj-nam. Ganov. The Evacuation of the Chechens and the Ingush. In History, Volume 41, No. 2, Vol 2002, pages 4361, at p. 56. Blood lies. Snyder gives no evidence for the deaths of 100,000 Baltic nationalists. Nor does he tell his readers that Nazi collaborators in the Baltics and Baltic participants in the Holocaust described themselves as nationalists, hoping that the word nationalist would justify their anti-Soviet terrorism. We should recall that all fascists justified their fascism as nationalism. As for this claim of Snyder's, the NKVD estimated that 144,705 Chechens, Ingush, Bakhars, and Karachay died as a result of deportation or shortly after resettlement. See Lieberman, Terrible Fate, 207. This too is a falsification. We have seen that Bugaj published the NKVD report that 50 Chechen and Ingush died during deportation. We have no way of knowing how many of the 493,000 who were deported would have died during the same time period had they remained in their villages. Surely some would have, so the 1,272 who died on the journey cannot all be persons who would not have died as a result of the deportation. During 1946–47 there was a serious famine in the USSR. The famine was caused by catastrophic weather conditions. No doubt it was made even worse by the massive destruction of the war. Nor was the famine was not confined to the USSR, according to Stephen Wheatcroft, who has written the latest study of the Soviet famine of 1946–1947. The world food crisis of 1946–1947 was the most serious global food shortage of modern history, when famine simultaneously threatened Central and Eastern Europe, India, Indochina, and China, and bread rationing was introduced in Britain for the first time ever. 17 The British and American governments had requested food aid from Stalin to ease the world food crisis before they became aware of the situation in the USSR. The international context of the Soviet famine of 1946–1947 was strikingly different to 1921, when America Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end had been able to provide large amounts of relief grain to Russia. Ls claiming that deaths of whatever number by 1948 were a result of deportation is plainly dishonest. As Snyder notes, Lieberman makes this claim on page 207 of his book. His source is an early book of Bugle, who cites the number 144,704. Bugai wrote, according to the NKVD Department on Special Settlements, among all deported Chechens, Ingush, Bakharians, and Karachay during 1944 to 1948, 144,704 persons died, i.e. in Kazakhstan, 101,036 Chechen, Ingush, and Bakharians, in Uzbekistan, 16,052 persons, in 1948 13,883 persons. In this same article Bugai also says that between 1944 and 1946 1,468 deported people died in Kazakhstan. This refutes the accusation that those who died by 1948 died as a result of deportation. Neither Lieberman nor Snyder mentions this fact. Nor do they calculate the number of deaths above the normal mortality rate for the large population there. Bugai also discusses the extra provisions allotted by the Soviet state to deportees. 1004. Nikolai F. Bugai, The Deportation of in the Soviet Union. New York, Nova Publishers, 1996, page 98 n.f_Gugai. K of Deportatsiy Narodov SSSRV 3040 Godake SSSR 6.135 to 144. 110 Byra. K Nonpasi OCCCPB 30 to 40 Ronax.ehcrrormcccP 1989.135 to 144. Blood Lies figures he cited in 1989. Lieberman repeats undocumented stories of many deaths during the deportation. Bugai relates some of them too. But he also reports the official accounts, above. As others have suggested, it is very likely that the official, and very low, estimates of deaths are accurate. There would certainly have been a head count at the end of the journey. Discrepancies would have raised the suspicion that, for example, NKVD men might have let some persons escape in exchange for bribes. Therefore it is unlikely that many, if indeed any, persons died and were buried along the route, in addition to those reported. In his 1992 book Ignado Deportirovat Bugai quotes selections of a report of the Section of Special Resettlement of the MVD of the USSR concerning work among those resettled and dated April 10, 1953, where the same number of those who died, 144,705, is also cited. CMOMH Topaxani HHHAOHACitomu Ero BPEMHH Haneknos J1 EHHH Po Alasi Beatty 2391 Hen. B Tom HHC J1E, AE Re 5B1 B11 JHXKY J1 AKOB 22209, HEMA B 22210, HEC HQEB, HHRY111EU, 6 Ajikapewib, Kapakaibu B26002, Apiri TXKOHTHHREHTOB 11970. H3061 Aero Kukna except 11 HX 309 100 Hen. Y mepno no cbblcb1 jikh ha neknos j1 he. Keek hqeb, Kapakai b11n, h hrichu h, 6aa cap 1 reb 144 704, he mqeb 42 823, neknosin hub 3 kpb1 ma 44 887, kjimb 1 cob 16 594, typo k, kyp/iob, xemilihhob 14 895, hj1 ehobc mu oihobub 10 384, 6b1b1 11 hx kina kob 30 194, apir hx kohthhhrehtob 5958 gen. H60J1B1 Uhu N Power CMEPTHOCTHH Me JICHCPEAH Neknosna Hyaab, Nipacine HHB1XB 1944R. TAC 30611 Air OKOJI GEC RBA Nipis J1 EHQEBBYTOMROIAOHACT 0H1 Euro BPE Me HHYMEP.QO, Kekanuk B, MHRYU1 EU. 6a underscore a copio b, Kapakai BQEB 23,7%, KPB1 MCKHXRA RAP, 60 N RAP, RPEKOB, RIPO K, KaiPayab, XIMRU UNOB 14.6%. Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet Crimes Near the War's End, pages 264-5. Translated. 483. It appears as though the relevant figures are for the period between the moment of resettlement i.e. of deportation the present time, that is, between 1944 and 1953.1b. This would contradict Bugai's earlier statement that the period in question was 1944 to 1948. Why did Stalin reject Marshall Plan aid? In 1947 because the Soviet Union did reject Marshall Plan aid appeared to be an attempt to subvert its influence in Europe. Jeffrey Roberts writes. Because of nature of the document Bugai cites it is impossible to be certain what the period of time blood lies. Although the Americans were thinking mainly in terms of Western Europe, the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe were not excluded from the proposed aid program. Indeed, the British and French governments responded to Marshall's Harvard speech by inviting the Russians to a conference in Paris to discuss a European response to the plan. In Moscow, however, the Soviets were in two minds. On the one hand, they welcomed the possibility of American loans and grants, for themselves and for their East European allies. On the other, they feared that the Marshall Plan was an economic counterpart of the Truman Doctrine, a means of using American financial muscle to build an anti-Soviet alliance in Western Europe. At the Paris Conference in July 1947, Moscow's worst fears were realized. The British and French insisted that any American aid program had to be co-coordinated and organized on a pan-Europe basis. This was seen by the Soviets as a Western device for interference in the economic and political life of the East European countries. Such interference was completely unacceptable to Stalin. Consequently, the USSR withdrew from all negotiations concerning the Marshall Plan and insisted its East European allies did not participate either. 19 Did non-collectivized agriculture save the Ukraine from famine? Ukrainians returned to a country where famine was raging again. Perhaps 1 million people starved to death in the 2 years after the war. It was Western Ukraine, with a private agricultural sector that the Soviets had not yet had time to collectivize, that historians and the Cold War, History Review December 2000. Chapter 13. Accusations of Soviet crimes near the war's end saved the rest of Soviet Ukraine from even greater suffering. Source, survivors of the famine mention this in their memoirs. See Potiknij, 1946-1947 famine, 185. Potiknij study is published in a right-wing Ukrainian nationalist book and is not referred to by any expert scholars on the subject. The latest study of the 1946-7 famine is that by Stephen Wheatcroft. Snyder offers no evidence that uncollectivized Western Ukraine saved the Soviet Union in the famine of 1947 or, indeed, that collectivization had anything to do at all with the famine. As the quotation from Wheatcroft's article cited above shows, there was still a bread shortage in the UK, although, of course, agriculture was not collectivized there. Wheatcroft says nothing specifically about the harvest in western Ukraine. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism in Bloodlands. Chapter 11. What is the truth? HBA Ha 3 Tom 06 Psi, KAEHHHN Pem Hu Si Ta JIHH, 06 Pak Psi HCBKHJ1 EHA M Elan HT61 OPOMR0 Boft. YHACB 1.1 KAHTHCEMHTB13 T06 PA 3 He Talk AMO 6B1.QO Tuxo H Spahak 060 Apexi Hu UOCE 6E M My 3B1 Ka 1994 C 179. Translated. And suddenly during this discussion of the prizes, Stalin turned towards the members of the Politburo and said, "Anti-Semites have turned up in our Central Committee. It is a disgrace." Thus it was. Tikhon Khrennikov about his times and himself. Moscow, Muzika 1994, p. 179. The lie that Stalin was anti-Semitic. Snyder's book is subtitled Europe Between Hitler and Stalin. He speaks of 12 years, between 1933 and 1945, while both Hitler and Stalin were in power. Hitler committed suicide in April 1945. So why does Snyder have a chapter that deals with events in the USSR from 1948 to 1952, when Hitler was long dead? The reason, presumably, is that Snyder cannot find any anti-Semitism by Stalin, the Soviet government, or pro-Soviet forces like the Polish Communist-led People's Army Armia Ludowa, AL. On the contrary, all Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. 487. The anti-Semitism between 1933 and 1945, aside from the Nazis, was by anti-communist forces like the Polish government in exile, its underground home army and Ukrainian nationalists. And their anti-Semitism was immense. Snyder supports, and is supported by, the political forces in present-day Poland and Ukraine that are fiercely anti-communist but are also anti-Semitic in their own. Snyder approves of that guarded moments. They revere and honor the anti-communist but these forces too were CES of the war and post-war period violently anti-Semitic. Snyder obviously cannot document any Soviet anti-Semitism before 1945 or he would have done it. So Snyder tries hard to find anti-Semitic acts by Stalin and the Soviet leadership after 1945, even though this violates the parameters Snyder himself has chosen for his book. The final chapter in Snyder's book is titled Stalinist Antisemitism. If one is going to sustain a comparison between Hitler and Stalin, as Snyder wishes to do, then it's important to claim, somehow or other, that Stalin was anti-Semitic. This is not easy to do, as the quotation from composer Tikhon Khrennikov's memoirs above shows. There is much evidence that Stalin vigorously opposed anti-Semitism. There is no evidence that Stalin was anti-Semitic and, consequently, no reason to think that he was. But Snyder tries to square the circle anyway. We examine his logical contortions and falsifications in the present chapter. Did Stalin murder Solomon Mikhoels? Snyder introduces the chapter as follows. In January 1948, Stalin was killing a Jew. Solomon Mikhoels, the chairman of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee and the director of the Moscow Yiddish Theater, had been sent to Minsk to judge a play for the Stalin Prize. Once arrived, he was invited to the country house of the head of the Soviet Belarusian State Police, Lavrenti Tsanava, who had him murdered, along with an inconvenient witness. Mikhoels's body, crushed by a truck, was left on a quiet street. Blood lies. This is false. Stalin did not order Mikhoels to be murdered. The documents purporting to prove this are crude forgeries. This forgery has been discussed in Russia for over a decade. Yuri Imukin discussed the evidence of a forgery in Ubystvo Stalina Iberia.
Mukin has written some absurdities in his day, but his discussion of the Mikhail's murder documents is very cogent. Jares Medvedev, a Soviet dissident with strong anti-Stalin and anti-communist credentials, wrote that he does not believe the story to be true either. L. Snyder shows no familiarity with this issue whatsoever. 2. Did Stalin's daughter overhear Stalin covering up Mikhail's murder? Svetlana Allelyeva, Stalin's daughter, overheard her father arranging the cover story for the murder with Tsanava, car accident. Here Snyder is misleading his readers by significant omission. In From the USSR to the West. In her first book of memoirs, 20 Letters to a Friend, published in 1967, a year after her arrival in the West, she wrote, "A new wave of arrests got underway at the end of 1948. Lazovsky was arrested, and Mikhails was killed." 3. A footnote to this passage in the English edition states that Mikhails died in mysterious circumstances in 1948. About a year later Allelyeva published a second Allelyeva's volume of memoirs, only 1 year. Here she tells a very different story. 1. Stalin Evrizalria Problema. Moscow, is data lestivo Provisilwaka. 2003, pages 10 to 26. My Moscow-based colleague Vladimir L., and I have an article pending publication proves conclusively that the documents purporting to prove Stalin's of Mikhail's crude forgeries. Svetlana's chronology is confused here. There no CLWR Koji the events she cites, for Mikhails was killed on January 13, 1948, not at the end of the chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. One day, in Fothuro's dacha, during one of my rare meetings with him, I entered his room when he was speaking to someone on the telephone. Something was being reported to him and he was listening. Then, as a summary of the conversation, he said, "Well, it's an automobile accident." I remember so well the way he said it, not a question but an answer, an assertion. He wasn't asking, he was suggesting. An automobile accident. When he got through, he greeted me, and a little later he said, "Mikhails was killed in an automobile accident." Had Stalin's daughter somehow forgotten to mention this detail in her earlier account? That can hardly be the case. People do not forget details like the involvement of their father in a murder. Nor can people who hear only one side of a phone conversation tell whether a person making a statement is instructing someone else, or repeating a fact just heard from the other party. One thing is clear, in 1967 Allelyeva did not yet know that Mikhails had been murdered at all, much less that it was her father who had murdered him. Most likely she had been coached during the year between the two books. Her second volume was written after moving to the US and befriending several virulent anti-communists, some of whom she thanks in the book. No doubt it was they who convinced her to put a different interpretation on what she had heard her father say in 1948. Despite its obvious lack of validity as evidence, some writers, Snyder among them, still cite Allelyeva's statement from only 1 year while omitting any mention of her earlier statement in Avino Letters to a Friend. To do so is dishonesty of a high order, propaganda, not scholarship. E.G. Joshua Rubinstein and Vladimir P. Namuov, Stalin Pogrom, The Post-War Inky-Sino of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee. Haven CT, Yale Press, 2001, 39. Blood Lies. Did Stalin say Russians had been the war's greatest victims? Given the centrality of the Second World War to the experience of all East Europeans, in the USSR and in the new satellite states, everyone in the new communist Europe would have to understand that the Russian nation had struggled and suffered like no other. Russians would have to be the greatest victors and the greatest victims, now and forever. Snyder does not even bother to cite any evidence to support this false statement. Was the number of Soviet Jews killed by the Germans a state secret? The number of Jews killed by the Germans in the Soviet Union was a state secret. This statement is also false, and again Snyder does not cite any evidence to support it. Did the Soviets try to hide the fact of collaboration with the Germans? It was unmentionable that Soviet citizens had staffed Treblinka, Sobibor, and Tbilisi. That the Germans needed collaborators, and found them, is not surprising. But collaboration undermined the myth of a united Soviet population defending the honor of the fatherland by resisting the hated fascist invader. Another false statement, and again Snyder cites no evidence. There was no myth of a united Soviet population. Trials of collaborators continued throughout the Soviet period, as did prosecutions of, and public attacks upon, Ukrainian and other nationalists who aided the Nazis and who found safe haven in the West. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. Some nationalist partisans were anti-Semitic. In the Baltics and Ukraine and Poland, some partisans were openly anti-Semitic, and continued to use the Nazi tactic of associating Soviet power with JERI. This is a vast understatement. Baltic and Ukrainian nationalists were uniformly anti-Semitic during the German occupation. They participated in, and often initiated, mass murders of Jewish civilians, often outdoing the Germans in gruesome sadism. The same was true of most Polish nationalists, including the Home Army. Polish anti-Semitism. Pre-war Polish society was perhaps the most anti-Semitic society in the world. Polish Jews were not considered Poles and were subject to many kinds of discrimination. The Polish Catholic Church urged discrimination against Jews, the boycott of Jewish businesses, etc. During the war, Polish civilians carried out many murderous pogroms against Jews. Often the Germans had nothing to do with these attacks. Jewish memoirs repeatedly record that Polish Jews who left the ghettos were more afraid of Poles than they were of Germans. Polish civilians robbed, beat, and murdered Jews, and turned them into the Germans. This last was very important as Germans were not familiar with the clues of Jewish identity and often could not tell Polish Jews from Polish non-Jews. Poles were much more sensitive to these differences and could use their ability to blackmail Jews. Smolkownik 05, the blackmailing by Polish civilians of Jews who managed to get outside the ghetto, took place everywhere. Polish civilians killed Jews to gain favor with the Germans, but also homes, lands, belongings, to steal their victims' possessions or simply because they were Jews. Sometimes money, clothes, refined forms of torture were used. Jews were burned to death, means lard, grease, that is, money blood lies. Jewish women and girls were often raped before being killed, and so on. Polish nationalists are fond of pointing out the fact that Israel has named more Poles as righteous among the nation's persons who helped Jews during the war than people of any other nationality. But many Poles who saved Jews during the war were hounded and persecuted by their Polish neighbors and other Poles who learned that they had helped to save Jews. Nationalist historians avoid this issue. Dariusz Lubianka, a researcher at the Polish Center for Holocaust Research whose work Snyder cites in Bloodlands, writes. Jakuspomina Berwiks, Director Zydowski. Komisji Historycznych w Krakowie, Powodzenie Ukrywaczki ZYD 6W Robilio Zistko, Abayich Zbrodnia nie została ujawniona. Zaraz po ukazaniu sie pierwszego zkh zaxli sit. Witzidi paradoksalne. Ludzi cytoani po nazwisko pierzykodzieli pierzygnobieni, z wurzutami, I.e. publiku jakichś zbrodnik, I wida jemiich na pastwi zemsty s4 syed 6w. I nitulkosksia Z koli I z podobny mi pretens jami siez jai I niektórzy uratoani ligi, wiskani du nas pierzes swich dobrowzi fakał. Ini jeziche pierzykodzieli prewinsigeni, by zabroni ich oglazania w pierzis losi l, stankli imi, jai moi WSP 61 prakaunisa, pierzed quadratura kaka. Translated. Michael Berwiks, director of the Jewish Historical Commission in Krakow, said that after the war those who had hidden Jews did everything they could to prevent their crime from being disclosed. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. Immediately after the release of the first ZKH there began to occur paradoxical visits. People quoted by name arrived depressed, with reproaches, that by publishing their crime, we were delivering them to the mercy-oft revenge of their neighbors.
and not only of their neighbors. In turn, with similar claims there began to unexpectedly appear some rescue Jews, sent to us by their benefactors. Still others came preventively, to prohibit their publication in the future. I and my colleagues were faced with the problem of squaring the circle, i.e. of publishing the names of those who had saved Jews, and so exposing them to danger from other Poles, or of not publishing their names, and so leaving their benevolence unrecognized. Point 6. A Polish woman who saved Jews, Marysia Michalska, told one of those she was hiding, that she had a guilty conscience for helping her Jewish wards. By Liti Itasi, KT6RZYZ Paud 6W Religioniko Wiley, IE Nam, Asteriskidum, WSTYD Pomagai. Na Pierzildad Marysia Michalska, Osobados Kulturalna, Lex Pierzasadni Pobwana, Zazmiala Wurzudi Sumienia, Nam Ujilila Pomasi W Rozmoizi Emn Kunyejnikritmizas Nazala, IE Modli Sie, by Bog Janiziatu, IE Nam Pomaga. Translated. There were also those who, for religious reasons, thought that it was shameful to help us Jews. For Darius Labianksa Poiskie Pi Form Leniktuo Natimat Zorganizoania I in Mijual Nej, Zagata 204, 23. Blood example, Mary Michalska, a quite cultured person but overly pious, always had a guilty conscience that she had provided assistance to us. Conversation with me she repeatedly stressed that she was praying that God would not punish her for having helped us. Leocadia Schmidt, Kudum Perzeli Smys as Zagfadi, 160. Michalska evidently got the idea that helping Jews was sinful from the anti-Semitic Polish Roman Catholic Church, whose influence intensified the ideological anti-Semitism of the Polish elites. After the war, many Jews who returned to their homes, shops, and businesses found them occupied by Poles who refused to leave. Many were murdered by their Polish neighbors. The anti-communist Polish underground that carried out terrorist activity for years after the war also targeted Jews as well as Soviet soldiers and officials, Polish communists, and anyone whom they deemed unpatriotic. Jewish survivors wrecked Home Army units after the war, stopping trains, taking the Jewish passengers off and shooting them. The Center for Holocaust Research by Wadalamy. Translated. Therefore, logic forces us to ask the question, against whom, above all, did Poles fight during the last war, against the occupier or also against their Jewish neighbors and fellow citizens? Zglickiewski's book serves as an accessible introduction to the large body of research by scholars from the Centrum and of other works such as memoir literature that is available only in Polish. Someone really should translate it. Most Jews in the former Kresy, as Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine were called by the Polish imperialists, welcomed the Red Army enthusiastically. There were many Jews in the Red Army, the NKVD, and the Soviet administrative organs. Likewise, Jewish escapees from the ghettos and Jewish partisans joined the Soviet-backed People's Army, while the Home Army rejected them at best and often murdered them. After the war, the communist administration arrested, tried, and punished Poles who participated in pogroms against Jews. Polish nationalists today do their best to minimize Polish anti-Semitism by ignoring it, by falsely claiming that the Germans instigated pogroms by Polish civilians, or by blaming the Jews themselves for being disloyal to Poland. Polish nationalists never discuss the official racism against Jews by the pre-war Polish government, the role of the Polish schools and Roman Catholic Church leadership in actively promoting anti-Semitic ideas, or the admiration of many in the Polish elite for Adolf Hitler's anti-Jewish campaigns. Why any Polish Jews should have been loyal to the racist Polish state is the real question, never explained. 496. Blood Lies. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet and anti-Semitism. Sands of Poles joined the pro-Soviet partisan movement. As a result, of course, the Soviet occupation was indeed worse for some people. For Poles who were prosecuted for anti-Semitic and/or anti-communist crimes. For those who had collaborated with the Germans, though it is not clear how many of even these Poles would have survived if Germany had won the war, for those who fought in or supported the underground anti-communist terrorist movements. In short, the Soviet occupation was worse for fascists, anti-Semites, and those who fought for the restoration of capitalism. The political tendency of Bloodlands is aimed to please these very forces, who are honored as freedom fighters by today's nationalists in Poland, the Baltics, Ukraine, and to a lesser extent in Bela. The big lie yet again: Soviet invasion of Poland, Soviet alliance with Germany. The whole Soviet idea of Great Patriotic War was premised on the view that the war began in 1941, when Germany invaded the USSR, not in 1939, when Germany and the Soviet Union together invaded Poland. In other words, in the official story, the territories absorbed as a result of Soviet aggression in 1939 had to be considered as somehow always having been Soviet, rather than as the booty of a war that Stalin had helped Hitler to begin. Otherwise the Soviet Union would figure as one of the two powers that started the war, as one of the aggressors, which was obviously unacceptable. And the Soviet citizens who suffered most in the war had been brought by force under Soviet rule right before the Germans came as a result of a Soviet alliance with Nazi Germany. Discussion of the official anti-Semitism under the Second Polish Republic, in the Home Army and other Polish formations during and after the war, and of the phenomenal level of anti-Semitism among the Polish population makes the Soviet Union and Communist Poles look very good by comparison. Who was harmed by Soviet occupation? No Soviet account of the war could note one of its central facts: German and Soviet occupation together was worse than German occupation alone. This has to be one of the most cynical statements in this highly dishonest book. Snyder makes no argument and cites no evidence to support it. The reality is just the opposite: German and Soviet occupation together was far, far better than German occupation alone. Had the Soviets not driven the Germans out, the Germans would have killed not just the millions of Poles and Soviet citizens they did kill, but almost all of them. That was Hitler's expressed aim. The Soviet retaking of areas formerly occupied by the Germans was certainly far better for Jews, Communists, and all those who were fighting or resisting the German occupation. The Red Army saved the majority of Poles, Belarusians, Ukrainians, Russians, and Jews from annihilation or at best slave labor. For example, most of the members of the anti-communist Home Army surrendered in early 1945 when ordered to do so by the London Polish government, and either lived peacefully in post-war Poland or chose to emigrate. Had the Red Army not liberated Poland, the Germans would eventually have captured and killed them. In the article cited previously, Grzegorz Motyka, an anti-communist and a researcher whose work Snyder recommends, says that it was the Red Army that stopped the pro-Nazi Ukrainian nationalists from slaughtering even more Polish civilians, and that the Nazi general plan, now online at http, in Russian translation at Blood Lies Also to Be Forgotten, was that the Soviet Union had been allied to Nazi Germany when the war began in 1939. This falsehood is crucial to Snyder's thesis. We have thoroughly discussed it earlier in the present book. We have shown exhaustively in previous chapters that there was no alliance with Nazi Germany and no Soviet aggression. Apparently Snyder thinks that his readers will believe this falsehood if he repeats it often enough. This is the technique of mind-numbing repetition called the big lie that Adolf Hitler advocated in Mein Kampf. The following sentence begs for a little more comment. In the official story, the territories absorbed as a result of Soviet aggression in 1939 had to be considered as somehow always having been Soviet, rather than as the booty of a war that Stalin had helped Hitler to begin. Snyder is referring to Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia, which had been the booty of a war, all right, the booty of the Polish imperialist invasion of Russia in 1919 to 1921. Poland had taken these lands by force then, and lost them again in 1939. Evidently Snyder hopes that his readers will be ignorant of this history. And of course it was not Stalin who had helped Hitler to begin the war. The British, French, and Polish governments did that. They encouraged Hitler's aggression with the Munich Accord. Then they torpedoed collective security against Hitler despite the Soviets' struggle to convince them of its necessity. We have discussed this, with evidence, in previous chapters. Was there official anti-Semitism in the USSR after World War II? In late 1948 and early 1949, public life in the Soviet Union veered toward anti-Semitism. The new line was set, indirectly but discernibly, by Pravda on January 28, 1949. An article on unpatriotic theater critics, who were bearers of stateless Cosmopol Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. 499. Itanism, began a campaign of denunciation of Jews in every sphere of professional life. Pravda purged itself of Jews in early March. Jewish officers were cashiered from the Red Army and Jewish activists removed from leadership positions in the Communist Party. Jewish writers who had taken an interest in Yiddish culture or in the German murder of Jews found themselves under arrest. As Grossman recalled, throughout the whole of the USSR it seemed that only Jews thieved and took bribes, only Jews were criminally indifferent towards the sufferings of the sick, and only Jews published vicious or badly written books. 12. Sources. Asterisk on the Pravda article, see Kostyrchenko, Shadows, 152. Asterisk on the decreased number of Jews in high party positions, see Kostyrchenko, Gosudurstvenny I Antisemitism, 352. Asterisk the Grossman quotation is from Chandler's translation of Evatithing Flows. The Pravda editorial discussed by Kostyrchenko was written by Alexander A. Fadiev, General Secretary of the Writers' Union, and David I. Zaslavsky, a longtime editor of Pravda and of Jewish background himself. The article is available online at a number of places. Many, though not all, of the theater critics who are criticized in it do have recognizably Jewish names. But that in itself does not make the article anti-Semitic, despite the claims of Kostyrchenko and others. It's impossible to criticize anyone without mentioning that person's name. It is not anti-Semitic to criticize a Jewish writer. And the criticism in the Pravda editorial is not anti-Semitic at all. Rather, it is directed against criticism that belittled Soviet culture in comparison to Western European culture. At nhttps://ects/sohist/bupiolit/ioohtm. 500. Blood Lies. Translated. Y. Maltsevi, and then Rovinsky in parentheses. What's going on here? How long is this going to continue? Why is this being done? We already spoke about this last year, forbidding double last names in works presented for the. But this is not evidence of anti-Semitism either. Previously the percentage of Jews in high positions in the party and cultural spheres had been 2 or more times their proportion in the population. The large-scale overrepresentation of Jews in these fields was only possible if other nationalities were seriously underrepresented. Reducing the percentage of Jews was inevitable as the percentage of other nationalities was increased. It was also inevitable that there would be an increase in anti-Semitism in the USSR after the war. Tens of millions of Soviet citizens had lived for several years under German occupation and been subject to an unprecedented barrage of Nazi anti-Semitic propaganda. Nationalists among the Baltic, Belarusian, and Ukrainian population had promoted anti-Semitism too, often more vehemently than the Germans did. This was bound to leave its mark on post-war Soviet society. But Snyder is not discussing this anti-Semitism. Stalin opposed anti-Semitism in the paragraph cited above. Snyder writes, a few dozen Jewish poets and novelists who used Russian literary pseudonyms found their real or prior names published in parentheses. This is true, and it was Stalin himself who reacted vehemently against it. Stalin opposed the publication of Jewish names after the pen names of authors. Noted Soviet author, war correspondent, and editor of literary journals Konstantin Simonov records the following. Relok my manbubi, ABCK06 Kak 0 Repobku BQEMNO AOKKHXNOP3T06 and TNP0 Aonka RBCH BNP0111JT0 Miro BOPHJIH Ha3 Titemi 3 NTHJIH N Baker BJIHTB Ha NPMHK YKA 3 B1 Ba Abubwani Eba MHJIH 3 AK M3 T0 ENIDCH 3 Ahem mu rcn abohab 4, am 1 hfl? Blood lies. Simonov's book and this quotation are well known to students of Soviet history. If Snyder is ignorant of it, he is unqualified to write about the subject. If he does know about it but kept it from his readers, he is being deliberately dishonest. Stalin made other remarks after the war showing that he personally opposed anti-Semitism. Snyder cites no evidence that Jewish officers were dismissed from the Red Army because they were Jewish, or that Jewish writers found themselves under arrest. These are serious allegations. If they were made against, say, the American government, we would demand evidence. Perhaps Snyder is counting on reflexive, knee-jerk anti-Stalinism among his readers to blind them to the absence of any evidence. The Grossman quotation is from a novel written years after Stalin's death. A quotation from a novel is not documentation of an historical fact. Grossman himself was a tragic case of the consequences of Khrushchev's lies about Stalin and the Stalin years. And the reader should be clear on this point: Khrushchev's secret speech was deliberately falsified from beginning to end. Point 10 Grossman believed these slanders and incorporated Khrushchev's false history of the USSR into the book Snyder cites, Everything Flows CVCO Tekiat. In it, the protagonist accepts Khrushchev's false revelations about the Stalin years at face value and decides that all the years of communism have been a cruel hoax, the defendants in the Moscow trials innocent, and so forth. Grossman's translator, Robert Chandler, believes this false history himself and has said that Grossman's novels are important as history. Quite the opposite is the case. Grossman believed Khrushchev's lies and built his novel around them. Many people would see Lied, the English version of this not until 2011, after Bloods. But the was published in 2007, long before RPEP TEP, M, 2007. As THRXXM. Thrixia Ax Rop WTM, 2010, Snyder should have about it _SAE remarks in the following interview at Bookserve, BS. DAES. It matter what we call different SE Sealjan SOL everything flows, history or RC, no, I don't think it mat at also, of March 4, 2010. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism conclude that this ruins Grossman's novel, for the novel is constructed entirely around Khrushchev's politics. If he had known Khrushchev's revelations were lies, Grossman would never have written this novel in the first place. But many more people than just Grossman were duped and disillusioned by Khrushchev's lies. Snyder writes, Jews across the Soviet Union were in a state of distress. The MGB reported the anxieties of the Jews in Soviet Ukraine, who understood that the policy must come from the top, and worried that no one can say what form this is going to take. Only 5 years had passed since the end of the German occupation. For that matter, only 11 years had passed since the end of the Great Terror. Point 13 for the MGB report, see Kostirchenko, source, Gosudurstvenny I Antisemitism, 327. The letter in question 12 does indeed show that some Jewish nationalists in the western Ukrainian city of Chernovtsi reacted negatively to the line on Soviet patriotism of the anti-cosmopolitan campaign. However, according to the letter, not all the Jewish figures quoted considered it anti-Semitic. Some of them simply thought it was anti-Marxist. Benjamin Pincus, professor of Jewish history at the Ben-Gurion University in Israel, states that, is important to emphasize that in these attacks there was no anti-Jewish tone, either explicitly or implicitly. 13 The Berlin Blockade. Snyder gives the following brief account of the Berlin Blockade online at http://68642 of the Soviet Union, The History of a National University Press, p. 152. Pincus shows that some Jews took in part in the anti-cosmopolitanism campaign. Pincus argues that Jewish writers veer attacked more frequency WNTLY perhaps more intensely, so the anti-cosmopolitan may not have been entirely free of anti-Semitism. But it was not omchal anti-Semitism. Blood lies. The Western Allies had announced that they would introduce a new German currency, the Deutschmark, in the zones they controlled. The Soviets blockaded West Berlin, with the evident goal of forcing West Berliners to accept supplies from the Soviets, and thus accept Soviet control of their society. The Americans then undertook to supply the isolated city by air, which Moscow claimed could never work. In May 1949, the Soviets had to give up the blockade. The Americans, along with the British, proved capable of supplying thousands of tons of supplies by air every day. In this one action, goodwill, prosperity, and power were all on display. This is false. Soviet control of their society was not at all the Soviet goal. Even Snyder does not claim he can demonstrate this, calling it the evident goal. Snyder has distorted what the Berlin crisis was all about. Historian Jeffrey Roberts describes it as follows. Although termed a blockade by the West, the Soviet action consisted of a limited set of restrictions on land access to the western sectors of Berlin from West Germany. It did not preclude supplies to West Berlin from the Soviet zone of occupation, which continued to trickle into the city, nor was air access prohibited, hence the famous airlift. The goal of Stalin's pressure tactics was to force the Western Allies to rescind their London communiqué and return to the CFMI Council of Foreign Ministers slow negotiating forum. Stalin was quite frank about his aim in two conversations he held with the British, French, and American ambassadors in August 1948. In January 1949, Stalin made this position public when he agreed with a Western interviewer that the blockade would be lifted if the West agreed to convene another CFM session devoted to the German question. In May 1949, the blockade Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism was lifted when the Western powers agreed to reconvene the CFM in Paris. 14 Snyder does not mention the fact that it was the Soviet Union that offered to reunite Germany, something all Germans wanted but the Western Allies refused. Snyder falsifies again about Litvinov's dismissal. He was not Jewish, and Stalin had then needed someone with whom Hitler would negotiate. We have exposed this falsehood in a previous chapter. There is no evidence to support it. It seems that Molotov was appointed because Stalin wanted desperately to conclude a treaty for mutual defense not with Hitler but with the West, and Molotov was the person closest to him. It was very dangerous to be a Jew in post-war Poland, though no more so than to be a Ukrainian or a German or a Pole in the anti-communist underground. This is a striking admission by Snyder, though he appears to be unaware he has made it. Snyder is comparing the situation of Jewish civilians, who he admits were subject to murderous anti-Semitic pogroms by Poles in Poland, to armed terrorists who were of course being hunted by the police. Many of these terrorists had collaborated with the Germans. Some Home Army men had done this, as had virtually all the Ukrainians and Germans in what Snyder calls the anti-communist underground. Many of them had participated in the Holocaust and/or themselves taken part in the murder of Polish, Ukrainian, and Russian civilians. It was right that it be dangerous for them. Roberts, Molotov. Stalin Cold Warrior, 1 IgG. Blood lies, just as it was wrong that there was so much Polish anti-Semitism that it was dangerous for Jews in Poland. In this passage and in fact throughout Bloodland, Snyder is clearly doing propaganda work for rehabilitating pro-Nazi, anti-Semitic forces in Eastern Europe who are considered heroes by today's right-wing Eastern European nationalists. Of course these forces were also anti-Soviet, which is the reason Snyder minimizes their crimes. In 2013, Poland declared a holiday in honor of the doomed soldiers of the Polish anti-communist underground, proclaiming them to be heroes. A Ukrainian newspaper has this to say about them. Ilpoki konati hat rag hac 6ahhth repoy b ta khmh, hkhmhbohh 6y1h I lap j1 amy ht110 j1 bt11 I neof mab hi ahhhc tatiki how I0 hatch 1 b horo cbh ta ahk, namhtir.3b. NP0KJIRTHX Kana TIB, Hak Kib AHTH Pa AFLHCB Koro 36 Boer Haronia 11 in .NNB 1940-1950 TIPP. CP Huk CITI, XTO by ABEPROCN IBNPK, NAB3 Haloctamide, ITIXT003 BIPCOMI B6 HBAB MHPHHXYK Pi Guy B.15 Translated. Doomed Soldiers Source, Shore, Jezik, 60. This is contradicted by Snyder's own source. According to Marcy Shore, Jewish historians did not delete the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising from history but continued to celebrate it every year while downplaying the role of the Zionists and exaggerating that of the Communists. Shore, Jezik, 60. Blood Lies. W10 Spa 6 B Zakofazika Sie Puna Epoka. Koroku Komunisi, Z Zacharias M. Nhl, Obchajili Roznais Paustanya. Ni by 40 Jwyadna Juzmianki o Sijanistak. Generalny Kojiko 2 Oprose, W Kdarim Komunisi Edausis Drodzili Sijanistas Ngluis, Swich Bylych Torzizi. Translated. Thus ended an era. Every year the Communists, with Zacharias in charge, celebrated the anniversary. There was no longer any mention of Zionists. Generally, this meant a process in which Jewish communists betrayed the Zionist left, their former comrades. Powicht Hermana I in Exogenist 6W, Bermarkstal Sie Autorumafik Jalnej Historii Paustanya W Getza Warzoskim. Wedlug Senzora, to. Marco Iodeo Sie Perzi Proud Caw Swedge Persi Skuzant Politas no Ideologisn for Liney to. Mark Perzi Proud za W Swedge Persi Liney Zasidniksk, i.e. Jedink Silk, KT6 Ra Razusla Hashwaki, i.e. Jedinem Chinikium, Gariz Organizoal Ikairawal Rukem Per W Getza Bila PPRIGL. Translated. After the departure of Herman and other Zionists, Vermark was the author of the official history of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. According to the censor, Comrade Mark carried out in his work the legitimate political and ideological line. Comrade Mark carries out in his work in this line of principle that the only force which threw the signal for the fight, that the only factor that organized and directed resistance in the ghetto, was the PPR and the GL. But there is reason to doubt the truth of Shore's statement here. Vermark's official history, Paustani W Getza Warzoskim, Pub Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism listed in Polish in 1959, was published in English translation in 1975. Here are two short passages from the early pages of that book, Uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto. It's, Omer Hatzer, Left and Right Labor Zionists, and Hekaluz. Commander-in-Chief Loft the Jewish Fighting Organization L was Imordichale Unyalwiz, a 24-year-old Omer Hatzer activist. Other members were Herz Berlinski, Marek Edelman, Ltzak Kukierman, and Michael Rahl-Senfeld. Here is one final passage to show that Mark did not neglect the Zionists in the rest of the book. In brief, here Tatmila 181 were the mind and heart of the uprising, the leaderships of the Jewish Fighting Organization, Omer Hatzer, and the Communists, plus activists and commanders in Diror, the Jewish Labor Bund, and Akiva. The issue here is not how historically accurate Mark's depiction is. Snyder claims that the post-war communist version of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising portrayed communists as in the lead. Snyder's source Shore claims that Vermark wrote that the only factor that organized and directed resistance in the ghetto was the PPR and GI*. These quotations from Vermark's book prove that this is not true. Mark mentions the communists prominently but often mentions Zionist and other non-communist Jewish forces first. Moreover, Mark does not show communists as the leaders of the uprising, as Shore claims. Snyder then again claims, without evidence, that Stalin was anti-Semitic. This was Polish Jewish Stalinist self-defense from Stalin's own anti-Semitism. Blood Lies, another blatant falsehood by Snyder. As we have seen and will see again, Stalin was not in the least anti-Semitic, and Snyder has no evidence that he was. According to Jares Medvedev, AHTHCEMHTH3MC Ta AH OKOTOPOMMOKO NP0HM Ta TB Nok RH Bob Sex Arrow 6 Horpa 4 JHHX, He 6B1J1HH Pen HRH03HB1M, HH9TH KHM, Hum 6B1TOBB1M. 05B1J1 non-HRH HEC KHMHNP0HBNNJICHB4, OPMI AHTHCHOHH3 MA, AHIOA0TB06HH. Translated. Stalin's anti-Semitism, about which one reads in almost all of his biographies, was not based on religion, or race, or culture. It was political and expressed itself in the form of anti-Zionism, and not of racial anti-Semitism. N23, this was part of the slogan of one of the more striking propaganda posters, executed by Olajimir Zakarzuski. 17 This is false. The communists never called the fighters of the Warsaw Uprising fascists, and Snyder cannot cite any evidence that they did so. Furthermore, many communists also fought in the Warsaw Uprising. As we have discussed in an earlier chapter, it was not only Stalin and the communists but General Enders, Jan Sichanowski, and many other anti-communist Poles thought the Warsaw Uprising of 1944 was a crime. The criminals were the Home Army leadership, not the ordinary fighters. Many other non-communist Poles came to think the same thing, since the uprising predictably led only to disaster. There is no question that the Home Army fought to restore pre-war Poland, a violent, imperialist regime, racist against Jews, Ukrainians, and Belarusians, and hostile even to the Polish trade union movement. Snyder cites no evidence at all for his claim that the Home Army fought the Germans with much greater determination than the Polish communists of the People's Army. Moreover, here Snyder seems to forget that he has already claimed that the activity of pro-Soviet partisans against the Germans simply brought down German violence upon the local population. To the extent the Home Army fought the Germans, their actions would have the same effect. Snyder omits to inform his readers that the Home Army was conspiring with the German military against the communist forces. Nor does he mention that the Home Army hunted down and killed the Zakarzuski the giant and the bespittled dwarf of may be viewed here, http://artism.com/obraz.php, IDS SS69. The giant in the poster is a People's Army man, and the bespittled on the AK. The AK attacked and killed pro-Soviet partisans Gen DWARF of ReCTL and had collaborated with the NUIs. So it is surprising or unjust that the communists attacked it as reactionary. Blood lies. Jews, including Jews who escaped from the Warsaw Ghetto uprising and collaborated with the Nazis against the Red Army. Should Stalin have left terrorists alone because a few of them had once tried to save Jews? Berman, a very intelligent man, understood all of this as well as anyone could, and he brought these premises to their logical conclusions. He presided over a security apparatus that arrested members of the Home Army who had accepted the special assignment of saving Jews. This is a dishonest statement. Snyder apparently wishes to imply that Polish communist security arrested some Home Army men because they had been assigned to save Jews. Snyder does not say this in plain language, because it is untrue. Does he then wish to imply that accepting the special assignment of saving Jews should have exempted them from arrest no matter what else they did? Snyder gives no note or citation of evidence for this statement. He does not tell us the names of any of these Home Army men. But one of them, if not the only one, was Witold Pilecki. Pilecki did indeed struggle to save Jews. But he also remained in post-war Poland as a leader of the island underground terrorist Home Army which murdered thousands of Poles, Jews, and Soviet citizens. This is what he was tried and executed for in 1948. No country, capitalist or communist, permits underground terrorists to roam and murder freely. Zglik-Zariski's book gives many examples of Walpercent time and, especially, of post-war murders of Jews, communists, Soviet citizens, and others by underground terrorists of the Home Army, the NSZ. There is at least one book that gives names and details about more than 1,000 members and veterans of the pro-communist People's Army murdered by these underground anti-communist nationalist groups after the war's end. 1b Ludowij I Zamerdowani Pierzes Pogiamis Brajane Po Wise Wo /Nuaju. RML Anjo Warni I Krajowij ZG's Wiazku Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. Snyder lies about purge of the Polish Communist Party. Polish communists who were in power in the late 1940s usually knew, From personal experience, just what had happened to their comrades in the 1930s. Back then, Stalin had sent a signal, Polish communists had duly denounced each other, which led to mass murder, and the end of the party itself. 30 Source: this explanation of the absence of a communist blood purge in Poland can be found in Ter Alia in Lux, Bruka, 47. One Polish communist leader apparently murdered another during the war. This too might have bred caution. Evidently Snyder has invented this falsehood. There has never been any evidence that Stalin gave such a signal. Lux, Bruka, the correct page reference to it is P43, not P47. Says nothing about a signal from Stalin, about Polish communists duly denouncing each other, mass murder, or anything of the kind. The Doctor's plot. Snyder spends more space on this event than on any other in this chapter. He gets virtually everything wrong, as he has so many times before. It is hard to believe that Snyder has studied the Doctor's plot himself. He appears to rely instead on the extremely anti-communist and incompetent secondary accounts by Brandt and Naumov, and by Arno Lustiger. But Snyder, not they, is responsible for what goes into his book. Shcherbakov had died the day after he had insisted, against Doctor's orders, on taking part in a Victory Day parade. Source: on the Victory Day parade, see Brandenburger, Last Crime, 193. Combattanto RPIH. W.I. Foranio 1997. Some excerpts FMM. This book. Very hard find outside Poland, are online at wiselaw.blog.pl/2013/09 and a few other sites. March 22, 2014. 514. Blood Lies. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. Even this dishonest book discusses how the doctors in charge of treating Zdanov allowed him to leave his bed and walk around despite the fact that the consulting cardiologist, Dr. Lydia Timashuk, determined that Zdanov had suffered a recent heart attack and recommended strict bed rest. There really was a doctor's plot against Zdanov. In fact, there was indeed a conspiracy among Zdanov's doctors to mistreat Zdanov, to deny that he had suffered not just one heart attack but two recent ones and possibly a third the month before, to ignore the diagnosis of Dr. Timashuk, the cardiologist, and therefore to allow Zdanov to get out of bed. The direct result of this was Zdanov's death. Gennady Kosterchenko quotes from Dr. Vinogradov's note to Beria on March 27, 1953. BCEXE 06,0 RTPH3 HTB arrow YA. ZH0 BAH men HHH.642. Brandenburger simply repeats what Brandt/Naumov say, that Shcherbakov ignored the doctor's advice to remain in bed. He had suffered a heart attack on December 1944 and instead went out to view the Victory Day celebrations and died of another heart attack the next day, May 10, 1945. But neither Brandenburger nor Brandt/Naumov cite any evidence for their contention that Shcherbakov ignored the doctor's advice. A.N. Ponomarev, author of the only full-length biography of Shcherbakov, had access to evidence from the Moscow Party archive and from the Shcherbakov family. Ponomarev states that Shcherbakov went to the celebration with his doctor's permission. Baya poem on a KCAHAP. Spree BHQB con 0 bo QEHHHKHBLNP hexig J1C. Ok HBCTOJIHGY, R106B1 ban Hawaii Hwaks HRLJ10 UZIAHX, 110 Pa 0 Badge 1 CHB McRae CMOCKBH Ha MHAO.N Ro QAHHOH 1106 EAE.19 Translated. In the evening, Alexander Sergeyevich together with his wife drove from his dacha to the capital, spent a while on the streets and in the squares, rejoicing together with the Muscovites over the long-awaited victory. Ponomarev is honest enough to admit that he is not certain about this, since the testimony came a few years later during the investigation of the doctor's plot. How, then, can Brandenburger, Brandt/Naumov, and Snyder claim without qualification that Shcherbakov's doctors did object? In the case of Zdanov things are clearer, and again Snyder gets them wrong. Zdanov, too, had ignored doctors' orders to rest. This can only be a deliberate falsehood either by Snyder or by his source. Snyder cites the Brandt/Naumov book, so he must know that A.N.S. Tiranitsy Biografii. M. Glavarkova Moskvy, 2004, p. 275. Blood lies no evil plan in my action. I want only to repeat that at the basis of this crime, its original source, was medical error that I allowed as a consultant, leading the treatment of A.A. Zdanov. A semi-official collection of documents cites the following original: HNPH3 hack, QRO no BHE, KH3HBA, KAA Haga 6B1J1 ACOK Pat Kha. IIPH jail HHHH Ionati CTHJ1011H6KYBA HAR HOCTHK, ENFB1 UIK, KRXENP1M Nakni ACTBHHM, A3ATEMK Aero CMEPTH. 3. Nora YMB1CJ1ABMOHXE Uktbitnxhe 6B1J 10.21 Translated. I admit that it was my fault that A.A. Zdanov's life was shortened. In the course of treating him I made a mistake in diagnosis which led to serious consequences and then to his death. There was no evil intent in my actions. Therefore there really was a doctor's PLO against Zdanov in 1948. Vinogradov admitted that the consulting doctors ignored the findings and recommendation of the cardiologist, Dr. Timashuk. The only question is whether Vinogradov and the others did this, as Vinogradov claimed, to hide my mistake in order to protect myself and those who had taken part in Zdanov's treatment, or whether they had deliberately killed Zdanov. Understandably, the Soviet investigators had to investigate the latter possibility. The job of policemen is to be suspicious. If medical doctors in the United States today were to make such an admission, they would certainly be stripped of their licenses to practice medicine and face criminal prosecution and civil lawsuits. Snyder must have known this, since both Brandt/Naumov and Kosterchenko relate it. Moreover, many of the primary sources, including this document, have been publicly available for years. 2. At http://www.alexandriakovlcv.org/fonds/issues-d0c/691805, BBWOPOAHTHCE6RHBAAC at previous footnote. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. But Snyder failed to tell his readers the facts about this important question. Did Stalin order the doctors to be beaten in 1952? In autumn 1952 several more Soviet doctors were under investigation. None of them had anything to do with Zdanov or Shcherbakov, but they had treated other Soviet and foreign communist dignitaries before their deaths. One of them was Stalin's personal doctor, who had advised him to retire in early 1952. At Stalin's express and repeated orders, these people were beaten terribly. 46 source, quotation, Brandt, plot, 250. Snyder gives no evidence for the claim that Stalin ordered the doctors to be beaten. Neither do Brandt and Naornov, who state that the doctors were beaten to a pull hashtag but give no reference. This opens up an interesting mystery. On August 22, 2011, a purported letter to Beria from Sergei A. Goglich, deputy head of the MVD at the time and dated March 26, 1953, was published by Memorial Society official and researcher Nikita Petrov in Novaya Gazeta. 23. This is an ideologically anti-communist newspaper of which Mikhail Gorbachev is part owner along with the Russian billionaire, while Memorial is a highly anti-communist research institution. Neither has any reputation for historical objectivity. In this letter Goglich supposedly claimed that Stalin himself had told him to beat suspects with deadly beatings. Is this document genuine? Petrov claims that he found it in the 1990s but does not explain why he waited until 2011 to publish it. It is not mentioned in the Memorial-sponsored volume Lavrentii Iberia, Part I, published in 1991, where documents 5 and Nikita Petrov. Zavti Stalina, Bit. Smертnemboum Bit, Huxn RA3AOD by 60 m http://www.novayaga7_ru/golag/481443.html For some reason published only excerpts from this letter. The whole text available at http://perpetratum2004.narod.ru/documents/doctors plot/Stalin docs dp.do blood lies 6 deal with the doctor's plot. Nor is it in the 1085-page volume of Beria-related documents published in 2012.24. Petrov quoted from it in an earlier article in Novaya Gazeta of October 16, 2008, but did not publish it at that time. Instead, he published an often reprinted reproduction, the so-called torture telegram of January 10, 1939, along with a handwritten facsimile of a letter from Semyon Ignatiev to Stalin of November 15, 1952 that does not mention beatings. All this raises suspicion about whether this document is genuine. Even if it is, the further question is, was Goglage telling the truth? The truth is, it is impossible to say. Anti-Stalinists have every reason to fabricate documents to make Stalin look bad, and have done so. Goglage, if he did write this letter, had every reason to pass the blame for mistreatment of the doctor prisoners onto the dead Stalin, since doing so might help him avoid punishment. The historian's dictum testis unus testis nullus applies here too. One witness is never enough to establish a fact. Source criticism, an obligation for every responsible historian, is essential here, and once again Snyder fails to give us any. Snyder also fails to inform his readers of this passage in his Daughters memoir. The case of the Kremlin doctors was underway that last winter. My father's housekeeper told me not long ago that my father was exceedingly distressed at the turn events took. She heard it discussed at the dinner table. She was waiting on the table, as usual, when my father remarked that he didn't believe the doctors were dishonest and that the only evidence against them, after all, was the reports of Dr. Timashuk. 2 Snyder quotes Svetlana Allilyova's memoirs elsewhere, so why not here? Obviously because this quotation would cast doubt on Politburo dello Beria. Dokumento Moscow, Kukako. Pol, 2012. Letters to a Friend, p. 207. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. Stalin's guilt in the doctor's plot case. Brandt/Naumov also failed to cite this passage, no doubt for the same reason. We have seen above that Snyder quotes from Svetlana Allilyova's writings, but only when they have an anti-Stalin tendency. When they do not, or, as here, when they contradict an anti-communist story, Snyder ignores them. This is not the way a historian is supposed to act. Snyder is writing not history but anti-communist propaganda with footnotes. Snyder falsifies Stalin's words. Snyder states, Stalin, a sick man of 73, listening to no counsel but his own, pushed forward. In December 1952 he said that every Jew is a nationalist and an agent of American intelligence, a paranoid formulation even by his standards. 49 Source, for every Jew. See Rubinstein, Pogrom, 62. Rubinstein does have this quotation, but it is a lie. Rubinstein refers to the source, the memoirs of Minister Malyshev, about a December 1, 1952 meeting during which Stalin said, JIK, 60A Yuppie Hak H0 Hajacr, 3T0 RHTM if Takhal Pa 3 BAKH. Epe Hal Ho Hakt JCQH Ta 10T, ITOUX Hal IFOCNACJIHCLLLA. Translated. Every Jewish nationalist is an agent of American intelligence. Jewish nationalists consider that their nation was saved by the USA, Istoknik 5, 140-1. By Jewish nationalists Stalin clearly means Zionist. Since April 2008 there has even been an internet page exposing this misquotation, which it attributes to Brandt and Naornov. But as recently as Blood Lies April 2012 Snyder was repeating this false quotation in the standard talk he was giving about Bloodlands. 26 Snyder is either deliberately lying or never bothered to check the source of this quotation. Whatever is the case,
it does him no credit as a historian. Anything to make Stalin appear anti-Semitic? Snyder falsifies the draft letter. Snyder writes, in February 1953, the Soviet leadership was drafting and redrafting a collective Jewish self-denunciation, including phrases that might have come straight from Nazi propaganda. It was to be signed by prominent Soviet Jews and published in Pravda. Vasily Grossman was among those intimidated into signing the letter. Two sources. Asterisk on the drafting and redrafting, SCE Kosterchenko, Gosudierstvenny I Antisemitism, 470-478. Asterisk on Grossman, C. Brandenburger, Last Crime, 196. Asterisk see also Lux, Brucke, 47. In an article published in 2009, when Bloodlands must have been nearing completion, Snyder wrote, in early 1953, the Soviet leadership was circulating a petition among prominent Soviet Jews, who were to apologize to Russians for claiming that Jews had suffered, and thank Russians for saving them. Snyder's characterization of the unpublished letter is false. The letter in question says nothing whatsoever about any apology to Russians or to anyone else. It says nothing about claiming that http://holocaustcontroversies.blogspot.com/2006/04/correctioncorner.io is.html. While Snyder repeated this lie during his talk on April 17, 2012 at Keene City I called FRTHT1 the Thayes not true. Snyder's reply was yet. Sure. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism Jews had suffered. It says nothing about thanking Russians or for saving them. It does not contain any Jewish self-anybody denunciation, whatever that might mean. It contains no phrases that might have come straight from Nazi propaganda. Of course, Snyder's readers will have no idea that he is lying, and here I say lying advisedly, because it is not credible that Snyder has simply failed to read the letter himself. But Snyder's readers will not have read the letter. What's more, Snyder has failed to inform them where they might read it. The first draft of the letter in question is translated into English in Brand/Namuv. Snyder cites this book. But Snyder does not inform his readers that they can read this letter there. Could that be because anyone who does read the letter would see that Snyder is not being truthful about it? Nor was it the Soviet leadership that was circulating this letter. Dmitry Shepyov, one of the secretaries of the CPSU, and N.A. Mikhailov, head of the Agitprop section of the party, sent it to Malenkov, who was in the leadership of the party, the Politburo. Neither Shepilov nor Mikhailov was in the Soviet leadership. After criticism by Ilya Ehrenberg, a second draft was sent to Mikhailov by Shepilov but never circulated farther, much less printed. Here is what Lazar Kaganovich told Felix Joeff about this letter. Kora MCAOB NPH HEC MHE6Y Mary RWY6 NCAL HAN PORMB 3 THX NPKU, HBAM PAK KA 3B1 BAKO QT0 AHH HO, NOA PEAK 0 My Bonpasi, H Ray. 6B1 JIH NOA 11 HCHPE3 AHMH or HX APIRHX EPUX AES1 TIA. Might SAW 0B6B1 J1 CE Cape Tape M1.1K, No TOM Bomb KYJ1 BTYPB1. Q AMI C Ka 3 N, HE110 A11 H1 underscore UI. AQRO, Ramosinan HHX. AA, AA. ORO Bopper, CAC. MHETO BAP H11 AC Ta JIHHNOPHJ1. CKX for RO BAP H11 KYCRAJIH High, ITOQ He NOA 11 H111Y. H AMI CAM 061 NCH10. Korat 11 PHMEJ1, C Ta JIHH MHH NFA 1 LJH BT. Elok My BBL He N0 LUIHCAJIH. HROBO Pi 0, HNHR10 JIHT61 OPO14 K Ki Uk, Ahi Apukhu Blood Lies 06 Lucy TBHHB1 Unekranb,
H6YNY no AFLMCB1BATB6Y Mary Kak Jail H non Resixipo. Nanate Take Y106Y Mary Arhanumi, a Kakapukhu 06U_1 ECTBHHB1 UNES REN P6 Ye Noah 11 HCB1 BATB. H he Apukhu 06 CTBHHB1 UNEWREJ1B. CRAJIHHBHH Mati EABH0 Hami HQNOCM0 T Pen. JIAAH0, Copol.uo. H Ranan, ECJIH Hinyo, Arhanmi, Sirabk, 0 TCE6H. Flock MOTPHM, MOXR, Leo 6 YAETHCRATB10 Harl HCATB2 translated. When Mikhailov brought me the paper for publication against these doctors, I am telling you something personal concerning the Jewish question. There were the signatures of Reisen and of many other Jewish figures. Mikhailov was a secretary of the Central Committee, and then Minister of Culture. I told him, L will not sign it. What? Are you condemning them? Yes, yes. He said, what? Comrade Stalin gave me this. Tell Comrade Stalin that I will not sign it. I will explain it to him myself. When I arrived, Stalin asked me, why didn't you sign? I said, I am a member of the Politburo of the CC of the CPSU, and not a Jewish public figure, and I will sign papers as a member of the Politburo. Give me a paper like this and I will sign it, but I will not sign as a Jewish public figure. I am not a Jewish public figure. Stalin looked attentively at me. Okay, that's fine. Said, if necessary, I will write an article of my Felix Joef, Tak Kagano Floch. Moscow, Ateshistvo, 1992, p. 174. Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. Let's see, maybe we'll need you to write an article. There is no evidence that Vasily Grossman was intimidated into signing the letter. His signature simply appears alongside those of many others. Brandenburger cites no evidence that Grossman was coerced. Nor does it seem likely. Judging from his novels, at this time Grossman was making great efforts to be a loyal communist. In vicious press attacks, it suddenly emerged that several of these criticisms are available online. None of them are vicious, though some are sharp. Their main point is that Grossman's novel is not Marxist enough for a party member. Point 28 Snyder, rumors are history almost. Snyder writes. Judging by the rumors circulating at the time, Soviet citizens had no trouble imagining the possible outcomes. Doctors would have been show-tried with Soviet leaders who were their supposed allies, remaining Jews would have been purged from the state police and the armed forces, the 35,000 Soviet Jewish doctors might have been deported to camps, and perhaps even the Jewish people as such would have been subject to forced removal or even mass shootings. Point 54 It is true that rumors like this circulated at the time in the USSR. Today in the USA rumors are circulating that Israel had advance warning of the 9/11 terrorist attack, that the attack was permitted, maybe even planned, by the Bush administration itself, that at http://95_doc/195303224 gross.html blood lies. The Twin Towers were demolished not by the jetliner's impacts but by explosive charges carefully placed in advance, etc. In other words, rumor is not history, far from it. There are plenty of rumors in Russia today that reflect very positively on Stalin. Of course, Snyder ignores them. For Snyder, rumor only belongs in an historical work when that rumor conforms to his own prejudices. Snyder has to know, but does not tell his readers, that Gennady Kosterchenko, anti-communist, Zionist, and hater of Stalin, has long since disproved the stories about a planned deportation of Jews. Kosterchenko's article is titled Deportatsiya Mystifikatsiya, and one does not need to know Russian to understand its meaning. 29 Snyder also fails to inform his readers that in his book Stalin I Evryskaya Problema Jares Medvedev writes. Translated. We can assume that Stalin called Pravda either on the evening of February 27 or in the morning of February 28 and arranged for the cessation of publication of anti-Jewish materials and of all other articles dealing with the doctor's plot. Seconds his articles, 9/2002, at, in Bonus Bluherop HM1, 92 Chapter 14. Snyder's accusations of Soviet anti-Semitism. In the Soviet Union at that time there was only one person who was able, with a single telephone call to the editor of Pravda or to the Department of Agitprop of the CCCPSU to change official policy. Only Stalin could do that. In their collection of essays the unknown Stalin Jares and his brother Roi Medvedev come to a similar conclusion. We still have no way of knowing exactly how the anti-Semitic campaign was stopped on March 1 or who was ultimately responsible. It is clear, however, that the end of the propaganda campaign was associated with a decision to abandon preparations for the trial of the doctors. The actual order could only have come from Ignatieff. It is also conceivable, however, that Stalin had given the instruction himself on 27 or 28 February 30. It appears more than unlikely that Ignatieff would have sent such an order without at least obtaining Stalin's approval. The Medvedev volumes are very well known, but Snyder does not mention these passages. Incompetence or deliberate deceit. Snyder still believes Khrushchev's secret speech. Snyder, he did not. The evidence proving Khrushchev's famous secret speech was falsified from beginning to the end was published Russian in late 2007, long before Snyder's book was completed. 31 If Snyder did not know about this, he is incompetent to write about the matter. New York, Our Look Press, 2004, p. 32r. See Pep, Nod Knock. In English since 2011 as Krawitchev lied. Chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. Since Bloodlands is not an attempt to give a truthful account of the events it discusses, it is something else, an attempt to convince the reader, including the academic reader, that it is a truthful account. In other words, Bloodlands is a work of propaganda disguised as a work of historical research or a summary account of works of historical research. Bloodlands is a book that intends to mislead its readers, and it has been very successful. The main reason for its success is what I have called the anti-Stalin paradigm. Bloodlands tells its readers what they were, broadly speaking, already knew, that is, thought they knew, that Stalin and the Soviet leadership were morally evil people who deliberately murdered millions of people and so were, broadly speaking, like the Nazis. Bloodlands fills out the paradigm of Stalin and the Soviets as evil with examples and scholarly-looking documentation much as hot air fills out a balloon. In addition to the techniques of scholarly misrepresentation and misdirection, other factors are involved. Chief among them is the power of the anti-Stalin paradigm. This epidemic of self-imposed blindness exists because there is no powerful institution that is devoted to the pursuit of historical truth. The historical profession is supposed to be such an institution. But it is not, at least as regards Soviet history of the Stalin period. In this field falsehood is rewarded as long as it serves anti-communist purposes, while the truth is discouraged or penalized when, as is usually the case, it does not serve those purposes. The techniques of misdirection employed in Bloodlands are not original or sophisticated. Once they have been pointed out they appear almost transparent. But they have fooled dozens of reviewers, including academic reviewers. At the time I am writing this chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. I have yet to find a single reviewer who has identified even one of the dozens of falsifications in Snyder's book. If someone were to write a book accusing the American government of atrocities on the scale of those Snyder falsely attributes to Stalin and the Soviet leadership, we can be certain that many scholars would check every statement and examine all the evidence. That up to now no one has done this is, no doubt, due in part to the fact that in Bloodlands Snyder is simply telling people that which they have assumed to be true all along. What we have done in the present book is simply to apply to Snyder's fact claims, accusations, and allegations against Stalin, the Soviet leadership, and pro-Soviet forces in Bloodlands. The skeptical attitude that any careful reviewer of a book alleging crimes by the United States government and leadership would adopt. The result is devastating to Snyder's book. Within the anti-Stalin paradigm, a number of rhetorical techniques of misdirection are employed in Bloodlands. In an earlier work I called The Different Kinds of Falsification in Nikita Khrushchev's Secret Speech, a typology of prevarication L. In that work I was able to show that what Khrushchev stated in this infamous speech was false. Because Russian authorities still keep most primary source documentation of the events of the high politics of the 1930s top secret, in most cases I did not have enough evidence to discover what really happened, only enough to prove that more than 40 revelations made by Khrushchev in that speech are deliberate lies and that 20 more are false, probably but not demonstrably deliberate falsehoods. In The Murder of Sergei Kirov I discussed the studies by Matthew Leno, Asmund Egg, and Alakiri Lena. I discovered that these scholars had tortured the available evidence in order to reach the only conclusion congruent with the anti-Stalin paradigm, that Khrushchev lied. Chapter 10, 137-15b. Blood Lies. Rove's assassin, Leonid Nikolov, was a lone gunman and that Stalin fabricated the criminal case against everyone else. In the case of Kirov's murder we do have enough evidence to prove that those persons convicted of the murder by the Soviet court in December 1934 were indeed guilty. But I did not give a summary or theoretically informed account of the errors and methods of misdirection that these prior scholars used. In the case of Bloodlands I think such an account is warranted. The fact claims against Stalin and the Soviets are so universally false, and the failure of expert reviewers to notice this so complete, that we are forced to admit that the techniques of falsification in Bloodlands have been successful. If they have fooled the experts they will also fool the general reader. These techniques of falsification are simple in principle. But they are only disclosed as simple in practice if one studies them closely. The widespread acceptance of the anti-Stalin paradigm discourages any attempt to verify fact claims that are convenient to that paradigm, since the process of verification dismantles the paradigm itself. A review of the techniques of misdirection in Bloodlands may prove helpful in warning the reader against naive acceptance of the anti-Stalin paradigm. Under its controlling influence every piece of evidence is bent to fit it, while everything that does not fit it is ignored or discarded. In the ideologically charged field that is Soviet history of the Stalin period, no accusation of wrongdoing against Stalin, the Soviet leadership, or pro-Soviet forces, no matter what its source, should ever be accepted as true unless it has been thoroughly verified. The sooner this fact is generally recognized, and the sooner the practice of verifying everything that fits the anti-Stalin paradigm is taken seriously, the better for those who wish to discover the truth. Methods of falsification in Bloodlands. Avoidance of objectivity takes different specific forms. There are many different ways to make fact claims without evidence. Chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. Technique of deception. Begging the question. Characteristics. Petitio Principii, assuming that which is example 2. The mass starvation of 1933 was the result of Stalin's first 5-year plan, implemented between 1928 and 1932. Poland never surrendered, but hostilities came to an end on 6 October 1939. Snyder barely refers to the real genocide, the Volhynian massacres. Stalin's first commandment, another Snyder fabrication. The USSR and Nazi Germany were allies. Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was an agreement to partition Poland, joint invasion of Poland, USSR and omission bias of to be proven. Rely on the ignorance. Readers are bias any the fabrication the big lie statements that anti-communist only, without evidence at all, repetition of same falsehood over and over to give the reader the impression that it has previously been established as true. Chapter references are to the chapters in the hook unless blood ends is specifically mentium 2d. Communism ism Nazism no chance to compare if not to equate them. Communism is to be linked with Nazism whenever possible regardless of logic. Often the attempts to bracket the two together is awkward, even bizarre, and sometimes seemingly irrational. The rationality lies in the BL repetition. The aim to get the reader used to the comparison as though it were natural one.
Nazi actions are blamed on the Soviets whenever possible. Communist motives must be made to appear as similar as possible to Nazi motives. In Bloodlands, this TROE services the Sea and Blood Lies. Germany Nazi wanted to eliminate Polish elite. Gulag prisoners were slave labor, Chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. Numbers game trope. The Nazis were anti-Semitic, so Stalin and the Soviet leadership must be shown to have been anti-Semitic as well. This is impossible, so fabrications and phony citations must be employed. This trope also services the CN trope. For the communism-Nazism/Stalin-Hitler comparison to work, it must be asserted that the Soviets murdered very large numbers of people, since the Nazis did so. The work or works cited as evidence in support of a fact claim do not in reality support it. Often the PC is taken from secondary by other sources, anti-communist scholars. 14. Did Stalin's daughter overhear Stalin covering up Solomon Mikhail's murder? Anything to make Stalin appear anti-Semitic? Snyder falsifies the draft letter. More false numbers of victims. The lie that Stalin spoke of an alliance with Hitler. Snyder foul. Did Soviet cruelty lead to support for Nazism? Snyder terms Stalin's anti-Hitler move a pro-Hitler move. Snyder, noting a person's nationality is not so very different from Nazism. Snyder equates Nazi imperialism with Soviet anti-imperialism. Did Soviet partisans cause Nazi atrocities? The lie that Stalin was anti-Semitic. Phony citation. Anti-communist scholarship siffies Stalin's words. A great many of Snyder's false fact claims are taken from AC scholars, such as these: SNY antisemitism, false or falsified quotation, psychologizing anti-communist statements that do not prove anything. This is a hybrid case, sometimes gory. There is no real source for the quotation at all, which makes it a special kind of a fabricated quotation. Sometimes a genuine quotation is cited incorrectly. The quotation really says, and means, something else. Snyder claims that Stalin was thinking something. Blood Lies Fundamenters Tal source Hitler supporter. Snyder falsifies the Nailabaki massacre. Women were routinely raped, robbed of food. Snyder. 500,000 youngsters in watchtowers. Stalin's new Mal 3. Snyder reads Stalin's mood. Snyder claims that Stalin hated all Poles. Stalin's personal politics. Chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. First-person accounts. A final category that does not lend itself to tabular presentation is that of the first-person account. Snyder uses them a lot in Bloodlands. The deception comes when, as in Bloodlands, they are used as though they can establish an historical fact. The problems of first-person accounts are as follows. They are normally collected long after the event. But memory is a creative process. Memories change, often to fit ideological assumptions made later in the person's life. Such memories are useless as historical evidence, even as evidence of the personal experience of the individual whose account it is. The principle testis unis, testis nullus applies in all but exceptional cases. One testimony is not sufficient to establish that an event occurred. First-person testimony is often collected in a biased, unrepresentative way. For example, the book by Kovalenko from which Snyder took his story of Petrophildi was compiled by selecting 1,000 personal accounts of the famine of 1932-33 from among 6,000 collected, but only negative accounts were published. First-person accounts are often used for their emotional appeal. The appeal to emotion has long been recognized as a rhetorical strategy to disarm rational attempts at evaluating evidence, in short, as a technique of propaganda. Snyder uses purported first-hand accounts of the famine. Even without source criticism, some of these accounts come from the works of Nazi collaborators. Such accounts are not evidence that any specific event actually occurred. The Petrophildi story in Chapter 1 of Bloodlands that we examine in the introduction is a good example of this. Analysis of the prevarications in Bloodlands. The international success of a work as corrupt as Bloodlands requires explanation. How can a book that is largely composed of demonstrable, provable falsehoods have been published? Once published, how can it be praised by newspaper and magazine? Rebut sound first-person counts bad. AC Blood. Lies viewers and by professional historians whose job it is to critically examine historical studies? How can a work utterly lacking in integrity be published in the hundreds of thousands of copies, garner awards in several countries, and be translated into dozens of languages? Part of the answer lies in the historical role of pseudo-scholarship as propaganda for anti-communist purposes. The demonization of Soviet history dates back to the revolution itself. Already in 1920 Walter Lippmann and Charles Metzi showed how the New York Times, newspaper of record then as today, reported the triumph of the whites and the defeat of the Reds numerous times, always falsely. Lippmann and Merz concluded that the reporters had not deliberately lied. Rather they had reported not what they saw but what they and their bosses wanted to see. Point 3 The Times's reporters included Walter Duranty, later to be attacked for being insufficiently anti-communist when in the 1930s he insisted on reporting only what he saw or knew for a fact rather than what he had not witnessed. Bloodlands was published by Basic Books, a commercial rather than an academic publisher. Academic presses require that manuscripts submitted for publication be vetted by academic specialists in the field. This does not guarantee that falsehoods will be caught and that standards of evidence routine in other areas of history will be observed. Nevertheless, I suspect that at least some of the more glaring falsifications in Bloodlands might well have been recognized as such by an academic review unless the reviewers had been selected more for their anti-communist fervor than for excellence of research. For example, there is a good chance that academic reviewers would not have permitted Snyder's account of the fraudulent Holodomor to pass without at least some qualification. And the millions of deliberate murders of the Holodomor fraud are essential to Snyder's Stalin-Hitler/communist Nazi comparison. Walter Lippmann and Charles Merz. A Test of the News. Supplement to the New Republic, August 4, 1920. It is available online at Chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. Without them he would have had no book. But academic vetting is not necessary in commercial publishing. The many awards Bloodlands has garnered from newspapers and magazines are understandable. All these publications are dogmatically anti-communist. Indeed, some of them, like the WSJ and Reason magazine, stand politically on the far right. But when it comes to hostility to Stalin there is often little or no difference along the continuum from left liberal to neoconservative. And it is publicity and promotion from these publications that determine commercial success, hence, nonfiction bestseller, etc. The author and his publisher are making a lot of money. Not a careful search for the truth but profit is the goal of commercial publication. An anti-communist bias is not a barrier but a requirement for mass commercial success. Bloodlands has not been greeted by scholars with the criticism it deserves. On the contrary, many academic specialists in the field of East European history have praised the book although, as the reader of the present study realizes, Bloodlands is composed of little except falsehoods concerning the actions of Soviet leaders and Soviet and communist actors. These academic reviewers have managed to miss virtually all of them. 3 Review forums on Bloodlands. As illustration of this fact we here consider the first 3 review forums in professional historical journals that Snyder himself listed on his web page as of April 2014.4. Together they represent considered responses to Bloodlands by 13 prominent academic scholars. Book reviews and review forums are of some value if the participants really are expert in the same field as the subject of the book. But in the present case only 2 of these 13, Hiroaki Kuromaya and Jurg Baborowski, are specialists in Soviet history of the Stalin period. Both of them are on the far right of even the anti-communist scholarly spectrum. Both are passionately anti-com at http://timothus$er blood lies munist and make no pretense at objectivity. Baborowski has nothing of interest to say at all. Kuromaya is the only one of the 13 who questions whether the Soviet famine of 1932-33 was in fact deliberate mass murder. Buthe does not draw the obvious conclusion. that if the famine was not mass murder, the whole framework of Snyder's book collapses. The other 12 all accept without question Snyder's importation of the Ukrainian nationalist myth of the Holodomor. None of them seems to know that the major Western studies of the famine of 1932-33 by Mark Togger, Stephen Wheatcroft, and R.W. Davies, even exist. One of them even misspells the clearly unfamiliar term. Kuromiya is also the only one of the 13 to point out Snyder's gross error about Japanese military intentions after 1937.3. Aside from him, none of these scholars questions a single one of Snyder's fact claims. None of them, Kuromiya included, checks even one of Snyder's fact claims to verify whether it is based on primary source evidence or whether that evidence in fact supports what Snyder claims in his text. All these scholars simply accept every one of Snyder's assertions or fact claims about the actions of Stalin, the Soviet leadership, and communist forces. Yet, as the present study demonstrates, every one of these fact claims is false. All of these scholars repeat the verbiage about Soviet or Stalinist mass murders. Yet, as the present study has shown, the evidence is clear that the only mass murder, the terrible Azovshchina, was not sanctioned by Stalin or the Soviet leadership. Not one of these scholars seems to know thing about this event. Not one of them knows of the long-standing scholarly debate over the Katyn massacre. And so on. Kuromiya and Baborowski aside, the rest of the reviewers, 11 out of 13 are specialists in Nazism, or in the Holocaust of Jews, or in Eastern Europe. They show profound ignorance about the historiography of the Soviet Union during the 1930s. They are not in the least qualified to judge whether Snyder's fact claims 5 discussion in Chapter 5 of the present book. Chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. About Soviet history are accurate or not. Of course they themselves knew this. But none of them was forthright enough to admit it. Whether knowledgeable about the history of the Stalin era or not, all of these scholars could have done what any reviewer should do. They could have selected a few of Snyder's assertions about Soviet history and then checked Snyder's footnotes to see whether those references supported what Snyder claims they support. If unable to read Polish or Ukrainian, they could have asked help from colleagues. This is elementary, the kind of thing graduate students are trained to do, what PhD students regularly do in the course of researching for their dissertations. Moreover, if it is not done, then the readership is being deliberately misled. These scholars are giving the impression that they can approve or certify Snyder's research when they know themselves they are in no position to do so. They claim they have found Snyder's research to be good, most of them say as much, while in reality they are taking Snyder's book on faith. But they don't admit this. These scholars cannot escape responsibility for their endorsing Snyder's research when in reality they had no idea whether it is good or not. However, it is not only a question of their individual failures. It is the system of academic review as it exists. They simply acted in accordance with it. It is the system itself that is really at fault. For her review to be of any value to others, a reviewer of a scholarly book has to be an expert on the same subject as that of the book itself. Then she has to spend serious time and effort studying the book and its research. But this seldom happens. Book reviews count little in a scholar's career, so few scholars spend much time on them. If the book is on a subject the scholar knows very well, then her independent judgment can indeed be of value. But when, as in this case, the book is on a subject that the scholar knows little or even nothing about, her judgment is worthless. The scholar should either recuse herself or write only about those aspects of the book she is expert on and openly admit that she does not know enough about the other parts of the book to have any opinion about them. But none of the reviewers in these 3 review forums were forthright enough blood lies to do this. Therefore their endorsements of Snyder's book are dishonest. They mislead their readers. To understand how this can happen, we must briefly examine the system of anti-communist pseudo-scholarship on Soviet history of the Stalin period that not only permits but lavishly rewards dishonest works like Bloodlands. Objectivity. In any field of study it is essential that the researcher determine to be objective from the outset of his study.
History is no different. The historian must make every effort to survey all the primary sources that bear upon his subject, and all the secondary sources that study this evidence regardless of whether these secondary sources reflect the same biases, preconceived ideas, or values as his own. Since objectivity is, among other things, an attitude of distrust of the self and of one's own preconceived ideas and biases, the historian must compensate for her own limitations by trying especially hard to give a supportive reading to primary and secondary sources whose tendency is opposed to her own biases and preconceived ideas. At the same time she must determine to be especially suspicious of that evidence and those works of scholarship that tend to confirm or agree with her own biases, to counteract her natural tendency to look with special favor upon statements that reflect her own views. In her historical practice, the historian must observe the tenets of objective research from the outset, and even before. If the historian does not begin with a determination to find the truth no matter whose ox is gored, ready at every moment to discover a truth that she finds disillusioning, her research is doomed. He will never stumble across the truth by accident along the way. Moreover, if an historian does not begin from a determination to discover the truth, we must ask the question, what, then, is her purpose in writing her book? If she is not out to discover the truth and report it to her readers, what is she doing? Chapter 15. An examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. Snyder ignores every tenet of historical objectivity. Therefore, no one should be surprised that her book is devoid of historical truth. It could not be otherwise. Anti-communist scholarship. Snyder's determined flouting of objectivity would be of little consequence if it were an exception. Bloodlands and similar works would be rejected during the vetting process and not be published. Those works that for whatever reason manage to evade the vetting process and be published anyway would be quickly critiqued, their errors, carelessness, and deliberate dishonesty identified and exposed. Negative reviews would warn potential readers away. This is how the system of scholarly and semi-popular reviewing is supposed to work. But in reality it does not work this way. Scholarship on the Stalin period in the Soviet Union is constrained by an informal but strict code of political correctness. Stalin must be depicted as a moral monster and the Soviet Union during his time as a place of government-sponsored mass murder and repression. No substantive deviation from this formula is tolerated. Only rarely can one find a refutation of even the most absurd accusations of crimes by Stalin. In his 2010 study that concluded that Stalin did not have a hand in the murder of Sergei Kirov in Leningrad on December 1, 1934, Matthew Lino felt compelled to write a two-page profession of his anti-communist and anti-Stalin convictions. Lino admits that he did so lest someone suspect him of being pro-Stalin for rejecting an interpretation which had been abandoned by Soviet and Russian experts for decades and for which there had never been any evidence in the first place. Even this is an exception. Claims that Stalin committed some crime, no matter how poorly supported by evidence, are typically passed over in silence if really absurd, and otherwise are accepted and even repeated, as Snyder does many times in Bloodlands. In History of the Stalin period a kind of Gresham's law prevails where bad scholarship drives out the good. When good scholarship is produced it is carefully written so as not to contradict any blood-lies tenets of anti-Stalinism that the researcher thinks may be an inviolable part of the anti-Stalin paradigm. Good research is being done in the field of Stalin-era Soviet history. But it is typically confined to the close examination of primary sources, especially when newly available sources are used. Research that is narrowly focused on specific events, places, and time periods can be very revealing. Even when marred by bias, research that reproduces new primary sources can be valuable because flawed interpretation can be discarded and the texts of the primary sources themselves appropriated for more objective research. An anti-communist scholarly environment or industry has been created where scholars churn out anti-communist falsehoods and then cite each other's falsehoods as evidence that the falsehoods are true. Primary sources are distorted by misinterpretation or ignored entirely. The scholars or academic practitioners in this industry assume in their writings that it is not primary source evidence and its interpretation,
but the consensus of anti-communist researchers, that establishes a statement as true. Snyder follows this practice with enthusiasm. Bloodlands is a product of it. Snyder rarely cites primary sources at all. When he does, he gets them wrong. For the most part, Snyder cites secondary sources by scholars of the anti-communist industry. This produces a body of anti-communist pseudo-scholarship based upon bias alone, that is, upon ignorance. In addition to falsehood, the system reproduces ignorance. Anti-communist scholars inevitably become lazy when no one criticizes their research because it has the correct anti-communist tendency or line. Why worry about the truth if what matters is not objectivity in skillful analysis and interpretation of primary source evidence, but in striking the right anti-communist tone? Why bother to do the hard, time-consuming work of real research, of discovering the truth, when the path to academic success is to repeat anti-communist assertions without regard to the evidence? Our study of Bloodlands has disclosed that Snyder is not only biased. He is also ignorant about much or most of the history of which he poses as an expert. His readers should not assume that Chapter 15, an examination of the falsehoods in Bloodlands. Snyder has worked hard to discover the truth and then gone on to construct deliberate lies in order to disguise this truth. The reverse is much more likely, that Snyder has no idea what the truth is because he has never tried to find it. He has mastered the anti-communist position or line on many issues, and this can be got from reading the works of a limited number of recognized anti-communist scholars without troubling oneself about primary sources or real research of any kind. Conclusion. The missing crimes of Stalinism. An attack on the Enlightenment. In Chapter 4 of Bloodlands, Snyder accuses the Soviet Union of an attack on the very concept of modernity, or indeed the social embodiment of enlightenment. In Chapter 7 of the present book we proved Snyder's accusation to be fraudulent. But it is true of Snyder's book. In virtually every accusation he makes against Stalin, the Soviet Union, or pro-communist forces such as pro-Soviet partisans and the Red Army, Snyder thrusts falsehoods at his readers and calls them the truth. Bloodlands is a work completely devoid of integrity. It is a cloth woven of lies and falsifications from beginning to end, an outrage against the canons of historical research and the historian's responsibility. As such, it is itself an attack on the Enlightenment, debauching history to serve political ends. Failure of the field of Soviet and East European history. Bloodlands has received many very positive reviews by professional historians in historical journals. A few reviewers have questioned Snyder's historiographical or theoretical paradigm. Still others, experts on the history of the Jewish Holocaust, have criticized him for his tendency to repeat the nationalist mythologies of today's right-wing Eastern European regimes. But at the time of this writing I have yet to read a single review of Bloodlands where the reviewer is knowledgeable about the history of the Soviet Union during the 1930s and brings that knowledge to bear in the discussion of Snyder's book. Even reviewers who raise criticisms of other aspects of Bloodlands accept Snyder's fact claims about the actions of Stalin, the Soviet leadership, and pro-Soviet forces. Yet any specialist in Soviet history of this period who conclusion, the missing crimes of Stalinism. 543. Has kept abreast of the scholarship and recently published documents could not fail to find a great many false statements in Snyder's presentation. Here are two examples from major history journals. In his review of Bloodlands, Thomas Cunney rightly criticizes Snyder for his move to link Soviet and Nazi crimes. As it seems to reduce the responsibility of the Nazis and their collaborators, supporters, and claqueurs, it is welcomed in rightist circles of various types. German conservatives in the 1980s, who wanted to normalize the German past, and East European and nationalists today, who downplay Nazi crimes and upplay communist crimes in order to promote a common European memory that merges Nazism and Stalinism into a double genocide theory that prioritizes East European suffering over Jewish suffering, obfuscates the distinction between perpetrators and victims, and provides relief from the bitter legacy of East Europeans' collaboration in the Nazi genocide. Cunney is certainly right that Snyder's book plays to the right-wing nationalists of Eastern Europe. but Kuhne accepts without question Snyder's viewpoint about purported Soviet crimes. Snyder is not the first to think about what Hitler and Stalin had in common and how their murderous politics related to each other. The Hitler-Stalin pact as the actual springboard of the two dictators' collaboration in the destruction of Poland. The links between Hitler's and Stalin's mass murder policies. Stalinist and Nazi terror. Great men and large numbers, a history of mass killing. Contemporary European history, 21, 2 Blood lies. Stalin's victims need to be included in these stories as well, he points out, that is, victims of Ukrainian Holodomor, of the Great Terror in 1937-8, and not least of Stalin's ethnic cleansings and anti-Semitic purges around and after 1945. An account on the mass crimes of the Nazi and Soviet regimes which infamously turned people into numbers. None of these accusations against Stalin and the Soviet leadership are interrogated in the least. Kuhne just accepts them as established, though where they have supposedly been established and by whom he does not say, as the reader of this book will now realize, all these statements are false. Stalin had no murderous politics, there was no collaboration in the destruction of Poland, Stalin had no mass murder policies, there was no Stalinist terror, there was no Holodomor but a great famine in which the Soviet government, by all evidence, did the best it could. There was a great terror, or Azovshchina, but it was not that of Stalin or the Soviet state. Stalin had no ethnic cleansings or anti-Semitic purges. The Soviet regime committed no mass crimes. In Kritika, a journal specializing in Russian and Soviet history, Michael Wilt too is rightly critical of Bloodlands on many counts. But Wilt shows no knowledge of scholarship on the Soviet Union, and so he takes the following assertions straight from Snyder's book, without any question, much less examination. The two most murderous regimes of the first half of the 20th century. And while the Nazi regime killed about 10,000 people in concentration camps and prisons before the outbreak of World War I in 1939, the Stalinist ZWI1DT review of Bio Odlandes in Kritilu, in an Eurasian H/STOD 14. Conclusion, the missing crimes of Stalinism. Leadership had already allowed millions to die from hunger and had shot about 1 million people. Stalin's crimes. The first events Snyder recounts are the deaths from hunger during the early 1930s of millions of people, not only in Ukraine but also in Kazakhstan and other parts of the Soviet Union. These deaths were due to the arbitrary and rash collectivization of agriculture organized by the Stalinist leadership in Moscow. After the catastrophic harvest of 1931, which was partly a result of collectivization, the Stalinist leadership exported grain in order to be able to purchase industrial goods abroad. It consciously accepted the mass deaths that resulted from this policy. In December of that year, Stalin decreed that kolkhozes that could not meet their grain delivery quotas should also deliver their seeds to the authorities. Thus in 1932-33 death from hunger became an ineluctable fate for millions of people. Stalin was certain that the peasants falling short of grain delivery quotas was proof of their collaboration with foreign enemies and of their resistance, both of which had to be quashed ruthlessly. Between 1934 and 1939, when popular fronts against fascism were forged in Europe, the Soviet repressive organs shot about 750,000 people as alleged enemies of the people and deported an even greater number to the Gulag. The local secret police arrested and murdered according to quotas from above. The Stalinist regime also murdered according to ethnic criteria, as, for instance, in the so-called Pole, the assumption that Soviet Siddhish operation. Zens of Polish nationality were enemies of the Soviet system. 545. Blood Lies, a non-aggression treaty on August 23, 1939, which amounted to nothing less than yet another German-Russian partition of Poland. The Polish elite was shot or deported. The systematic murder of about 15,000 Polish officers, who had fled from the German troops in the east, literally decapitated the Polish army. Snyder is correct in emphasizing the commonalities in the violent practices of the two regimes in Poland.
Both Germany and the Soviet Union desired the decapitation of Polish society and the ruthless exploitation of the remaining civilian population through forced labor. Both sides waged an ethnic war against the Poles. The millions of dead from famine in the Soviet Union at the beginning of the 1930s were the consequence, no doubt, a foreseeable consequence, and one that the Stalinist regime deliberately accepted of a brutal industrialization policy carried out at the expense of the rural population. Every one of these claims has been disproven in the present book. Many of them, such as Snyder's account of the famine of 1932-33, which Wilt echoes uncritically here, have been disproven by respectable Western scholars. The official version of the Katyn massacre has been under sharp criticism by some Russian scholars for 15 years. Highly anti-communist and anti-Stalin Russian scholars have shown that USSR did not murder according to ethnic criteria in the Polish operation. Wilt appears oblivious to all of this. Why do Wilt and Cunney repeat Snyder's fact claims about the Soviet Union uncritically when they are by no means uncritical of other aspects of bloodlands? In part it is because neither knows much about Soviet history. Wilt admits as much. Here I should register the caveat that I am a specialist of Nazism, not Soviet collectivization. Conclusion: the missing crimes of Stalinism. 547. Nobody can be a specialist in everything. But most of Snyder's book is about Soviet, not German, actions. Why did Cunney and Wilt agree to review Woodlands when each of them knows he is unqualified to have an independent judgment on Snyder's statements about Soviet actions? I suggest that the reason is that the anti-communist paradigm, in the form of anti-Stalinism, is simply taken for granted in academia in a way that statements about, for example, Hitler and Nazi Germany are not. The scholarship on Hitler is meticulous and detailed. Misstatements about Nazi actions and crimes are caught, parsed, and subjected to criticism. But claims of Stalin's crimes are accepted without any interrogation at all. How could this happen? No scholarly field should function like this. It is a disgrace that a book like Snyder's could be published and widely read for years while his falsifications, phony references, dishonest use of sources, and incorrect statements pass not only unchallenged but accepted, even praised, by professional historians. Any graduate student in this field could check Snyder's evidence and find what I have found, that every allegation of crimes against Stalin and the Soviet leadership is false. Could a collapse of the historian's responsibility of this magnitude happen in any area of American or British history, always accepting the history of the communist movement in those countries? I doubt it. The spectrum of viewpoints in those fields is too broad. There are no sacred cows so firmly ensconced as such that all criticism, or all praise, of them is a priori ruled out of bounds. There is no excuse for the ease with which statements about crimes of Stalinism, unsupported by primary evidence, have been and continue to be accepted as truth. But there is an explanation. From its inception as an academic discipline, the primary function of Soviet studies has been to provide a fount of anti-communist propaganda propped up by scholarship or the appearance of it. For several generations, anti-communist Russian exiles were among the most prominent figures in the field. Their anti-communist bias, blood lies, was enhanced by the advent of the Cold War and abetted by an influx of Soviet defectors, some of them former Nazi collaborators. The range of viewpoints acceptable in the field has been stretched to include Trotskyists and socialists of the social democratic type. But pro-communist viewpoints and researchers with an openly pro-communist orientation have always been excluded. This makes sense once one recalls that this field was created as a weapon against Soviet communism from the beginning. More than 2 decades after the end of the Soviet Union, the field of Soviet history remains first and foremost a weapon of political and ideological warfare. It has never encompassed those who challenge what I have called the anti-Stalin paradigm of Soviet history. Anyone who insists on drawing conclusions about Soviet history based upon evidence rather than upon ideological grounds. The strength of the anti-Stalin paradigm. Indeed, in important respects the ideological blinders in this field have hardened since the end of the USSR because of the post-Soviet states. Ukraine and Poland and, in a somewhat different way, Russia too have constructed national mythologies along rigidly anti-communist lines and upon historical falsehoods. Today a professional historian in the field of Soviet or Eastern European history cannot get published, get access to archives, be invited to historical conferences, in short, have a career if she seriously questions the mendacious historical mythologies propagated by the political and academic elites in these countries, such as the Katyn massacre, the Holodomor, or the innocence of Marshal Tukhachevsky or Nikolai Bukharin. The history of the Soviet Union is fatally constrained by the anti-Stalin paradigm. It is simply not done, virtually taboo, to find Stalin not guilty of some crime or other he has been charged with. If the evidence does not support the anti-Stalin conclusion, then so much the worse for the evidence. It will be ignored, or phony evidence will be invented, or conclusions based on no evidence at all. Conclusion: the missing crimes of Stalinism. Utter falsehoods are acceptable as long as they conform to the paradigm of Stalin as evil. 3. The sad fact is that in its broad outlines the field of Soviet history functions more like propaganda than like history. Good research is done on very specific topics, especially when based on archival evidence. But the framework or paradigm of Soviet history during the Stalin period in which such studies situate themselves sets firm limits on what conclusions are acceptable. The academic field of Soviet history of the Stalin period is governed by a form of political correctness far more than it is by normal canons of historical research. This is the context in which Snyder's disgraceful book, one that is nothing but falsehoods, falsifications, rumors, and lies, can receive positive reviews not just from obvious ideologues in the media or avowedly pro-capitalist organizations and publications but from professional academic historians. What can we do? The most basic conclusion of this book concerns Snyder himself. Nothing he writes about Stalin, the Soviet Union, communism, or Eastern European history can be assumed to be accurate. Every claim he makes must be double-checked. After all, that is what this book presents: a check of every statement of an anti-communist tenor that Snyder makes in Bloodlands, with the result that all of them are false, fabrications. A scientist who is exposed as guilty not just of making an error here and there that is inevitable but of nothing but errors, of making nothing but false statements and therefore of reporting nothing but false results, would be distrusted by fellow scientists forever thereafter. Science functions on the presupposition that the scientists of the past have reported truthful results in their work, results which can be used in the future work of other scientists. We would not trust the research of a biochemist hired by the present author. This in detail with speed to the December 1934 Sergei Kirov, Leningrad party leader, see Grover Furr, The Murder Kirov. History, an Anti-Stalin Paradigm, Erythros Press and Media, LLC, 2013. Blood Lies: The Tobacco Institute to provide evidence that cigarette smoking was not causally related to lung cancer. We would assume his research was, in reality, not research at all but propaganda aimed at a preconceived and false result. Distrust. Historians work in an analogous way. One historian who does false research and reports untruthful results is a threat to the field as a whole. His work should never be cited since it cannot be trusted. Like the biochemist hired to produce genuine-looking but phony research to support a preconceived conclusion, a historian who writes anti-communist propaganda in the guise of research has produced not history but propaganda. He has violated the canons of the historical profession. His work can never be trusted again. But distrusting Snyder's work in the future is too narrow a response to Bloodlands. Snyder has failed to find a single crime of Stalinism despite his own best efforts and those of a battalion of Polish and Ukrainian academics. If they had found any such crimes of Stalinism, we can be sure that they would have reported them. But they did not find any, hence all the falsifications. This means that, as far as Soviet history of the Stalin period is concerned, all allegations of crimes of Stalinism, crimes of communists, should be reflexively distrusted. We should be even more suspicious when such allegations emanate from persons with a preconceived ideological anti-communist commitment. A renewed insistence upon objectivity. We need to distrust anti-Stalin allegations and anti-communist stories unless and until we can verify them ourselves. But we also need to take steps to ensure, as far as possible, our own objectivity in historical inquiry. Everyone has preconceived ideas. It is one's own preconceived ideas and biases that are most likely to mislead one. To maintain a determination to be objective, a historian must develop the habit of giving an especially generous reading, suspending doubt and to any evidence that appears suspicion to a considerable extent to go contrary to one's own preconceived ideas, and adopting conclusion, the missing crimes of Stalinism. An especially critical attitude towards any evidence that tends to support one's own preconceived ideas or ideological positions. A further technique is to have colleagues who are aware of your preconceived ideas and commitments give a critical pre-publication reading to your research, having been asked in advance to be on the lookout for places where you may have unintentionally allowed your own prejudices to override your commitment to objectivity. The falsehoods of Polish nationalist mythology. Snyder has chosen to adopt the framework, bias, and falsehoods that characterize the work of Polish anti-communist nationalist historians. We have checked the evidence cited by Snyder in support of his fact claims and found that it is fraudulent. Either it doesn't exist at all or it points to conclusions different from the conclusions Snyder draws, even contrary to what he claims. Since in the main Snyder is rehashing Polish nationalist mythology, we have in effect examined the main premises of that mythology and show it to be false. Specifically, we have examined and refuted the following myths. Myth: the Kresy Osadni, the Polish term for the Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia, were inalienable parts of Poland. Fact: the Kresy became part of Poland in 1921 through military conquest in an imperialist war with Soviet Russia. The Polish government held no plebiscites to ask the population whether they wished to be in Poland or not. The Kresy never had a majority Polish population. Poland had to have recourse to a large-scale program of settling Poles, mainly military men, in these areas in the hopes of Polonizing them. These osadnicy became the imperialist infrastructure of the Kresy. Myth: the Second Polish Republic of 1919 to 1939 was a decent society to which its citizens owed loyalty. Fact: Poland was strongly imperialist. The Polish army seized Vilnius from Lithuania in 1922 and the Teschen area of Czechoslovakia from that country in October 1938. As late as January 1939, Polish Foreign Minister Joseph Beck told German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop that Poland had aspirations to the Black Sea, that is, to take over about half of present-day Ukraine. Polish nationalist historians never discuss these land grabs as imperialist. The long-term aim of Polish ruling elite was a Poland with the borders of the 18th century, when the Grand Duchy of Poland and Lithuania encompassed western Ukraine to the Black Sea and most of present-day Belarus. The Polish leadership cared nothing for the desires of the populations of these areas. The Polish ruling elite was viciously racist. Only Roman Catholics were considered Poles. All minorities suffered significant discrimination, which increased during the late 1930s. Myth: the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a plot to destroy Poland and provided for a joint German-Soviet invasion. Fact: this is false. The MR Pact divided Poland into spheres of influence, requiring that the German army would have to withdraw from eastern Poland. This pact would have preserved an independent Polish state if the Polish government had not abandoned the country and its inhabitants to the Nazis. Myth: the Soviet Union invaded Poland on September 17, 1939. Fact: there was no such invasion. The USSR occupied western Ukraine and western Belorussia to prevent the Wehrmacht from marching up to the Soviet border. The USSR's claim that it remained neutral in the German-Polish was accepted by all the Allies except the Polish government in exile. Myth: Hitler's Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union were allies. Fact: there was no alliance of any kind. The MR Pact was a non-aggression pact. Myth: German and Soviet troops held a joint victory parade at Brest-Litovsk. See the map at http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/file, Poland 17 physical JPG. Conclusion:
the missing crimes of Stalinism. Fact, the parade was a handing over of power from the German army to the Red Army, since under the MR Pact Brest was within the Soviet sphere of influence. Myth, in April and May 1940 the Soviets shot about 22,000 Polish prisoners, including officers, in a series of mass murders known as the Katyn massacre. Fact, as of 2013 at the latest some historians would choose a much earlier date. We have clear evidence that the official version of the event known to history as the Katyn massacre is false. Since the late 1990s there has been a significant and very interesting scholarly dispute over the supposed Katyn massacre and the documents that purport to establish it as a fact. Snyder wrote Bloodlands during this period. But he never informs his readers about this dispute. In this he again follows the template of Polish nationalist historians and of anti-communist writers generally. The myth of the Katyn massacre is central to right-wing Polish nationalism and important to anti-communist discourse generally. In anti-communist scholarship it is considered taboo, akin to Holocaust denial, to question Katyn, regardless of the evidence. At the very minimum, no one interested in the truth should pay any attention whatever to any account of the Katyn massacre that does not include a thorough and objective account of the historical dispute over this subject, including full discussion of the numerous Russian language studies by Russian scholars who have long rejected and claim to have disproven the official version of Katyn. Myth. After taking them back from Poland in September 1939 the Soviets were guilty of atrocities and terror in the former Kresy. A related myth is that the Nazi Gestapo and the Soviet NKVD held 3 conferences at whatever for such which the killing of the Polish elites was planned. There is no evid conferences. Not all Polish nationalists make this specific claim today. Snyder does not mention it. Blood lies. Fact, there was no terror. Anti-communist historians use the word terror to describe the arrests and deportation of the Polish imperialist settlers in 19,439 to 1941. Claims of communist, Soviet, or Stalinist terror or atrocities are a verbal ploy that serves to avoid the issue of Polish imperial conquest and racist oppression in Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia. Myth, the myth of Polish victimhood. Post-1939 Polish nationalism claims that Poland was victimized by 2 invasions, the German and the Soviet, in September 1939, which destroyed the Polish state. This is false. In reality the Polish state disappeared because, in an unprecedented act of betrayal, the Polish government abandoned the country, leaving it without a government. We have shown this in our extensive discussion on the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the German-Polish War of September-October 1939. Myth, the myth of Polish heroism. Fact, many Poles did indeed heroically fight against the Germans. But the Home Army, the armed force of the Polish government in exile, also fought communist partisans, with whom they were supposedly in alliance. The Home Army routinely murdered Jews who were hiding from the Germans. Some Home Army commanders collaborated with the Germans. Fighting against communist partisans, murdering Jews, and collaborating with the Germans is not heroic behavior. The Polish People's Army and the pro-Soviet Polish Army led by Zygmunt Berling did fight the Germans heroically. They did so without anti-Semitic terror or collaboration with the Germans. These forces were pro-communist and led by communists. Praising Polish communist forces or expressing pride in their accomplishments is taboo in mainstream Polish nationalist historiography because that historiography promotes not truth but political correctness in the form of anti-communist lies. Myth, Poland faced 2 totalitarianisms, Nazi Germany and the USSR. Conclusion, the missing crimes of Stalinism. Fact, this is false, just another verbal ploy, a play on words. For the most part the term totalitarian has no fixed meaning. It is simply an epithet meaning bad. It is sometimes used to refer to a state with only one political party. Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union each had only one legal political party. But Nazi Germany and the USSR were diametrically opposite in every other way. Moreover, the existence of multiple political parties does not constitute real democracy.
Capitalist countries typically have multiple parties while being run by the wealthy either openly or behind the scenes. Poland was much more similar to Nazi Germany than the Soviet Union was. Like Hitler's regime, the Second Polish Republic was authoritarian, imperialist, anti-communist, anti-labor, fiercely racist against ethnic minorities, viciously and officially anti-Semitic, and militarist. Most important, it was capitalist. Not surprisingly, many leading Polish politicians and intellectuals admired Hitler and Nazi Germany. Myth: the Soviets betrayed the heroic Warsaw Uprising. Myth: the murderous post-war Polish underground was a heroic war for freedom and liberation. Why tells lies if the truth is on your side? Since the end of the Soviet Union in 1991, a flood of primary source documents from former Soviet archives have gradually been made available to researchers. I have been locating, obtaining, and studying these documents more precisely, those among them dealing with the Stalin period and the historical controversies about it for more than a decade. Based on this reading and research, I studied Nikita Khrushchev's famed secret speech to the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union of February 25, 1956. To my amazement and no little discomfort, I made the astounding discovery that every single accusation leveled by Khrushchev in that speech against Stalin and Lavrentiy Bene is demonstrably false. 6 to date all but accusation, which I could nor Secretary Fun, lie d. Blood lies. No one, specifically no historian of the Soviet Union, has challenged any of the results of my study. Khrushchev has no defenders. The implications of the fact that Khrushchev did nothing but lie and falsify in that world-shaking speech prompted me to scrutinize other assertions, fact claims that Stalin or the Soviet government of the 1930s committed some atrocity, crime, or other. I read Bloodland soon after it was published and immediately recognized from my previous research that at least some of the assertions of crime Snyder makes are false. I proceeded to formulate the hypothesis that many, perhaps even most, of Snyder's accusations of crimes against Stalin and the Soviet Union would turn out to be false. As it turned out, my hypothesis was correct, but it was also incorrect. I did not expect to discover that not many, not most, but virtually every accusation involving the claim of a crime of one kind or other, every crime alleged by Snyder against Stalin, the Soviet Union, and pro-Soviet forces, would turn out to be false. Yet that is the case. No ideological bias of mine but the evidence itself demands this conclusion. Anyone who reads Snyder's book will see that he has tried to include any and all crimes and misdeeds that can be alleged against Stalin and the Soviet Union between the period of collectivization virtually until Stalin's death in 1953. It is worthy of note that Snyder was unable to find even a single genuine crime. This bears repeating: not one of the crimes alleged by Snyder against Stalin and the Soviet leadership is genuine. All are fabrications. Snyder was unable to find a single example, not even one, of a crime that really was committed by the Stalin and/or the Soviet leadership. The implications of this fact should be considered. Snyder has not done all his research by himself. He has had the resources of many ideologically committed anti-communist researchers of Eastern Europe, especially of Poland and Ukraine, whose governments sponsor research facilities specifically devoted to fabricating tales of communist atrocities. It appears that some of these professional anti-communist researchers may have helped Snyder. In addition, Snyder has been able to draw on decades of publication by well-funded Cold War publicists and conclusion: the missing crimes of Stalinism. Propagandists. Snyder has also had at his service the magnificent bibliographical and research facilities of the major research libraries and institutes of the world. And yet, despite all these resources, human and material, Snyder has not been able to find even a single crime that Stalin or the Soviet leadership of his day was guilty of. He has not been able to identify even a single genuine crime of Stalin or crime of Stalinism. He has had to fabricate them all, or, more often, to repeat fabrications alleged by others before him. Where are the crimes of Stalinism? It is in principle impossible to prove a negative. You can only prove a positive.
You can't prove that Mr. X was not present in, say, Moscow on a given date and at a given time. All you can do is to on that prove that Mr. X was somewhere else, say, Leningrad same date and at that time. This means that in principle no one can prove that Stalin and the Soviet leadership of his time did not commit even a single crime, that the set of events that historians conventionally call crimes of Stalinism is an empty set. However, the fact that the combined efforts of all the anti-communist, anti-Stalinist, researchers in the world over a period of more all the king's horses and all the king's men than 70 years and with the facilities of all the world's best libraries and archives, have not been able to come up with a single, genuine crime of this is a fact that is worthy of Stalin of the period 1932 to 1945 attention. It is strong evidence in support of the negative conclusion that there were no such crimes of Stalin. For if there were any such crimes, surely these highly motivated and well-provisioned anti-communist researchers, with unprecedented and privileged access to the archives, would have found them by now. Of course there are really a number of categories of acts that have been termed crimes of Stalinism. One is the category of acts that are crimes by any definition, such as deliberate killings of innocent persons. This is the empty set. The anti-communists of decades have never yet succeeded in identifying even a single one of them. From British nursery rhyme * Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Blood lies. The second category consists of crimes against property and the resistance of the propertied. Collectivization of agriculture deprived many rich, and also many not so rich, peasants of their private property in land, just as the revolution of 1917 deprived capitalists of their private property in the means of production, landlords of their estates, urban landlords of their rentable buildings, and so on. These were crimes by a kind of class-conscious definition, the definition of the property-owning class. At the same time they were acts of liberation from the viewpoint of the exploited classes of workers, peasants, and many others. The liberation of Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia by the Red Army is considered a crime by the Polish nationalist imperialists. A third category is the crimes committed by members of the Soviet leadership during Stalin's period. The principal example here is the Azovshchina, the mass murder of several 100,000 Soviet citizens under the pretense of fighting organized counter-revolutionary groups. This was certainly a massive crime by any standard. But a truthful account of these horrendous events is not useful to ideological anti-communists because it was carried out unbeknownst to Stalin and the Soviet government, who eventually, and far too late, realized what was going on, stopped it, and punished the criminals. We have presented the relevant evidence in chapters 5 and 6 of the present book. Unquestionably the Azovshchina represents a massive failure of the Soviet system. Archgetty termed it the self-destruction of the Bolsheviks. Some such term certainly applies. But it was not Stalin's crime in that he and the Soviet top leadership did not order it or wish it, and when they learned of it they acted to stop it and punish the guilty. It is crimes of the first kind, and especially alleged atrocities, mass murders, that are the subject of Snyder's book. Without them Snyder's attempt to compare Stalin with Hitler, the USSR with Nazi Germany, and Bolshevism with Nazism, falls apart. Archgetty and Oleg V. Nomko, The Road to Term. Stalin and the of the 1932-1939 _ a Yale P. Res. 1999. Conclusion: The missing crimes of Stalinism. The crimes of Western imperialism. In the absence of such atrocities by the Soviet Union, it is the acts of the Western imperialist countries, especially in the colonial world, that most closely resemble the crimes of Nazism. Not Stalin plus Hitler but Churchill plus Hitler, Daladier plus Hitler, Roosevelt and Truman plus Hitler. To quote again from Professor Domenico Losurdo. On a d'Ailers longtemps compare le colonialisme anglais et occidental et le colonialisme hitlérien. Gandhi de se, en ind nous savons un gouvernement hitlérien, faut ille camoufler en termes plus légers. Hitler et le péché de la Grande Bretagne. Translated. British and Western colonialism has long been compared to Hitler's colonialism. Gandhi used to say, in India we have a Hitlerite government. Must we disguise it with softer terms? Hitler was Great Britain's sin. To count the millions of colonial victims of the Western democratic powers would be a large task. They certainly amount to the tens of millions. Even as concerns World War II, it is hard to be precise in calculating the crimes of the Western Allies against non-combatant civilians, such as the victims of the terror bombings against Japanese and German cities, or of the 2 atomic bombs which could have been dropped on, for example, the Japanese Kwangtung army, but instead were dropped on defenseless civilian cities virtually devoid of military significance. There is the man-made famine in Bengal, India, which cost the lives of between and s million persons and for which the British government was completely responsible. Then, shortly after, among many sources for the Bengal famine, see Mark Togger, The Indian Famine Crisis of World War Irritantl. No. 2, 166-196, Scott Horton, Churchill's Dark Side, 6 Questions for Madhusri Mukherjee. Harper's November 4, 2010. At I/HBCOOD07797, Gideon Polya, The Famine of History, Bengal 1943. International Netmk on Holocaust and Genocide 10, 139-197. This horrific slaughter is thoroughly studied by South virtually unkrwwn in Begin with David M. Anderson, Atoning for the Sins of Empire, NYT June 12, 2013. Continue with Anderson's book Histories of T_He Hanged, The Dirty War in Kenya and the End of Empire, and Caroline Elkins. Imperial Reckoning. The Untold Story or the End of M.P/Rj and Kenya. Nick Turs, Kill Anything Thor Moves. Real American War in Vietnam. New York, Medit and Henry Holt. 2013. Conclusion, The Missing Crimes of Stalinism. The crimes of Eastern European nationalists. An equally powerful motive is the ideological requirements of the right-wing nationalists of the former Soviet bloc and former Soviet Union. Holocaust researchers centered around the website Defending History 13 have increasingly come to realize, and point out to others, the fact that Snyder's Bloodlands has become a kind of Bible of the anti-communist nationalists whose political predecessors sided with the Nazis and helped them murder millions of Jews and others, often outdoing the Nazis themselves. Snyder's book is also valued by Polish nationalists who have based their claims to legitimacy on the mythology that the pre-war Polish regime was heroic and a victim of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. The truth is almost diametrically the opposite. Pre-war Poland was a horrific imperialist regime, ferociously anti-labor, fiercely racist against its non-Polish citizens. The pre-war Polish regime rejected collective security with the Soviet Union, the only policy that could have foiled Hitler's aggression. Once Hitler's forces attacked, the Polish government abandoned first its capital, Warsaw, and then the country itself without forming a government in exile. No other government did this. This unique act of cowardice and indifference to the fate of their people guaranteed the destruction of Poland as a state and condemned the Polish population to Nazi occupation and mass murder. Poland had a shameful history of anti-Semitic attacks against its Jewish citizens, attacks that continued under German occupation and even after the war. Polish anti-Semitism was the fault of the Polish political, religious, cultural, and educational elite. It continues to be very strong on the Polish right today despite the fact that few Jews remain in Poland. The Polish elite also encouraged racist pogroms against Ukrainians. In a previous chapter we have quoted American scholar Jeffrey Bird's brief description of one such anti-Ukrainian pogrom. Research done by the Polish Center for Holocaust Research and the work of the highly anti-communist scholar Jan T. Grosdoku at http://defendinghistory.com. Blood lies meant the astounding extent of violent anti-Semitism, as well as anti-communism, in pre-war, wartime, and post-war Poland. During the 1980s the Solidarność Union made Marshal Pilsudski and the regime of the colonels that followed Pilsudski its symbols and its national heroes. The post-1990 capitalist Polish governmental and educational elite have made it their task to rehabilitate the pre-war Polish elite. This entails denying their crimes. It has also meant fabricating pre-war and wartime crimes by communists and especially by the Soviet Union. Nationalism justifies nothing. The anti-communist Polish and Ukrainian researchers from whose work Snyder draws his allegations in Bloodlands have looked hard for crimes of Stalinism. Snyder has foisted their fabrications upon a Western audience largely unfamiliar with this self-serving, right-wing version of history that predominates in Eastern Europe. In the present book we have proven, citing the evidence, that all of these claims made by Snyder in Bloodlands are false. Snyder's book has won the praise of anti-communists and crypto-fascists. The Defending History site quotes enthusiastic praise for Bloodlands by a right-wing Lithuanian academic. On first glance one might think this strange, since Snyder says virtually nothing about Lithuania. But the reason is not far to seek. The Lithuanian regime, like most Eastern European regimes, bases its claim to historical legitimacy and nationalism on the pre-war regime authoritarian, elitist and racist dictatorship, anti-labor, anti-communist, and anti-Semitic that was closely aligned with Nazi Germany. Important parts of this elite collaborated in the mass murder of Soviet Jews and fought on Hitler's side in the war. As in the other Baltic countries, Poland and Ukraine, nationalist soldiers went underground after the war and devoted themselves to terrorism, murder and sabotage. This terrorist activity is officially praised as heroic in today's Baltic states as in Poland. In some cases like that of the Ukrainian, these terrorists received aid from the American CIA just as did Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden 4 decades later. Now the soldiers who fought for the Nazis are praised. Conclusion: the missing crimes of Stalinism. As freedom fighters, while the Red Army soldiers who liberated these countries from Nazism are called invaders and imperialists. Most post-socialist countries of Eastern Europe are dominated by anti-communist regimes that justify their reactionary policies in part by their claim to be truck nationalists. All have been engaged in constructing national mythologies, false nationalist histories. All these countries, again with very few exceptions, have turned from being allies of the Soviet Union to being allies of NATO and the United States and hostile to post-Soviet Russia. But nationalism justifies nothing. Hitler and his lieutenants were all German nationalists. The Nazi leaders who went to the gallows after Nuremberg proclaimed with their last words their devotion to Germany. We can assume they were being truthful. Like the Polish, Ukrainian, and other Eastern European nationalists, the Nazis committed their massive crimes in the name of patriotism, of the nation, the role of NATO and the United States. The United States wasted no time in taking advantage of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It attacked Iraq in 1991, and subsequently organized an embargo that killed 500,000 Iraqi children. 14 In 2001 the USA led an invasion of Afghanistan and, in 2003, of Iraq, that have cost the lives of at least another 100,000 innocent civilians. None of this would have been possible if the Soviet Union had remained intact. None of it could have been done, or done as thoroughly, without the collaboration of the new nationalist regimes of the former Soviet bloc and USSR. The stability and legitimacy of the countries of the former Soviet bloc and former USSR are of obvious importance to the American elite, which plans to keep military forces in the Middle East indefinitely. This pits the interests of the U.S. elite against those of the Leslie Stahl on U.S. sanctions against Iran. 4, we have heard that 500,000 children died. IMEM1, that's more than died in Hiroshima. And, is the price worth it? Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, I think this is a very had but the price we think the is worth it. 60 Minutes, May 12, 1996. Blood Lies. Russian Elite. Snyder's book plays a role in delegitimizing Russia, as the successor state to the Soviet Union, just as it helps to justify the far-right and even crypto-fascist politics of Eastern Europe. Apology for Holocaust perpetrators but not only for them. Historians of the Holocaust have been the most prominent critics of Bloodlands. But neither they nor the few other critics of this book have noted the fact that Snyder has not only falsified World War II and the role of Polish and Ukrainian nationalists, though he has indeed done that. All of Snyder's claims about Soviet crimes are also false. Yet this fact has drawn virtually no attention from Snyder's critics. It seems that they do not realize it, or do not object to it. This is the task that the present book takes up. The falsehoods in Bloodlands are all of a piece, both apology for anti-communist nationalists and falsification of what the Soviet Union did. But the latter has attracted no scholarly attention until now. Snyder is a significant figure in American intellectual life. He is a frequent columnist for the most influential intellectual journals. His book is taken as a statement of facts. His lies and falsehoods about the Soviet Union and Stalin are accepted as true. In mainstream Western intellectual circles, and even on most of the left, it is taboo to question any charge against Stalin or the Soviet Union, no matter how absurd. Point 15. If you try to challenge them, the present author has done so. The response is, you are a defender of Russia is one of the few countries where some space still remains in intellectual life for honest research into Stalin. An example of an that rakes claims in as fact is Istvan Dayok's review Could Stalin Lavie Been? New York Review of Books, March 13, 2013, as a youth. Dayok was in a labor battalion in the fascist Hungarian army Ukraine alongside Hitler's forces and that TIAOT of Soviet citizens, to nothing of Red Army soldiers. The present author wrote a response to Dayok's ESY and also it to lists. Conclusion: The missing crimes of Stalinism. 565. Therefore, the present book will inevitably be called an apology for Stalin, even for Stalin's crimes. But by now the reader knows this is false. This study is simply an attempt to get at the truth. Not to defend Stalin or defend the Soviet Union, but simply to discover and document what really happened, using the best evidence, research methods, and appropriate means of deduction and conclusion. Any blow in defense of the truth is a blow for the Enlightenment, for civilization, and for the future, and against the injustices not just of the past but of the present, and against those who lie about the past to justify their exploitative practices today. May this book contribute, however modestly, towards these goals.